on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
just dance and follow on. And it's a right call or wrong call, we decide that later, but today we all listen. We play together, and we listen to the calls that are being made. If the call is questioned, and then repeated, then we commit to that call.
Hello, esports fans, and welcome to the EULCS studios. We're coming to you live from Berlin as our first week of cross-group play continues. The fans are hyped, and so are we, as we're going to prepare for a Friday night full of European League of Legends goodness. Good evening, everybody. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, here to get you guys up to speed on yesterday's results and bring you some news you've all been waiting for. But first, let's get down to business. The Magical Unicorns, they galloped over Giants yesterday in a decisive 2-0 victory. It was struggle city for Giants early. Memento got caught out at level 1 on Rumble, had to burn that flash. From there on, it went from bad to worse, as the Giants were outplayed over and over again by a blessing of Unicorns. They might be Giants, but if you blinked, you would have missed it. Game 1 was over in 27 minutes. Now, Game 2 was a bloodbath, with champions falling left and right all over the Rift. But the Unicorns continued to dominate. It wasn't pretty, but the UOL pulled ahead and took Game 2 and then take the match. However, on the other hand, our marquee matchup between H2K and G2 followed it, and it was real interesting from the get-go. Berg was the word, as Azir landed on the Rift for H2K's Febivin, and Camille was left open for G2's Expect. After a very even 20 minutes into Game 1, H2K caught Perks out, but G2 counter-engaged, and Sven rolled in like a tumbleweed and cleaned up like a wrecking ball. Expect's Blade-Legged Lady continued to dominate, having a party all the way up at the bottom lane, and after an ace at 42 minutes for G2, the game was theirs. Now, Game 2 saw H2K fighting back. At 27 minutes, they actually managed to get inside of G2's base, and we had a tied series on our hands. The deciding game was a real close one, though. A struggle back and forth from early to mid-game, and finally, at 44 minutes, G2 closed it out with an ace and the victory, and with the Nexus shattered, so were H2K's hopes and dreams as G2 took the match 2-1. Now, after yesterday's games, the leaders of Groups A and B surged ahead. Look at those 5 and 0s on the board. G2, they're sitting pretty at the top of Group A, and H2K, they're holding on to second place in Group B for now. But Splyce is playing first against Misfits, so that may not last for very long. Later on, we have a very close one on our hands when Group A's Fnatic takes on Group B's Vitality in a best-of-3 you won't want to miss. However, though, we are well on our way through the spring split here in Berlin, which means playoffs are getting closer, and the finals are just around the corner.
Welcome everyone to the Analyst Desk. I'm Eva Shock-Supporter, joined here by James Stress O'Leary and the jungler for Giants, Jonas Memento Elmargici. Thank you so much for joining us, Memento.
Thank you for having me.
You know, it was a kind of an intense game yesterday, but nevertheless, very happy to have you.
Well, I wouldn't say intense, but they were pretty quick.
Yeah, they were. Well, we're going to reset and enjoy the games today, and we're going to Hamburg for the spring final.
It's going to be great. Beautiful city, just a stone's throw away from my home here in Berlin. I'm looking forward to being in front of the German crowd again.
Well, definitely. And the teams here, that is what they're fighting for. So let's take a look at our first matchup of the evening. Splyce versus Misfits. Rather similar stories here, from Challenger to LCS, a bit more recently for the Misfits. And well, we have to talk about a couple of things. As you see here, the junglers will be a huge matchup. Trashy hasn't been doing so hot in the early game for Splyce. Cacao has been really strong. Memento, how much will this matchup influence the games?
I think it's going to influence quite a lot, actually. Trashy had pretty underwhelming performance last week. But I think, honestly, he just had a bad week, which we can all have. And I think if he doesn't step up, it's going to be a really hard game for them.
And it was interesting, we were discussing before the show backstage about how maybe respect played into this. And Memento, you kind of had opinions that Trashy looked to be not respecting Xerxes last week?
I think that's a common mistake when you face a rookie. You think that he's a rookie, what can he do, you know? So he just like, what Trashy did, he was playing Kha'Zix and he was quite low, he was like 70%. And he just like face checks the river and Xerxes standing there, and he dies. Like that, and then the Exile gets double buff, and the game just got a lot harder.
Well, everybody seems to underestimate unicorns, and a former unicorn that's getting some of the respect back is Power of Evil from that mid lane role. He's been looking really strong, considering his time on Origin didn't look so great. Power of Evil, he's back, really dominating games, back with a bigger champion pool as well. He really seems like in such a good place, and he and his manager has talked about how it's because he's fitting in with the lineup more. He seems more confident.
Yeah, I mean, he played like a man possessed on Corki last week as they went up against Fnatic. Well, what have you thought of his evolution so far?
I think it's really good, actually. I think he's become like 5 times better than he was before. Maybe he wasn't as comfortable on OG, but right now he looks absolutely amazing.
I also heard you had a solo queue story to share about Power of Evil.
Yeah, this guy, like Power of Evil, I don't want to face this guy in solo queue. Like this guy, he picks Syndra in solo queue and he just like takes all your buffs when you're jungling. Like, he goes to your red buff and he just like steals it and gives it to his own enemy, like your own jungler. And like, he's playing 2 roles at the same time. He's playing jungle and mid lane, and he's destroying both.
And it's translating more onto the Rift now than ever.
It is, and a lot of that is the improvements that they've made as a team. We know they're good individual players. That's what everybody was talking about with the Misfits coming into this split. But as a team, Daku, the coach, Power of Evil, Alphari, everybody we've spoken to has said our vision control, our macro game, everything is getting better. That's what they've focused on. And that makes them quite a strong team and a deadly team when you're looking at this. Now, cross-group play is very, very close against a lot of the teams in the other group.
Yeah, I especially think it's interesting because Splyce is a team that had issues last year, and then they took a split to fix them and eventually ended up at Worlds. But it seems that the Misfits, they are improving very, very rapidly. Why do you think that is, Memento?
I think they're learning from their mistakes. Like, they don't make the same mistakes that they did in the first week. Like, they're playing a lot more... just a lot better, actually. Yeah, a lot more clean. Like, the first week we saw them, they didn't really have the cleanest late game, and they were making a lot of mistakes, but they seem just to improve really fast.
Yeah, and now up against Splyce. Splyce, they are the definition of a middle-of-the-pack team right now. Last week, they got beaten by the Unicorns of Love, the first team in their group, but they won very heavily against OG, the last team in their group. Middle of the pack, are we happy with that for Splyce?
I think right now I'm still not quite happy with how Splyce are performing, but they are improving as well. We've talked a lot about how Misfits are improving. Splyce are on the way back to being at their summer split form, which honestly is slow out of the gates, but we're in a multiple week season, so thankfully Splyce have worked on a lot of their facets that they didn't look so good on in week 1, where they were kind of just getting crushed. So I think Splyce should be in a good spot right now for week 4. This should be a very close game. Both teams are improving.
Close game, predictions real quick.
2-1 Splyce, but I think that third game is going to look pretty close.
I actually have to agree with that. 2-1 Splyce. I think it's going to be really close, though, and it's going to be a good series, definitely.
All right, let's hope so. We'll see if Splyce can improve their consistency as they take on Misfits in Game 1. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Pyrotechnics here with Martin DeFicio Linga as we're getting ready for this best of 3 between Splyce and Misfits. How you doing, man?
You just kind of surprised me right there.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm used to you yelling, but like not. You don't
maybe
normally
not
yell
at you.
me. Yeah,
Right,
you don't yell at me.
Well, let's like move beyond that moment, and let's just run down the starting roster. Starting on the red side, we got Splyce in this game. That means up in the top, it is going to be Wonder, Trashy in the jungle, Senkux on mid, Cobby at AD carry, support Mickey X, and their coach Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, and the analyst has talked about it, Pyra. We're not 100% convinced Splyce is a top team yet, but obviously we know how good they were last split. We expect them to kind of return to form slowly but surely. This is a good first step.
Absolutely, and they're going to be up against a team I think that'll definitely give them a solid challenge. Facing on the blue side of the rift, it will be the Misfits, which means up in the top it is Alphari in the jungle, Kakao, Power of Evil on mid, Hansama the AD carry, support Ignar, and their coach Daku.
And I think if you're a Misfits fan, you're happy.
You have to be.
And I think we're also very happy, as a caster team, looking at them coming in. We knew they were good players. We knew there were a lot of things we liked about the roster. But I think they've actually improved faster than I expected. Because like a lot of new teams, they tend to take the full split to really start improving, especially in the late game. But they showed last week it was already much better. So I want to see them just kind of continue that trend, because then they have a pretty bright future ahead of them.
I think so. Cross-group play will be very telling for this team. I think some people have made the argument that, okay, so maybe Group E is a little bit stronger outside of G2 Esports.
Yeah.
Misfits have still beaten everybody in Group A, and they took a game off G2. So I think they have still something to prove, but they are looking very, very strong. We'll find out as we load up into picks and bans what's going to come out here, starting off the Zyra ban on blue side.
Yeah, not really a surprise. Not only do we see Zyra Malzahar often banned on blue side, but we see Misfits do it almost all the time. They were actually one of the first teams in Europe to kind of introduce this trend, and then they would aim for something like Bard or Thresh for Ignar later on in the draft. Malzahar still open in this one. Maybe they actually do want to play it this time around because Varus is one of the other first picks at the moment. Like when we remove the traditional OPs, it's like Kha'Zix, Varus, Ivern as very important first picks. If I'm Misfits, I take Ivern, by the way, over anything. Almost anything.
We'll see if that's the case, but they're actually going to ban it. So one more in Splyce's corner, this should be the Camille ban. But yeah, without Varus first pickable, we could see the Kha'Zix picked up instead.
Kha'Zix, Malzahar is still a contested pick, but I don't see him picked as early by most European teams right now. I still think it is a viable option if you don't want to take the Kha'Zix, but when Ivern is banned, it would normally tell you, okay, we have Rengar, Ivern, and Kha'Zix as like S tiers. I mean, you don't want to give away any of those junglers if you can avoid it, but we see this Malzahar here, so this is a change from Misfits' side. Ignar has been fine picking his supports in the second rotation. Again, he's played so many different ones, just running down his list. Bard, Tahm Kench, Taric, Thresh, Karma, Malzahar. Malzahar only once. So this is definitely something they've been practicing during the week and might be a little bit of a curveball against Splyce, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, well, the Kha'Zix is locked in, so that's no surprise on the Splyce side. We'll see what Trash is able to do with it. You know, early game's not always been his forte.
Just give me Jhin here, honestly. If I'm Splyce, I think Jhin is the best available AD carry when Varus is gone. Ashe has fallen down just slightly due to lethality buffs. And then you also have the option to either pick your support against the Malzahar in the next rotation, or you can take one of these like top laners and then ban 2 tops, something we see quite often. So I think this makes a lot of sense. No real surprises with the picks, but a small surprise that Misfits are valuing the Malzahar now.
See what Misfits answer back on the other side. They gave the Kha'Zix away. Kakao is going to lock in the Lee Sin, and it's down to the next pickup. So, matching early pressure for early pressure, but Lee Sin not the top level pick. The Jace, however, has been very popular, and it slipped through the bans, so they pick it up.
Yeah, now with the AD carry not being picked by Misfits, I actually don't think they care. Because with Ashe falling down a little bit in value, things like Caitlyn, Ezreal, even MF AD carry has been used. There are a lot of different options. Splyce decided to go with their support counter to the Malzahar with, of course, the ability to one-shot the Void Links. And then normally now, Splyce would then pinch AD carry, ban the Ashe as the first one. And Misfits probably looking to pinch top lane now they've already shown the Jace.
We'll find out if that's the case. The mid is actually where they focus to ban on the side of Splyce right now. That's the Cassiopeia taken off the board. Clearly Splyce banking on the fact that Alphari will be taking this Jace up the top.
Yeah, and then you might see a first pick rise in this new phase for Splyce.
Urg got banned.
All right. See, I actually know why, but don't really want to talk too much about what's happening in solo queue because some of these players... And
what happens in solo queue stays in solo queue.
There are some one-trick Urg or top lane players in solo queue. Not professional players, but there are some players. And maybe Misfits have been playing against one of them and figured this could be something Splyce might use.
Well, never hurts to cover your bases if you're not too worried about what else you're going to spend your bans on. Misfits have one more as Splyce had banned away the Syndra, and they take off Shen. That has been a very powerful pick combined with the Kha'Zix in general.
So again, with this Cassiopeia ban, you're kind of setting up for either Corki or Ryze as early picks coming in for copy, and then you can last pick top for Wonder. He is a guy who has a lot of special picks ready, and that's the Corki we saw right there. I'm not sure if Cassiopeia was a necessary ban. In Europe, it's not that contested. However, it is a special of Power of Evil, and if Senkooks doesn't want to play the matchup Corki against Cassiopeia, then it makes sense.
Yeah. On the Syndra as well. So I wonder if he elects to take this one mid and Alphari does something a little bit different up top. But Splyce are clearly looking for that top lane counter pick, so they'll know after this last rotation. 6 seconds on the clock. The Orianna, that's going to be locked in, and now it's down to Ignar for the last pick.
Yeah, it's very, very simple and stable. Orianna, matchup a lot of people like against the Corki. Not in terms of I'm going to dumpster him, but it's just...
Power has a specific mention for this champion. Even though everyone plays Orianna at one point in their mid lane careers, he has made it a specialty.
And now we get the last pick support. Sorry, not last pick support, because Malzah's already picked. The last pick AD carry.
Right.
Ashe was not banned. Again, showing from these teams they don't ban it that high. Oh, that's a special.
Baby! Speaking of special picks.
All right, Hansama.
Oh, man. He's bringing the heat this game. We got the Draven matchup, and I want to see what Splyce round this out with because that has to have thrown them for a loop.
Now, I told Mickey to hover the Sion because I want to see support Sion again, but Sion top is actually legit.
Oh, it's locked!
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Sion top against Jace is actually legit.
There we go. Okay, so Sion's locked in. That's going to be up against the Jace, and now we have had some serious surprises in this pick ban. Ooh, I already feel like this is going to be a great series.
I mean, I just like the special picks here. got ban, not AD carry got ban, because Jin was already locked in by Splyce, so it's top lane got ban. Then you have Draven, the special from Hansama. He's one of these like unique former one-trick Dravens that we have seen in Europe.
We've had a couple of those throughout the history of the EULCS.
Yeah, funny enough, we've actually had quite a few. But
they don't usually bring it out in on the big stage, not too often.
Well, when we do see it, they tend to actually go off on it. Like, think back to Freeze when he used to play the Draven. Sion top, though, I actually think it's a fine matchup against Jace. Typically, Jace is good against carries. He's not that great against a lot of the tanks because it is hard for him to kind of like kill anyone up in the top lane. You really want to snowball the Jace. And then the tank tends to just have a bigger impact in a team fight. So as long as you don't like allow the Jace to kill the tank up in the top lane and take early tower, you can actually keep him down.
It's definitely true. We'll have to keep an eye on all those matchups. Things definitely got pretty interesting as the coaches shake hands to walk off the stage. We're getting ready for game number 1. Oh, baby. And there we go. All right. We're getting ready to load up. It looks like a moment of silence to start the day off.
It's always
just getting
fine.
ready to go.
Yeah, we can always just stop talking, Pyro.
That's okay. Don't forget to keep tweeting. You guys know where to go. At LOL Esports, of course. Hashtag MSF winner, hashtag SPY win. Stakes definitely raised. Very important. Now the champions, they're locked in. The players, they're loading onto the Rift. It's time to get into game 1 between Splyce and Misfits.
He wants an amazing
Double?
power of evil. Oh, that's the big one. One more. Double kill. He is relentless. Trashy had already taken out Nuke Duck. It's a double kill to the Rengar of all people.
We got to.
Boom. All right, we're already in the line of scrimmage here. Misfits bringing some new stuff.
And come on,
to the
game
Rift.
one, Pyra, and we get this kind of pick and ban phase.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of the standard top tier picks still open.
But there's always something to be said for pocket picks.
There is, and I like that a lot. And I think very often, if you're very comfortable on a certain pocket pick, even if that champion is technically slightly weaker than other champions, if you can do something the other team does not expect, suddenly you get a lot of value from like these surprise picks. Because let's be honest, Maokai is a better top laner than Sion. But if Wonder feels 100% comfortable in this matchup against a Jace, he might know something Alphari does not, and that gives an advantage over to Splyce.
Yeah, it also combos up nice and well. It may not be in the bottom lane, but the reason that works so well with the Decimating Smash into the Flourish, they can get a serious CC train going. And on the other side, I mean, when do you expect the Draven? Yes, it's Hansama's favorite, but we haven't seen this pick in any region in this year.
No, and I want to see if it's Ghostblade Rush Draven, because before lethality changes, a lot of like Dravens would go just like stack as much AD as possible. But I actually think now you can go for a lot of armor pen, and then you can really deal some insane damage in the mid game.
Yes, you can. There'll be a lot of axes down in bot. Kabi and Mickey are going to have to watch themselves as we start things off. It's not the only interesting lane, of course. That top, as you mentioned, already getting pushed in. Alphari having his way, but it's very early on. And the League of Thunderlords is back, baby.
Oh, man. We tried, we nerfed it. We then nerfed other keystones as well.
That was the issue.
And then obviously Thunderlords just kind of comes back into the meta. We removed some of the jungle options. Courage of the Colossus being nerfed a lot as well. Really punching Ignar.
Oh, he's real low. Oh, that's the Summoner heal into first blood. Kabi with the final shot. Flashes for the kill.
Almost too easy, but great synergy from Splyce's bot lane. Kabi knew he could flash in and actually pick up the kill, and once he's flashed and the auto is in the air, there's nothing Ignar can do. Ignar will have to then pre-flash before Kabi could even get into auto tag range. Ignar going down very, very early, and this is obviously not a good start for Misfits bottom lane here. Thank you very much for that great caller comment here.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a bad thing they die, Pyre.
It is a bad thing they die. I know that much at the very least. Let's see it one more time, though.
All right. So we've all been here when we play against Jin. We get chunked down. We don't really notice the crit, and then he just flashes for it.
Sweet 400 gold.
And the problem there is, you know, as a support, I just feel like there's so little counterplay once you've gotten caught. Because if you flash early, Jin would never flash for you. And then he just saved flash and you flashed. That's it.
Well, I mean, there's a solution. Don't get caught.
Don't get caught. That's the solution, obviously. But once you got caught.
you got.
If you don't flash, well, he's going to do exactly what he just did right there. And if you try and flash his flash, it's often too late.
Well, we'll see what happens in mid. Trashy making a move into Power of Evil, and Senkux is there. Throws the Foss Bomb, command attack. Deters Trashy. Kakao was hanging around. But Ignar is on a roam up.
If he's
sure
level
if he got spotted
2
by that
now.
ward. He's only level 2.
Yeah, and he also got spotted by the ward, just walking around the corner. And that really is just a small little extra praise for Copy. Simple thing for a professional player, but a mistake I do see in like solo queue is people flash before they're actually ready to auto. You know, they auto and then they flash and hope the next auto comes instantly, but obviously it doesn't.
Especially on Jhin.
Yeah, especially on Jhin. So Copy was obviously waiting, so he knew exactly when he had this next auto ready, and then he flash instant shoots him and takes him down. But really interesting still with Draven. I want to see Ansama here. It's going to be Ghostblade, Rush is what I'm expecting. And I just want to see his damage in the mid game. Have you tried MFA to carry with lethality?
It does a lot of damage.
Yeah, once you get Ghostblade and you double up a minion, hits the guy behind, 50% HP is gone. I want to see the Draven damage once we get to that mid game.
Well, he's going to take a little while to get there. Kabi already pushing him back. He has the Serrated Dirk available to himself versus just the double longswords of Hans. See Ignar playing a little bit more back now, clearing some wards away. This might open up an opportunity for a gank, but we'll see where Kakao heads. He's been mostly up top and towards the middle.
Yeah, Kakao might just say, you know what, I'm farming for 6, get ulti, and then start really ganking. You also want 6 on Malzahar, it's like guaranteed kills bot lane. But enough about these guys on the bottom side. Sion top lane.
Right on keep.
The theory here behind this pick against Jace is that you have wave clear as a tank. You see the Q right there from Sion, almost taking down all the minions. You even have actually tools to harass the Jace from range, because again, your Q is fairly long range, you have E as well, which you can hit someone with and then kind of follow up the next attack. So you have ways you can trade and kind of stay even with Jace, where a lot of other tanks are kind of just surrendering the lane completely. But you need a few levels. If you are Wonder, you can see he's maxing his Decimating Strike here, just to simply have more wave clear as well.
So that accounting for a little bit of his falling behind early, having to back for the teleport as he's still building up a couple of items. He's got boots now too, but they're going to match teleport for teleport. But Wonder is a little bit further behind on farm. You expect him to catch up post 6?
Or at least he won't fall much further behind. Like, his job is just to keep it even. But the thing is, when you do play against Alphari, you tend to fall behind in CS. Alphari is actually one of the best laning top laners we have in Europe. And it's very interesting because we looked at some of his numbers just like for pure CS.
Yeah.
And it's fun to see how when you face Alphari, you actually get the lowest CS at 10 as a top laner. That's the one you see in the middle on your screen. So as a top laner, on average, when you play against Alphari, you get 71 CS at 10. He gets 80. So he gets the highest of top laners, and his opponent gets the lowest. And that shows how good his laning phase is.
Not only that, I mean, this is a field full of stellar European top lanes. It has been a bit of a mixed bag depending on which group you're in, but, I mean, coming in as a new guy, Alphari is definitely making himself known right now. More back to the bottom side. Ignar low once again.
Oh, he has to be careful again. Because Copy has some he has some lethality now, and Ignar was actually down on like 2.5 bars.
He's keeping up in farm, though. Importantly, Hansama is anyways. He hasn't fallen too far behind Copy despite being forced under tower. This should be a pretty juicy opportunity for Kakao at some point in the game, but as you said, farming till 6. He's got it now. Let's see where he goes.
Yeah, now the Lee Sin really needs to have an impact. We know Kha'Zix can gank if you have CC in lanes to set him up. Lee Sin can gank without any CC to help him. When he has ulti, when he has flash, he can just jump in, kick flash someone back. And it tends to either force a summoner or give his team a kill. And he's top lane now against the big armor stacking Sion.
Trying to shut down the Sion. He's coming in for the lane gank right now, hanging around to the side. Wonder roars, the Decimating Smash. He's knocked back by the hammer. Still hovering around is Kakao, waiting for the moment. Alphari not giving anything away by pushing the wave, but Trashy's on his way up here too. We could have a jungle tussle.
Yeah, and this can actually be really bad for Misfits because they are fighting near Splyce's turret. You don't want to take too many tower shots to then get jumped. See a swap from Splyce. This is the way the pro players are keeping the lane swap alive. Is the dual lane pushes out and then they go top a little bit earlier than you normally would. Sadly for them, this lane is pushed down towards their turret, so that means they won't really get a huge tempo advantage, seeing as they have to catch the wave from the start. They're not spotted because Wonder actually cleared it out. Let's see if they can surprise the Jace.
Oh, it's a surprise party up top, but Trashy is going to walk into that ward. So now the game is up. Alphari is going to have to back away. Sends one shock blast, but there's a horde of minions being led straight to this tower, and the rest of Splyce look to try and fast push this. Ping's on the bottom side. They know it's only Hans Sama there right now.
Yeah.
Ignar's going to join him, but this is going to be too little too late. Splyce make the big move.
And it looked before like the wave was actually too far down towards the Splyce turret, so it would be a bit of a slope shove here, but that's where the Sion wave clear just kicks in instantly, because Wonder actually killed the wave before Copy and Mickey arrived. They snuck into the brush, and then they could surprise and get the tempo advantage. So really good swap here by Splyce. Great use of a top laner who can take down waves as well, much quicker than most tanks can do. Imagine if that was a Shen sitting there. He would ask for another 15 seconds before he had actually killed the wave, and then it would have slowed down Splyce. So just really good use of the Sion here. One of the things we talk about with the comfort of some of these new picks. Obviously, we've seen a bit of Sion in LCK. Ed from an MVP, spelled ADD, funny enough, but he's called Ed, apparently. He loves to play the Sion top almost all the time.
I've seen it translate here in Europe as Sencooks is looking to take down this blue buff. But, so with Misfits trading back on the bottom side, they don't quite equalize on gold because of the first Tower Blood and the first blood that Splyce were able to secure earlier, but they do get a Mountain Drake to go with it, so they definitely have a little bit more pushing power on objectives going forward.
Definitely so, but if Splyce can keep growing the gold lead, then we might not see Misfits really benefit from the Mountain Drake. That is obviously one of the risks of getting it, but they were too slow to match turrets very early to kind of race for first tower, so they had to obviously take the Dragon. They then got the second turret of the game, so I still think the trade is okay if you're Misfits. Like, yes, you don't get the full amount of gold that Splyce got, but you got the Dragon, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. Misfits, on their side, I mean, they have a fairly team-fighty composition. Whenever you've got a Lee Sin that's going to try to get people involved, and you've got an Orianna combo,
He might get caught here.
Oh no, Ignar. He's the one who catches Trashy on. Kakao sends the easiest Q of his life straight at his face. And 1-2. How do you do?
Well, Corky is out of there.
Equalizing on kills.
Trashy invading in when he really doesn't need to invade. He's mid laner, wasn't really in a position to help. His duo lane wasn't nearby either, and this Malzahar had been missing. One of those annoying mistakes to make, where you invade in, blind. It's easy for us to see, oh, you're walking into a trap. He obviously couldn't see that, but that's where you gotta then play that game of risk versus reward. What is the reward if Trashy gets in there? Probably very, very, very small.
You have to make the right calls, unfortunately.
Exactly. But the risk is very high, and that's why he dies.
Yep. It's the first death of the game for Splyce on Trashy's side. He has not had the greatest impact in some of his early games lately, but he is on this champion that can snowball and roll ahead. Meanwhile, up top, he might get a chance to redeem himself here as Alfari's a little low. Flashing forward, sends the Void Spikes. Wonders knocked back, flashing forward to Trashy. Sinks the claws in for a kill. And Kakao is just a little too late to the party.
Kakao was around, but he doesn't have ulti, so might not want to commit here specifically. Alfari ends up going down. Trashy getting some revenge after dying before. Very important for Splyce that they get some armor on this sign here, because again, he's against Jace, Lee Sin, and Draven. 3 champions with a ton of physical damage. And this might actually be a bit of an issue for Hans Sama, that is going to be this big tank stacking armor. Because Draven always tends to be just hitting whatever is right in front of him, and he tends to hit hard enough that he kills whatever is in front of him, but not an armor stacking tank when you stack armor pen only early on. So that might be a way for Wonder to really be super annoying. Black Cleaver though, that's going to benefit the rest of the team from Alfari here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on Hans Sama's side, you know, he does have his Ghostblade. He's keeping par with Kabi's Jhin right now. So we'll see when he actually meets up against Wonder's Sion how hard he's going to hit.
And the adaptation really just is like, he's probably going to go Edge of Night now, and then he goes Last Whisper fairly early on into the game. So
Instead
he
of the
has,
Bloodthirster early.
Yeah, so he has some armor pen against the Sion, because the other 4 members from Splyce will obviously have very low amount of armor, so that's where the lethality is going to kick in instantly. But against the Sion, not as effective. That's why you need Last Whisper.
Well, if the armor gets too high on Splyce's side, Misfits can always rely on Power of Evil. We've seen Orianna late game shockwaves, and he's been quite a part of the highlight reel for several years now. Hitting some real big ones, even stolen a few Barons in his time.
Yeah, but where's the Smite Orianna?
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw that.
You can't just introduce that and then take it back. You gotta keep committing.
I think he tried.
This is gonna be quite a gank in mid.
There we go.
Splyce hovering to top side.
Ignar roving in, he gets captive audienced. So that's going to be stopped short. Mickey and Kabi were able to back out through a river. Ping's flying. Misfits trying to be careful not to overstep and overstay their welcome.
Just some good decision here when it comes to the placement on the map. Both teams kind of agreeing on a side each. Top side, that's yours if you're Splyce. Bot side, that's Misfits.
It's a gentleman's agreement.
It is definitely an agreement. That's why you saw Splyce hover towards the top side and why Misfits couldn't actually pull off the gank. Wonder into the wall.
Not quite connecting on the pain train. Alfari still not giving it up. He sends a shock blast at the back of Wonder. It's a parting shot. Kakao is not able to connect.
Man, that was such an awkward ulti from Wonder. I'm not sure if he expected Trashy to finish the Grump earlier and kind of jump over the wall. But I'm actually pretty happy Trashy just said, screw you, I'm just going to take the Grump, because if I go for this fight, we're all going to get collapsed on by like 4 members and die. Misfits kind of forgot the agreement here.
Yep.
Bot side was theirs, and now they
gave it up.
Completely forgot about a big wave in the bottom lane and a Corki who just picks up a free turret.
It's a bit of a rookie mistake. Splyce are finding openings and punishing right now. So with that second tower, they're going to build back on the gold lead. It's about 1,500 in their favor. And going 15 minutes into this game, they can be pretty happy about that fact.
And I think, again, credit to Trashy on the top side right there, not engaging into that fight. Seeing as Splyce was most likely calling, no one was bot lane, and that meant 5 members from Misfits could be on top side. And then you never want to fight, because you're playing cross map, you're waiting for Corki to take a free turret in the bottom lane. So Misfits were gambling on trying to create a pick. It backfired, and you're now further down in gold.
So with that, Splyce have moved farther ahead. They pick up the Trinity Force for Sencooks' Corki. With that power spike and the gold lead they have, is now the time they can bust the map open. It looks like they're trying to force another catch.
Well, first of all, they have already opened the side turrets. So they have gotten quite an advantage. Mid lane is going to be much harder against the Orianna wave clear to take down. Luckily, you can send the Corki to the side lane, and if you can then move Orianna down and force her to try and defend, you can take a mid turret. Wonder's getting ganked.
He's not got his ultimate available, runs smack dab into Ignar, and even though Splyce are going to be able to take down the Dragon, Wonder's going to give his life for it. They're going to have to kill him twice, but Hansama cashes in.
Let's see if Splyce can get any damage on this mid lane turret. Trashy just recalled after taking Dragon because he was fairly low.
Power's still here, though.
Yeah, Splyce might have to just back away, so Misfits, they knew they couldn't really defend the Dragon once it was started, and they just said, let's get the best we can on the map. And we actually see a mistake we've seen from Splyce so often this split. When they are the ones making cross-map plays, Wonder tends to be ganked, and Wonder tends to die. And this is both on him, but also on the team. Because there seems to be very little communication between where they're making a play on the map and then Wonder. And that's why he often ends up like getting ganked and either dove or just like dies to multiple people.
That was a big setup on the gank too, and it's going to open up a chance for Misfits to knock down this tower now.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. And not only that, Hansama got himself a kill. That's important for any AD carry.
Oh yeah.
But for a Draven, that's money in the bank.
Did you see how much gold he got?
A lot.
When he cashed in. Super important for him because he's just been sitting there. But you're playing Sion as well. Your ulti is fantastic when it comes to escaping potential ganks. So if Splyce right there are just aware, okay, we're getting a free Dragon, that means they gave up bot side. They can only be top side then. Call that to Wonder, and then 5 seconds earlier, he just ultis out of that lane. Like, he's just out of that lane, gone. Misfits will get the turret, but they won't get the kill. So you just give them like a slightly more gold than they actually were supposed to get. And you take Wonder and you just knock him down a peck when you actually didn't need to.
And speaking of slightly more gold, Misfits have actually found themselves on the up and up. It's only 200, but you know, considering they were down by close enough to 2,000, this game has swung back in their favor for sure.
And Hansama got 726 gold from that kill.
That'll invest quite a lot towards that BF sword that he picked up, and you know, he's got the attack speed boots as well with Berserker Greaves, so you can start chasing people down. That's when you start to get the solo queue flashes. Oh god, he's coming after me. Oh god, he's coming after me.
Okay.
Splyce might be in some trouble.
He is going for the stack. Sorry, I actually just muted myself right there.
That happens.
Yeah, we have the cough button here on the side, so you guys don't have to hear us cough. And then when we talk, if you press that, you mute yourself. And I just did that for some reason. I've only done this for 3 years, Pyro. How would I know?
Yeah, I know. I don't blame you. I'll give you one more free pass.
It is also the trick, if you cast with someone you don't like, you can start muting them.
Exactly. Shockwave is not going to connect, though. Power of Evil was trying to get a catch out. Kakao actually steals away this red buff up top. Misfits are starting to push in a little further, and they have map control this side of the river.
It's been a very interesting start to the game. It hasn't been like insane amounts of kills or anything, but there's been a lot of small attacks on the map against each other, and some of them can be quite difficult to kind of follow because they trade very quickly. It's like you get bot side, I get top side, then they kind of swap it around a little bit. One guy's a little bit out of position, then he gets caught and he dies, or you lose a turret. but it's so even right now. Scaling-wise, whenever you run these double AD carry setups that we see on Splyce, you always have a lot of options in late game fights. You also have a big tank in Sion who's going to stack armor. So that is definitely like a strong enough core to win late game team fights if you are Splyce. But also when you have Orianna, you have late game Draven, that suddenly gives Misfits a lot of chances to win. So I think both teams actually have really good chances of taking late game fights.
Well, we're still in the mid game, and that tower is going to be taken out. Kakao tanks one shot. Alphari takes a second of the curtain call, and Wonder comes train wrecking in, but he doesn't find a target, and they kick him back into the team. Ults on him, and they will take him out. Hans once again with the kill, stands aside. Shockwave pulls in Wonder. Misfits trying to back away. Senkuk stepping forward will not find the kill. It is a 1-for-0, and Misfits get the tower, but they might lose mid.
Wonder, he saw the hero engage. He didn't hit anyone, and then he tried to flash out instantly. Completely backfired. But despite losing the top laner, tower goes down, Pirate. We have to remember Misfits. They don't really have a big tank in the front. Yes, Lee Sin is going to build some tanky items, but you don't really fear him as a tank.
You need to get the catch off first.
Exactly. There's a lot of members here from Misfits who need to respect if they're low on HP, because they will die to like a Jin W or Jin ulti. And a rocket, a big rocket from Corki. And that's why Misfits have to back away if they get chunked in these fights here.
Now let's take a look at how it started again. They seem to be respecting the distance, but when the curtains opened up, they backed off, and Wonder just couldn't find a target.
He couldn't find it, and Senkuk just wasn't nearby. It's a little bit uncoordinated, we have to say. And I like the response from Misfits. Just being like, it's 4v5.
almost died there.
Yeah, now, when you play against Corki rockets, when you play against things like Jin's W, when you're this low, as a support, even as a top laner, and you're a squishy one, you just have to back away. Like, Mithy showed yesterday what happens if you don't back away. And he was also being a nice guy who would tank every skill shot for his team. You end up going 0-6, 0-7. And we don't want to see that on Misfits.
We're not quite in that territory yet. 3-2 in kills as we crest the 20-minute mark. The goal game pretty close, but Misfits, they've been pulling up and ahead and just getting the catches, getting the slightly better trades for themselves, even though objectives have gone back and forth with 3 towers apiece.
That's where you gotta look at farm. You gotta look at the extra Draven gold. That obviously counts. Because 2 kills on Hans Sama. He's already earned 8,500 gold in this game, and Corby is sitting on 7,700. So already a bit of a difference despite being even in turrets, and Corby actually being up in gold. This one, Pyra, what do we got?
Well, this is Splyce. Every single game, they kind of tend to be really swingy at the 20-minute mark. This time they are further down, but it's not as bad as it can be.
So this is the goal leads at 20 minutes, or goal disadvantage, or deficits at 20 minutes.
Splyce just don't seem to be a team that like plays it super even with a few game exceptions. They either snowball the game themselves at about this time, or have a pretty solid lead, or they've just lost a lot.
It swings a lot. Senkuk's trying to block off Misfits and join the team. Kakao's in the pit.
Oh, we could be in for Smite fight right now. Splyce aren't sure if they want this one. It's a tense moment. He sends out the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike. No! He can't secure it as Kobby gets the final shot. Misfits walk away empty-handed. Splyce get themselves the Mountain Drake.
And now Splyce trying to get back towards the mid lane. Don't want to give Misfits the inside track towards that turret, but there are no other minion waves really pushing, giving any team the chance to hit a turret. Baron, 22 minutes in, that's going to be early, and it's 5 members alive as well on the side of Splyce.
That is going to clear out the vision for now. Misfits not playing too over-aggressive, but still, it seems like the game plan, as always when you've got a Draven, feed the Draven, get him up, and with those 2 kills they've gotten him. Still sitting on 2 items right now. The Bloodthirster was second, so he went for the more traditional build path, but the armor is not huge just yet on the side of Splyce. Sion's starting to stack it.
It's just Sion, yeah.
But it's not there.
No, well, let's see. Sion is sitting on 175 at the moment.
They're still shredding through him. I mean, once Ignar has the ult on him, I mean, even that last fight, even though Mickey X had the wild growth, they still were able to take him down.
That might be one of the strategies for Misfits, because they have to take care of the big front line first. But that's always, again, the fun thing I think about the current meta is a lot of comps either has 1 tank or no tanks. And you see, like, the Misfits composition, like, a lot of these picks are very standard, except for really the Draven. Like Jace top with Lee Sin.
And you're not going to pick a tank in that role either.
No, you're not going to pick an AD carry tank. Definitely not. So, I think we see a lot of these kind of comps. They tend to be very hard to play in, like, late game fights, because if one guy gets caught out, he dies really quickly. Where these very traditional big frontline tanks with a support who can disengage behind you are, like, the more standard team fighting comps. But what I like about Misfits comp is the fact that almost every member can carry. So it can be Alphari who has a sick team fight where he gets in from a flank, he gets onto Copy, boom, one shot. It can be the fight where Kakao is the hero, kicks the right guy just into the team. Hansama kites really well on Draven, gets to hit some squishies, like a lot of ways to carry here.
They've got Mickey X and they shred through him instantly. Kakao gets the final kill and they take down Trashy. Hansama flashing away. Ignar had already gone down, but this trade has gone well for Misfits so far. 2 for 1.
And we see why Malzahar is still considered such a good pick. Flash ulti and you guarantee a kill starting the fight. Yes, Ignar died himself, but it was enough for Misfits to get 2 kills.
That's worth, man.
They're respecting the poke again, though. And just want to recall instantly, but now the outer turrets are gone. No one can really easily take down a tower. Like, you have to win a big fight, have a lot of members alive, and then take a turret. Or you have to try and go for one of these river objectives. Oh, this is just a little bit risky by Splyce. They're kind of gambling on, like, where could Misfits be? And just get jumped.
But they just get 2 quick pickups, man. Splyce, they were not respecting where Misfits could be on the map for sure. The vision game has been incredibly important, but it's been split. A lot of it was in the top side. That last team fight, yeah, Alphari definitely was able to put out a lot of damage, but they still managed to get Hans picking up the kills. It's exactly what they want.
It's been 2 fights now where Wonder couldn't really set up a great Sion ulti. The first one, his flank was okay, but then Senkux wasn't there, so he couldn't really fully commit. And then this one, they got jumped, so he had to kind of use their ulti reactively and ends up coming in and forcing a flash from Hansama, which is fine, but not really getting anything else. And we want to see if Wonder can actually nail one of those late game ultis and just force himself in the face of the Draven.
It's going to be critical. I mean, they've still got the Kha'Zix, but Trashy has been a little slow to get up to speed. We haven't seen his impact, minus a gank or 2. And we'll see what happens as the curtains are opened up once again. Kabi sends a couple of shots. They go wide. The 3rd connects onto Ignar. 4th does not. And now they turn back around. Kakao is looking for the kick. He didn't quite get it. Whirling Death tags Trashy and Senkux, and now to Splyce on the retreat path. Wonder is coming up from bottom lane.
We've seen this one before here. Wonder moving from the bottom side. He's going back to his lane with TP. Alphari has been spending a lot of time with the rest of the team here, trying to create catches around Baron. They're starting it now to force a teleport. They're gonna force TP from Wonder. Trashy's down to 50%. This is good.
The ult. Oh, Kakao's just gonna go in and eliminate him instantly. The rest of Splyce, they're showing up here, but let's see if Misfits are able to get away. They're gonna try to back out. The Page Train connects, and Senkux claims the kill. The Baron fights on. Kakao gets the smite down. He safeguards out. They're following through. Shockwave. Everything is going nuts. It's 2 for 2 on the fight. A double kill to Senkux. Hansama is wreaking havoc, and he's trying to stay alive, but not for long. A triple kill for the Corki. And Power is going home, or is he? Ignar turning Mickey X back. Wonder getting a little low in this one, and he is gonna be taken down. He's got no flash, he's got a smash, but he's out of there.
What a great setup by Misfits. Yes, it became a close fight, but I love that Baron call. They chunked Trashy down with a great ulti from Kakao, and they just instantly moved to Baron. They already had the vision set up, and they knew if Kha'Zix showed up, Ignar was on the correct side of the wall. He would just ult him instantly. They would kill him. There would be no smite from Splyce. The mistakes we saw in week 1 and 2 from Misfits around Baron have been fixed completely. This is such a good setup. They know he's low. He steps forward. Boom, Ignar catches him. All planned. Yes, okay, it's a tough fight to win now, but it's still a really good setup in the start.
Yeah, that one definitely looked like it could have been tense, but Misfits executed well. Kakao even lives through this for a minute at least until Senkux finds him around the side. And Hansama, normally when the AD carry's stuck in the pit like that, he doesn't live very long. But
yeah, you tend to focus
shields on him for a while.
But they wanted to kill Kakao first. Power Vivo sadly didn't get anything on his ulti because he actually already killed the Jhin. So first world problems right there. But all in all, the progression from week 1 to week 4 now of Misfits, where they tend to risk the 50-50s so often. This one, no, 100% planned out. And Kakao could just smite it away.
Absolutely, and he can have himself a cackle for sure. Misfits now able to take down Mountain Drake, number 3, second for them this game. There have been quite a lot, so that means they'll be able to shred through towers that much more quicker. With the Baron empowered minions at 28 minutes, things are looking great for this team. I really have to give a lot of credit to the combination of Kakao and Ignar. They have had some serious synergy this game. The moment you see Ignar getting another grasp on, Kakao is right behind him and they finish the kill off.
I agree. The synergy between them and the team is great. We've heard Ignar in one of the interviews already. His English is fantastic. Like, he can actually translate for Kakao as well wherever it's needed. Kakao is still trying to pick up some of the things, but his English for in-game is just fine. And that's one of the things I think it's important to highlight, Pyro, with Misfits is it's 5 good players, but it's also like a really good team around them. I had the pleasure of talking to the analyst, Nasir. Some people might know him from War Room. He's also called Empire. He's the head analyst for them. He's doing a lot of scouting, the pick and ban, all these kind of things. Then, of course, Daku is the head coach. We've seen him on the analyst desk. Might talk more about the last guy after this one.
Ooh, Alfari, he's going to get a knockaway, but Wonder's going to follow him. The smash won't be there. Acceleration gauge, he's going to try to finish him off, kiting away best he can, but the rockets are flying, not connecting. Alfari a little slowed, still managing to dodge. Meanwhile, Misfits, they're up bot side, and they're on Splyce's towers.
Well, can they take the tower down?
Senkux
That's the
gets
question.
the kill, but, I mean, they've lost a tower for it.
They have. Misfits know, okay, we got a turret, but now it's 4v5. Let's step away. Smart call again. But the last guy with the team, I think we have to highlight because it's 3 guys kind of doing the in-game coaching. So we had Nazir, the analyst, Daku, of course, the head coach, and then Paragon, people might know from his time in North America, where he actually was coaching and playing a little bit, is the role coach, a guy who like focused a lot on the laning phase, like the micro things in-game. And that team together seems to be doing extremely well, and the players seem to be very happy with them as well, because we see constant progression in terms of pick and ban phase, understanding the meta, and also fixing mistakes that happen in-game.
Speaking of, Alfari was a little pushed up, but you have to wonder if this wasn't maybe a little more calculated because he lived for just so damn long, and Splyce were meanwhile
poor Wonder also
ends
up missing everything here. Like he ulted straight into the wall, then the Q obviously was sidestepped by Alfari. It's been a tough game for the Scion.
They had to spend an exhaust too.
Yeah, I mean they get the kill, but they were expecting to get the kill instantly and then recall and actually defend the turret.
And that's the story of the game so far. Misfits really pulling ahead after what looked like a bit of a rocky early game. Splyce just not able to match the pressure. And I think it's interesting you point out the infrastructure set up on a team like Misfits because you don't often see teams coming out of Challenger with that level of infrastructure. And this is clearly panned out for this team.
And that's exactly why I wanted to highlight it and why I think it's so important, because if you are a Misfits hater, like I don't know why you would be, but let's say you are, get used to these guys being here. They're not going anywhere. This team is more than good enough to make playoffs, so they're not going to play for relegation. Their organization has already made good investments, like the Miami Heat guys are there helping them. The owner is fantastic. And now we have the great coaching staff around, 5 good players. Like, these guys have the potential to really become a top team in Europe. So just get used to them being here. And I think we should just respect what they're doing, because the game's also very fun to watch.
Absolutely. They play a very entertaining style. And you know, Splyce, they're trying to keep up. They're trying to get back, as we said at the start of the game, to their, Worlds form. And I think a lot of speculation abounded last split about how strong teams generally were in Europe. And Splyce, they definitely weren't inflated as a team.
Right.
But it seems like the growth there just hasn't happened, as Mickey's going to get caught. Oh, wild growth. In comes the Pain Train, not going to land. Deadly Flourish, they're going to separate Power of Evil as he has to flash away. Whirling Death comes in to try and shred through some of the health bars. They pull Wonder in. The curtain call's there. Kakao gets the kickback, and Senkux is not going to be taken down today. Kakao tanking curtain call shots, but they are all out of bullets right now. Wonder still getting shredded through. It's just a poke battle back and forth.
Well, Wonder has hit the point now where he doesn't really die very, very quickly, and actually allowed Splyce to finally win a fight. Yes, they only got 1 kill. And that's sadly for them. Well, there's bot lane. They can actually get bot lane here. It's a massive
They got a big wave.
Kobe's down to 50%. He has to be careful. Alfari with a shock blast will get him very low. But Alfari also respecting it that he might actually get dove on the hit. That's why he steps away. He's not an idiot. He thinks, okay, there's a chance they might walk behind the tower and they're going to kill me. And that's why he plays it very, very safe.
So Splyce managed to find themselves a tower after surviving and winning a fight, or at least pushing everybody back. Let's see it one more time. Started with Ignar, but it ended with a lot of damage.
I think that's the first time we've seen a misused ulti by Ignar here, where the rest of Misfits weren't actually ready to fight it. Kakao is joining now. Alfari is joining from base. Kick is fine onto Senkux, but now you don't have any follow-up, and there's no Malsa ulti to kind of pick that one target you want to kill, and that means Splyce can finally get to play with the tank in the front, the big carries in the back.
It's cool and collected. Splyce were able to do it.
This is still a close game, Pyro.
Oh, it absolutely is. For all we've talked about Misfits, it's only 4,000 gold. It's not a huge difference. The Dragons are comparable. There's an Infernal, by the way, and Baron is back up. Shockwave whiffs on that. Power's not going to have it for a bit.
Oh, this is big here for Splyce. Wonder's going in.
Oh, can't connect on Ignar. Kakao is just riding all the way in to try and get to the tower to defend, but Hansama was caught out, isolated by Trashy, sends the stand aside, and uses every summoner spell to get away. Splyce might take this for a moment to try and bait out Baron.
A lot of cooldowns now here on the side of Misfits. Splyce have almost everything ready except for Flash on Sencooks, and then of course a few ultis here and there, but they can win without them. They're starting this Baron.
The cow is hovering around the side. He does land the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike not going to go because Splyce have peeled off. Redemption
Holy
coming in,
moly.
but they have flashed forward. They've caught Wonder out. Even though with the Wild Growth, he's going to survive through it.
But he's
Splyce
low
trying
now.
to limp away. He's way too low. Their front line is evaporated. Power of Evil has nearly got his Shockwave back, and now Senkook's dodging and diving away from the Sonic Wave. Baron has been thwarted.
Misfits knew they could still take the fight around Baron, but Splyce also knew that a lot of things were on cooldown. So maybe they were hoping to get the proper setup. There was no ulti from Wonder, sadly, to actually start the fight. So they were kind of caught at the Baron. And we got to see this Malzahar just saying, like, you know what, late game, I can just ulti the frontline tank. I don't care, I'm just going to ulti him. I get % damage onto him. My team can then get him low and force him away. And Splyce can't really team fight without Wonder in the front because there's so much damage on the side of Misfits.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of CC too they have to be careful of. You see the QSS is there. Now Splyce, they're going to try to contest on this Dragon. Trashy's here. It could be a smite fight. Looks like that's the case, but Kakao is isolated. They're going to be able to secure with the help of Power of Evil, but holy moly, Ignar just gets shredded.
One kill for Splyce here. They might go back to Baron and try the exact same play we saw before. See if they can force a team fight. Power of Evil's running from base with home guards. Missed that one from Alfari, can be very crucial.
Baron's being taken down pretty quickly here. They have the Mountain Drake available to them.
Kakau's around the
really
corner.
need this one Whirling Death. Kakao is coming around the backside. They just want to hold out.
Detected.
They have to know this is happening. It's going in low. It's going to get
course he
started.
gets it.
Stolen
Of course he
away
gets
from
it.
Kakao. And he gives his life, but Misfits are oh so happy they're going to clean up on this one. Wonder is left for dead. It's just going to be Kabi limping away. What a beautiful steal from Kakao.
We've seen it before, Pirate. We've definitely seen this before here.
This is what I wanted to see when I saw Kakao was joining the EULCS. The guy has had a rough time playing in the LSPL. He did not look good, nowhere near that legendary jungler that we saw back in 2014. But on this Lee Sin today, he's looking good.
Listen, I'm buying into the Kakao hype here, but I just don't want to see so many Baron steals in Europe. We see them so often because teams are kind of gambling it. This one was obviously just really well timed by Kakao, but there was no wards on the side to spot him. There was no one stopping DPS from Splyce. No one was trying to like CC Kakao before he jumped over the wall, whimsy him before he can jump in, like anything. Because Splyce had no wards behind the Baron to actually spot him. Kakao had already used his sweeper to basically have this information, but now, like, you need to have something ready to stop Kakao from jumping in and actually making this one of these Barons that can be stolen. However, that being said, Splyce have been behind. They've been losing a lot of fights. I can't blame them too much for saying, we're just going to gamble here. We finally have a way to stop Baron. Let's just take the gamble. If we win this smite and get the Baron, we can still win the game. If we lose, well, maybe we would have lost anyway.
Well, they did have the 5v4, but it really didn't matter in the end, and Misfits were able to knock down 3 inhibitors after all that. So at 37 minutes, I mean, the gold is just propelled out of control. It's maybe 13 to 10 in kills, but Misfits have all the map control they want. Splyce are going to have to try and play base defense for a little while, but as a 5-man unit, Misfits are moving forward.
Oh, Splyce, at the moment, at the start, thinking about game 2 as well. Not that this game is necessarily completely over. We've seen some very close team fights, but it is getting harder and harder without any inhibs as well.
Here comes
One
the
last time
Scion.
again.
Choo-choo, it's gonna land onto Ignar. He gets the smash, Trashy tags in, but a double shockwave is huge from Misfits as they turn it on. And the fight keeps on going. Wonder, undead, and now re-dead. Whirling Death is gonna shut down Kabi. I think that's game over.
Pyra, I agree 100% because they got a million super minions as well.
Yeah, nothing Splyce can do. It is only Mickey X to stand around and watch the Nexus fall. Misfits, it was a bit back and forth, but they knocked down the Nexus for game 1.
Very, very close early to mid-game here. Teams were trading towers, they were trading kills, but when it came down to the nitty-gritty team fights towards the end that decided this game, advantage Misfits. We talked about their comp, like there's so many members who can carry. Malzahar support is one of the supports where you feel like you really have an impact as well in fights. Like if you pick the correct target, if you flash in, you ult them, and your team follows up, you're like, yeah, I'm the hero right there. I killed that one guy.
And Ignar did quite a lot of that.
And Ignar did a lot of that. But every other member as well had a champion where they could be the big hero in a fight. And that's one of the things we really like here is the fact that Alphari, Kakao, Power Viva, Hansama, Ignar, they can all carry. They can all carry.
That was a great thing. If you can't shut down anybody if you're Splyce. They tried up in the top side. Alphari was like, that's fine. I'm just going to still get my items, keep poking out. And at the end of the day, the one tank in Sion, it just wasn't enough. I liked the draft from Splyce. I really did. But it comes down to, as you said, this nitty-gritty execution.
Yeah, and a Kha'Zix who just didn't have an impact in the late game fights compared to what Lee Sin did.
And that was it. So, Misfits, they've taken game one in this best of three. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down how it all happened.
Thank you so much indeed. A fantastic performance by the Misfits, taking game one by storm. On the other hand, there were a lot of questions about some of the macro decisions that Splyce made. And I actually just want to ask you guys why some of the decisions were made in your mind. And I want to start off with the very early swap that happened from the side of Splyce when they had a huge advantage in the bottom lane and seemingly not a big disadvantage in the top lane with the Jace versus Sion.
For me, it seems like they were actually winning bot lane, so I didn't really understand the swap, why they did it, because they've already set up all the vision around bot side. They have 3 pinks there. And Sion actually has TP advantage in 1 minute. Like, he will have 1 minute window where they can just TP on bot lane and shut down Draven. But here they just decide to go top lane instead and get the turret. I get the idea, they want to get the first turret, but they're already winning bot lane. They can just play around bot instead.
And they leave a lot of things available for Misfits on this. Well, you're not shutting down the Draven by killing him and having the stacks. You're giving them a Mountain Drake. You're giving them the tower. So, well, yes, maybe there's that gold advantage from Tower First Blood, but inevitably, Misfits actually just kind of win out on that, and it gives them an easy way out of what should have been a tough laning phase after they died level 1.
And Memento, you were saying how you think it might have been an automatic response because when we see Shen a lot, bottom lanes decide to swap out to the top lane, but this wasn't the case.
No, I think this was just some kind of instinct by Splyce. I don't actually see the reason behind the lane swap, actually. Because against Shen, you don't want him to hit the level 6 and go collapse on your bot lane. So it makes sense you go towards the Shen instead. But this game, they were actually winning bot lane, they were pushing him pretty hard, they were getting low on the turret. It was easy dive. They just needed to wait for the TP from Sion, and they just make the TP play. And they even had the package from Corki.
So mistake from Splyce there, but no man overboard. It actually was quite even until we got to the team fights.
Yeah, it was pretty even, but then Misfits' good vision control, we were speaking about that before the game, and it allowed them to make proactive plays, and that was the key difference maker is Ignar. This first pick, Malzahar, didn't work in the laning phase, but jumps right onto Mickey X for the kill.
You can tell they're really comfortable on this Malzahar. Ignar just seems to be pulling shots here. Like, he's always catching someone, and they always seem to get an advantage off it.
The thing that kept this game close, though, is at the end of all of these fights that Misfits start, Splyce fire back with a bunch of poke at the end, and suddenly Corki's landing rocket damage, and it did slow Misfits' ability to actually take objectives from that. So that's why Splyce held in on that game for so long. It was just the tail end of the fights didn't go Misfits' way.
They did. If we look at the macro questions, was it the right decision by Splyce early? No. Did they play the fights correctly? Maybe not entirely. Sion did not often get a fantastic engage off, but then it comes to something very, very crucial, objective control in the late game. And this was a very puzzling sequence of events to us. The dragon gets stolen away. And what does Splyce do after?
Well, Misfits, they managed to secure it from Kakao on this. So Trashy uses his smite here and uses it early. And then Memento, we were talking about this. Is this just a knock-on play from just the Infernal Drake?
This is just Trashy getting triggered. He's like, you want to steal my Drake? I'll go right to Nash. Try me there instead. But what I think the idea right here is that they're like, okay, Jhin, he can secure the Nash with the last shot. And that's fine, like, but it's still really risky. You don't need to do this. So Jhin holds the 4th shot and he shoots it just way too late and they burst it at the same time. Senkuk's like, I think there's some miscommunication there. They're not having any synergy on the burst.
And there's no smite, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know you
shouldn't
have
go
to
for
hit
it.
that.
You don't have to go for it.
And the other problem is the old, going into the Baron pit against the Jace. That's got a lot of damage that's firing down on you. The Draven ult was just doing so much damage because Hansama never really got shut down and he just was way ahead on itemization. So stepping into that pit against Misfits is kind of a death sentence for yourself.
Definitely. If we take a step back and we think about Splyce, we said they were mediocre, but they were growing, but now they're up against teams from the other group. Do you think Misfits is just a tad above what they've played so far in the other group or the lower graded teams?
I honestly believe just that Misfits, they play more as a team. They seem all to be on the same page all the time. But Splyce, they look like so uncoordinated this game. Like you saw him engage on mid lane when Sion just ran in, TP'd in. He's engaging like 10 seconds or 5 seconds before his team even catches up. He just ends up dying. Of course, they get the mid turret, which is good. But it's still like, they're not on the same page. That's how I feel.
They don't seem to be. I think with a slightly different draft, Splyce could be okay in game 2 now. As much as the Scion has been played, I think it didn't really fit what Wonder likes to do a lot of the time. He didn't seem comfortable with a lot of the engages, so maybe get Wonder on something that perhaps can carry a little bit more, put a little more damage focus in his hands. We've seen both sides. I think that's where Splyce will be comfortable. I still see them coming in game 2 and getting a win here and evening up the series.
Let's see what happens. In any case, very, very impressed by Misfits in this game 1, and we are going to take a break, but when we return, we will have game 2 between Splyce and Misfits. Don't touch that browser. I'm watching you.
Oh no, Ignar. He's the one who catches Trashy on. Kakao sends the easiest Q of his life. The Baron fights on. Kakao gets the spike down. He safeguards out. They're following through. Shockwave. Everything is going nuts. It's 2 for 2 on the fight. A double kill of Senko's. Hansama is wreaking havoc. Death. Kakao is coming around the backside. They just want to hold out. They have to know this is happening. It's going in low. It's going to get started. Stolen away from Kakao. And he gives his life, but Misfits are oh so happy they're going to clean up on this one. Yeah, nothing Splyce can do. It is only mikyx to stand around and watch the Nexus fall. Misfits, it was a bit back and forth, but they knocked down the Nexus for game 1.
It's
Welcome back. We're in the EULCS where Misfits, their game one, up over Splyce. Fantastic performance for them. You can't fault too much, even if it was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close early to mid game, and then I think we saw that Misfits actually outperformed Splyce in the late game.
Yeah.
And that's something, if we look at Splyce of last year, that would have been very hard to do, because they were super, super good and super clean in the late game. But here, they gamble a lot, obviously with the Baron. It wasn't actually a 50-50. We didn't even notice this in-game. Like, Trashy didn't have Smite at all. So why are you there? Like, why are you trying to rush down a Baron with 4 members
Without
alive?
vision in the back.
Yeah, you
That's
had nothing.
The big problem.
You had no setup. It was just a desperation call. And this calm and collective kind of communication Splyce had last split, and there was one of the things they talked a lot about. We praised them for it. It seems to be gone. It seems to be like almost random calls happening.
When they're not controlling the game, it does seem like a lot of it falls apart, and you have to wonder how that affects the teams in between games. Because Splyce was always known as this team that they could laugh off a loss, but it seems like the way they're playing has changed a little bit, as you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's just there seems to be some miscommunication, and the synergy is not there. So, like, when Wonder is yelling he's going in, Senkux is like, I'm actually not there yet. Like, why are we doing this? I'm like, oh, now I'm here. Now I have to flash out. And then you're like, those are the kind of mistakes a new team is making. A new team will make those kind of, you know, will have these kind of issues. But a team who's been together for a year now, who went to Worlds, it's actually unacceptable that you have communication issues.
Didn't change any players between this last season and now. I think there's definitely some answers for Splyce to try and find. We'll see if they're able to get them. In the pick ban phase, Misfits once again on blue side. Zyra Varus, nothing changing there, and the Ivern.
Well, that's probably Malzahar first pick again. Worked really well for Ignore in the last game.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
All right.
That's for sure. The Lulu ban, though, from Splyce.
That means Camille is open now, and this is what we've seen teams do more and more. They ban 2 of the OPs, and then on the last ban, they throw the curveball. They leave it open, because now Splyce can take Malzahar. They banned away Lulu, which is the very traditional European counter to him, and they were trying to give themselves a power pick without a lot of answers.
So they do give away the Camille, but they grab themselves the Malzahar. They grab themselves, once again, this Kha'Zix for Trashy. But Misfits, Alphari was doing some serious work. I mean, this is a big gamble.
I think if you're Misfits right now, picking Lee Sin again against the Kha'Zix is not a bad thing. Kakao had a better performance outside of the early game compared to Trashy, for sure. Had really good kicks in the team fights. Can still go for preferred AD carry here. I would go Jhin with Varus obviously being banned, but they just played Draven before, so they might actually want to save AD carry for later, so they have the option to play Draven again. Jhin is still considered the strongest one available.
And they can deny it away from Kabi, so what is Splyce going to pick for their last?
Probably Shen right here. Shen is, for many top laners, the go-to answer to Camille.
There
and
it
it is locked in, and yeah, because if you don't pick it now, it gets banned in the next rotation. So what you expect is that you have now matched jungle and you've matched top lane. That means Misfits can either ban AD carries if they feel there are some left they have to get rid of. I'd probably ban Caitlyn, personally, right now. Kobe is a very good Caitlyn player. And if you're Splyce, you're looking to ban out some potential supports that can counter Malzahar, like Tahm Kench, and he actually got banned right there.
And there we go, so that is banned away. Splyce, they built themselves a pretty scary catch composition so far. The Shen combined with the Kha'Zix is something we've seen quite a lot of utilized really, really well, but you have to question what Trashy's going to be able to do in the early game. We didn't see that much out of him last game.
No, it's kind of been the story for him. He had that one gank he pulled off, but then he also had a mistake. And then his team fighting presence on Kha'Zix, not purely because of him, but because Splyce had no team fighting coordination, obviously was super weak. Like, there was nothing we really got to see from that pick that made it a good early rotation. Let's see with the other bans here. You already moved one support. Karma is the other one I'm looking at as a still strong pick, or Thresh. Syndra, funny enough, is both a mid lane choice, but has also been used as a counter in LCK to Malzahar. Very mixed success.
Yeah, it's also a Power of Evil choice.
It
too,
is.
So you can kind of cover all those things. I'm a little more interested in this Sivir ban that Misfits had taken away. Let's see if they continue the trend of AD carries. They actually removed the Ashe.
See, I think Splyce are okay with this. I don't think they care too much about Sivir Ashe being removed when Kate is still open. You can even still go Corki again. And I think Corki Shen, that is the kind of combo that just makes me so happy to look at. Because then you have package at like 8 minutes, or like level 8 for Corki. Like, that's roughly the time where you can start using it properly. And then you have Shen ulti and it's just a party in the bot lane. Like, you're just gonna destroy whoever is down there. This is the Caitlyn pick we mentioned. I really don't think Splyce care about those 280 carry bands.
All right, so Misfits go back to the Orianna, and now their last pickup. We'll see what they decide to take for support. Unless we see something wacky like the Ori support, but I don't think so.
Well,
oh, wait just a minute.
Talking about other supports that have been used in LCK.
There's a zillion of them.
Yeah, they've also been used against things like Malzahar. Zillion.
Oh, boy.
Obviously, you know, makes a lot of sense. You know, he ultis a guy. Well, Zillion ultis the same guy. And then, hey, we just nullified your ulti.
All right.
And you traded.
So the Rise gets locked in final. That makes it all the way through the pick and bans for Splyce. All right. Who do you like out of these two compositions?
Well, it's hard to dislike a Camille composition. It's also hard to dislike a Camille composition where the Camille can dive into the enemy backline and get a Zillion ulti in the late game to just make sure there's 2 Camilles. To give her GA, there's 3 Camilles right now you have to deal with. But I think Splyce's composition has a lot of answers against it. It's the same thing. They leave Camille open, they pick Shen against it very, very often, and then it's like, yeah, we can keep this top lane even, and then we snowball bot lane. Like, snowball bot as much as possible. It's not the package from Corki, but it's a Rise ulti instead. Works almost the same way. So I think Splyce have a very, very strong comp here, with a very clear way to play out the mid game of bot lane is our focus with Shen ult and Rise roams. And it's all gonna try. They're gonna try to make sure this really hurts for Misfits bot lane here.
Well, they'll need it if they want to fire back in game number 2. They're finding themselves down 1 already, but composition's never really something we've questioned for Splyce, at least not in quite a long time, but it's execution. Can they pull it off?
Really is.
Can they trust Trashy to this Kha'Zix once again? Can they deliver the submarine Shen? Can they dominate the lane? So many questions, but we're gonna have answers soon enough, Deficio. We're gonna be loading up into game number 2, and if you guys at home on Twitter want to weigh in on this one, go over to @Esports. You know the hashtags, hashtag SBYWin or MSFWin. But for now, we're loading up onto the Rift. Game number 2, Misfits and Splyce. Let's see who takes it.
Well, Misfits look good in the first game. Can definitely get a 2-0 here. Alfari is a carry top laner. He's one of those top laners, whenever the meta rolls into Maokai and Nautilus and Poppy, he kind of cries. Because yes, he can play them, but he's known for his carries, his strong laning phase, his ability to take over a game. So the fact that he's getting Camille, the fact he got Jason the last game, that heavily benefits him as a player.
And we have seen this matchup play out yesterday, in fact, with G2 and H2K. And even though it was very even between the Camille for a while, eventually got rolling, was able to just take out towers, side pushing. Misfits once again find themselves with a lot of options.
We're looking at 2 items on Camille, and then suddenly Shen will actually have to just completely back away in trades. Titanic Hydra and Trinity Force are the 2 huge ones for Alfari in this game. But yes, it does take a bit of time before you get there. And that's where Splyce have the openings. They have the chance to camp bot lane, play around bot lane, get a gold advantage, and do what we've seen some teams do so far against Camille. Just shut down the rest of the team. So she doesn't have the time to take over the game because you're losing on the other side of the map and you're losing multiple towers, objectives, and suddenly it's too late for Camille. But there's always a chance they stay even and Camille then gets her 2 items and she wins the game.
I think we definitely have to keep an eye on where Trashy sends his Kha'Zix this time. Once again, criticizing him for maybe not having enough ganks in the early game or not getting enough done on the other side of the map.
Fair.
I mean, also, Kakao was really on point that last game, and we'll see if he continues that trend or not.
Now, obviously, jungle is super important in this meta, like almost every single game, but with the comp Splyce runs, I think the jungle has less impact. Mickey is taking some aggressive trades here.
Wow, Hans, instant exhaust onto him. They have to spend summoner heal, so those 2 summoners are traded. As the Voidlings come in under tower, Hans, Sam, and Ignar have to be a little careful. We're seeing this push in once again. It's kind of to be expected against Kaelin, but then Jhin has some range too.
Yeah, Zillion early laning though, while his bombs have like decent enough base damage, it's very hard for him to do like bomb W bomb because it costs so much mana for him. And very often he has to kind of surrender a lot of the lane pressure and he just needs to get his level 6. And he obviously becomes very good in team fights with his ulti.
Yes, he does.
With his speed up, or even slow down, whatever it is you decide to use it on. But as I said before with Trash here, I feel like this comp from Splyce does not rely on him too much. Because it's about getting level 6 Shen, it's about having a Ryze who can roam. So obviously you need the jungler around the mid lane for pressure and so on. But I don't feel like Trashy has to go off in the early game for Splyce to win here, or for Splyce to snowball. Because they have very strong lanes overall, and a global from top lane that is used to further snowball this bottom side. And none of that actually, again, really impacts or is focused around Trashy specifically.
Yeah. Or maybe the difference then is to focus on Kakao and see if he spends more time bottom lane. Last game, we saw him really committed to the mid and the top side. He kind of left Hans and Ignar to fend for themselves until the swap happened.
Yeah, I think it's hard to gank a Zillion lane unless they're really overextending and not respecting ganks at all, because realistically Zillion is going to have slow into double bomb as his way of setting up CC, but so rarely does that actually fully connect if people are aware they might get ganked. Now Trashy's on top side. You can gank Camille early, but she does have a lot of mobility with her E, and that is what makes it difficult. You gotta land the taunt just when you enter the lane as a jungler, and then combine that. Kakao might try something in the bottom lane.
Spinging for it, making moves. There's no wards this time around. Kabi does not see him. They move forward for Ignar. Mickey's a little low. Hansama looking tasty right now. The bombs are on, and they will get the stop up. Kakao lands the Sonic Wave, will go in on the resonating strike, but he's a little low. He's going to have to safeguard out, and Hansama cannot finish the kill. He himself is low. No heal. Has to burn flash. Kakao's out of there. Ignar was coming around the side.
So Kabi just traded his flash for 2 flashes on Misfits. Right there. Very aggressive flash forward on the Caitlyn. This is one of the things we talk about, how it can be difficult to gank for a lane like this very early on. Also because Ignar was poked very low in that trade. He sacrificed his own HP to pop the passive on Malzahar, but then took a ton of damage in return from all the Void Blinks, and he couldn't really join the gank after. And the Kakao ends up having to blow his own flash. While Trashy was topside, he's just gone back to base and now is going to return to jungle. Good for Splyce that the bot lane doesn't fall behind, because they really want this Caitlyn Malzahar lane to win. Hit level 6 and just go aggressive.
Well, they can have some help from Sencooks. He's built himself up a farm lead, and with Trashy, he's going to go a roaming into the jungle. Kakao, meanwhile, up towards the top side to see if he can get a gank off onto Wonder, but he's going to get spotted by that ward. Alfari's already on top of him, though. There's the taunt away, and he has to burn flash, but Wonder is out of there.
Good gank from Kakao. Very active on the map, as we always expect from him. Honestly, Sin got Wonder's flash, but I think Wonder is going to be okay, unless there's going to be a return gank. Camille at level 6 is a very strong diver. She can obviously tank turret first and then use her ulti to kind of reset the aggro. And that's something you might see from Misfits here, if they can get Wonder down a little bit. But that's where, again, it's like you're kind of fighting against the clock if you're both teams. Because if you're Misfits and you're like, yeah, let's go dive the Shen. If you're a little bit too slow, then Shen has already ported to the bottom lane and your bot lane is dead. And the same thing for Splyce. If they're too slow with setting up a bot lane dive, then Misfits is going to go up and kill the Shen in time. So both teams are kind of racing against the clock here.
Yeah.
And it's the top laners who ends up most likely being super, super important.
It's very tense, very close in the early game, even though we don't have any kills just yet. Trashy, Mickey are going to be moving towards this side of the dragon. Not going to go for Ignar as he wandered through the brush. Ward was thrown down, pings onto Kakao, so they know he's here. Bombs to try and deter Trashy. He's going to pick one up and still be able to clear the vision away, or clear the ward that was disabled away. Mid lane, still an advantage here for Sencooks. He has the farm lead over Power of Evil. He's really kept him down by about 7 or 8 CS. It's up to 10, but of course there's a wave moving and Power's going to pick a bit up there.
Yeah, but now we're going to see this thing where Sencooks will push in the lane. He will look to walk down where he has this control ward just in the brush right next to him. It's actually getting pinged by Kakao right now. But normally you want to have that control ward, so you step down as Ryze, you threaten a dive on the bottom side, and you kind of force Misfits to play passive. Kakao found the ward though, killed it, and nothing is really happening here. We're waiting for a few more levels. Good ulti.
Shockwave, they pulled him in. They're going to go for Sencooks. Instant exhaust. He kicks him away, and Trashy tags his way in. Now the Realm Warp is not going to get taken. A lot of trades, still no kills.
Very quick call in there from Wonder.
Hold on, Alfari. Wonder's not got flash. The sweep is not enough damage. Alfari can't finish the job for now.
Alfari used ulti to stop Shen from leaving the lane on top side and try and take him down after. That's why we didn't see the Ryze take his own portal and actually continue the gank. Simply because Wonder had already called, he was getting interrupted.
So Kakao will still be able to grab himself a red buff, but meanwhile down on the bottom side, Kabi and Mickey continue to peck away at this tower. Landing still a little difficult here against this very pushy bottom lane. Have to be careful. A lot of vision invested by Splyce. in this river.
Yep.
Close to the bottom side.
And obviously just from top side, assuming Alfari just jumped in with E, interrupted the Shen, then ulted him, try and force him down in HP. Now that there's no flash, and that's why Alfari couldn't finish the kill. And if you're wondering what he's maxing on the Camille against Shen, Stress highlighted this yesterday. It was something Alfari talked about on the analysis, where he likes to max E in this matchup here to get a bit more burst damage when he does jump in on the Shen. Also because Shen can block the auto attacks and Qs with his own W. Like when he puts up that little beautiful blue circle around him, you're obviously not going to connect any of those autos. And then the E suddenly has more value because you can just jump in and actually hit him for a bit of extra damage.
But for now, they're just going to be trading farm back and forth as Wonder goes and secures some more vision. The game continues to be all about who can cover their lanes the best. Kabi and Mickey clearing away vision in the tri-brush. Still, Misfits aren't going to push out too hard. It's a very even game on gold. 9 minutes in, still no first blood.
But it's going to explode. It has to. Because both teams have so clear ways they can snowball. Misfits, dive top lane, take top tower. Splyce, dive bot lane, take bot tower. Like, there's so clear ways both teams can open up the game, and at some point, one of the teams will pull the trigger.
All right, here we go. It looks like we're going to start seeing Splyce make the move up top side. Nope, they juked me out. I'm sad now.
They definitely juked. So what Trashy wants to do now is secure vision for Senkooks in mid. Because that allows Senkooks to push his lane without any fear of getting ganked. And then Senkooks can leave his lane and start going towards the bottom side for dive. Or maybe if they want to surprise Misfits, go for the top lane kill on Alfari. But that one is going to be much harder to pull off. So that's why if you look at the minimap, boring, yes, but still important. Double control ward in the river from Splyce. That is an easy path for the Rise to move. It means whenever he kills the wave and he steps to the side, Misfits will ping it. Like right here, Power will just ping, being like, he's here. There's a chance he's moving to the river. Careful, careful, careful. And bot lane, can't push. Misfits bot lane, that is. They have to be like, all right, maybe Rise is coming with Shen ulti. Let's step back, we're not gonna go anywhere. So you see how every lane is impacted depending on who's pushing first in other lanes. And that's how professional play works, is why it's always like, it's all three lanes working together, even when they're not actually standing next to each other.
As a result, that vision is just so important. Power manages to clear one control ward. Kakao is going to find another. Power's moving up towards the top side, but he was also spotted as well.
Yeah, this is the top lane play that Splyce knows will happen, which is why the ward was placed on top side from Senkooks to spot this.
There's the hook shot. Tack sweep comes in. Wonder, he cannot get away from this one. He won't be able to flash out of it. So the shockwave for a stylish first blood.
You know what, Pyre? That is just silly. Like, he walks over a ward to top side. There's the one play Misfits can do is go top right there. How on earth does Wonder end up getting caught out?
And Kakao, he tries to get the pick off onto Senkooks, and he backs out. And more to your point, it seems like it's more of the same. Splyce were fixated on trying to make this cross-map play, and Wonder was left in the dust.
But like, again, they saw him literally walk from mid lane as Orianna to the top lane. I don't know, whatever.
It's still going on. Kakao, he's going to be stopped up. He is actually going to go down, or is he? Because Ignar threw down the chrono shift. He might get taken again, but the flash, he's not going to go down. That is going to be Mickey biting the dust. And it ends up being Misfits that claim one kill.
And this is now where Misfits get a huge advantage. We talked about how clear it was for both teams how to open up the game. One team top side, one team bottom lane. Well, when Misfits can walk from mid, pass the ward with Orianna, go top and get a free kill on Shen, and then also defend the potential play in the bottom side because Shen wasn't ready to join earlier because he was dead, then you get everything now as Misfits. You get 2 kills, you defend your bot lane tower for now. It's still low, you have to respect that, it will die very soon, but you just got 2 kills where you weren't actually supposed to have a lot of answers. And that's where you praise Misfits, but damn, you also have to be critical of such a simple mistake from Splyce.
Yes, you do. Wonder was sensing there might be something happening to him once again. Kakao was there. He backs off, but so far 2-0 in favor of Misfits.
Get it, Kabi!
Kabi needs one more auto attack. He gets tower first blood. The gold's close to even once again. But let's take a look at how this went awry for Splyce.
Yeah, this is still fine for Splyce, but if they had Shen alive earlier, they could have set up a dive and actually used the Shen ulti. Now they're still fighting 3 members only. Here's the Rise joining. This is a very late, way too late Shen ulti coming in, and really good response here by Misfits. They know they're gonna lose the tower, but they just want to get some kills. Parvivo, wave clear ulti mid.
And
go for
there's the
Wonder.
dive. On to Wonder once again. They got Kakao, they got Hansama. Wonder is going nowhere. He might have the flash, but it doesn't matter. Tag sweep, double taunt. He's going to flash away now. Hook shot, and they finish him off. Kakao.
It's not over yet, Pyra here. Everyone from Splyce on top side.
Ace in the hole onto Alfari, tanked up by Kakao. Trashy looking to sink the fangs in. It's not going to be enough, or is it? He turns around, hook shot, wall dive. No, Kabi gets the kill. Kakao going low, but he claims one for himself. They're right under tower, and that is going to be the ult from Ignar. Mickey's gone down. Hansama tanking. He's evaporated, and this is turned to chaos. Realm Warp incoming, and they bring Senkux and Kabi. It's not over yet. Try to turn. Now a Kakao on a spree. Kabi isolated, and the damage from command attack is just too much. Power of Evil with the third.
And we just have to say it, Pyra here. Misfits, they're outplaying Splyce in every single skirmish we've seen in this game here. This all started with Misfits attacking top side. They were between two turrets. Everyone from Splyce came from mid lane to try and defend it, and they still lost that skirmish.
Well, you said it yourself, Deficio. This game could blow wide open, and boy, did it up in the top lane. So now, just taking stock of it, Kakao's got 3 kills, Power's got 3 kills. Alfari's well on his way to that 2-item power spike you were saying with the Triforce completed, but it all started very simply with a collapse onto Wonder.
Yeah, so this is again a really good setup by Misfits, and Wonder, as we highlighted in game 1, has a tendency to stay too long. Either it's miscommunication from the team or just him thinking he can actually stay and buy more time. So he goes down, Trashy uses all his mana, and 4 members of Misfits staying together, so it's actually not really a numbers advantage for Splyce at any point in this skirmish here, because Power Evil joins from mid, and obviously Wonder was already dead. So despite fighting near the turret, because Misfits were staying together, no one actually got picked off, and they were always able to trade damage. Whenever you hit my teammate, I hit your teammate. And in the end, with Power Evil joining, him being full HP on Orianna, and Kakao playing like a monster, Misfits win this trade here.
Yeah,
and
they do.
We have to, again, like look at Kakao, and we have to compare him against, you know, Trashy. In this situation, game 1, it was heavily in favor of Kakao, especially in late game team fights. This early game as well, he's been on fire.
He absolutely is. I mean, and this just kind of highlights how startlingly different we've seen the performance from these junglers. Kakao is just so much more active on the map, and he doesn't really fall behind in gold either.
No, and one thing you guys will notice on this graph here is the first one where it says Team JP. That means Team Jungle Proximity, which highlights how often is Kakao near a teammate, like near their lanes. How often is he actually like setting up potential ganks? 46%. Much higher than what Trashy had, and Kakao is the jungler in Europe with the highest team jungle proximity. He's insanely active when it comes to getting into these lanes here, either ganking or helping with vision, teaming up for roams. He's almost always spending time with a teammate, and very rarely just sitting and farming.
And he's also been able to outfarm just in general, so he hasn't had too much trouble overall. I know jungle farm statistics are a little bit different when you get different gold values for those creeps, but he has still been able to keep far and ahead, and you can see how comfortable he is on this Lee Sin. I mean, this is a champion that, when he was in his prime, he really made a name for himself on.
Definitely agree. It's hard to have anything bad to say about.
Yeah. Hey man, the insect kick almost could have been called a Kakao kick.
Don't take that away from my boy Insect.
It's been a long time.
He suffered enough. Suddenly he was a top laner. Then he wasted his time in China as well. Actually, he had a good year where he made it to Worlds, but still.
I know you're bummed, but Deficio...
he's gone now. Man, I miss him.
If I can give you some words of wisdom to bring you up, in the words of your favorite Super Bowl halftime performer, don't be a drag, just be a queen. But Misfits are playing it out probably in a good way. Yeah?
Not about that one.
Story time.
It was actually Kakao who was part of moving Insect out of the jungle. Season 3 for KT. Kakao joined as a jungler, and that's when Insect transitioned into a top lane. And then obviously the year later, Kakao kind of left the KT Bullets and joined the KT Arrows instead. So I mean left, he just swapped teams, sister team. And became like the MVP in the summer split, and also won OGN. So some crazy good years for Kakao. And then went kind of downhill in China, but he's looking good so far in Europe.
That's absolutely true. And you know, he's a guy that's had far and away the most experience, not only on this Misfits roster, which, you know, there's some new players and some old, but also out of the Splyce boys too. I mean, this is a guy that's played himself, you know, combining his LSBL time and everything in Korea and China, well over 200 career games.
So you have to give it to him. He definitely has the experience to make the plays, and he's showing up here today. 2K gold advantage now for Misfits as we get close to 18 minutes.
And now we want to see 2016 Splyce. Because we talk a lot about Misfits, there's a lot of positive things to highlight in this game as well, where they're outplaying Splyce in a lot of these early fights here. But now I want to see that team who had great mid-game shot calling into a fantastic late game, where they could out-macro a lot of teams and they could out-team fight a lot of teams. We have not seen it this year. But if they're going to take anything from this series, then they have to show that Splyce. And it's starting right now. We're 18 minutes into the game. You cannot fall further behind against the Camille. So Splyce, it's time to wake up.
Well, Splyce were also that team in 2016 that very rarely had a gold lead at this point of the game. We talked about the shot calling, the objective play. That's what got them back in, but they very rarely would win their lanes. Let's see if they can capture some of that magic again. Right now, it's Misfits who are sieging up middle. Sencooks making his move. Lot of Splyce vision as he sends the party portal for the escape. Doesn't want to get collapsed on by Misfits.
And that's one of the things here now. Splyce kind of lost that very, very easy opening where they could dive bot lane and kind of snowball that way, where Wonder just had to stay alive top because of some of their miscommunication and Wonder overstaying. So now it's really hard to set up the 1-3-1 split push because Rise is not insanely strong compared to what's on Misfits side, and Shen is obviously behind. So you don't actually right now, if you're Splyce, have a lane that is dominating. A lane you're just going to be like, no matter what happens in that lane, I know my guy is going to win it. Rise is still strong in a split push, but he's just not far enough ahead to take over the game. And that means Splyce will actually be forced to teamfight their way out. And that is what Misfits composition wants to do with Orianna, with the Zillion support. Like, they want to teamfight against Splyce. Camille is this split pusher who is a strong split pusher, but also a fairly strong team fighter. That was kind of, again, the mix between, or the idea behind it was that mix between a split pusher and a team fighter at the same time, so she can definitely join and have impact.
Absolutely. Splyce, though, they're looking to pick up some quick gold. They're not able to collapse on that turret fast enough, and the cow coming around the side means that they're going to back away for now. You said the Rise is not up to speed, but you know, when you do see a late game Rise, when you do see this game getting into the later stages, he's going to have a big impact. The question is, will it be enough if Alphari stays on the up and up? The Power of Evil's damage starts to snowball out of control. The guy's 3-0 on Orianna already.
Yep. I'm not concerned about Rise not getting to late game. I'm concerned about the rest of Splyce getting punished for trying to give the farm to Sencooks. They're going for Power of Evil.
Flash, they're onto Power, and in comes Trashy! Tries to get the kill, but Ignar was quick on the trigger finger this time. They finished the second time around. It's Wonder that secures the kill. And Sencooks looking to chase down now. Splyce have found an opening. Should be able to fire down the turret.
And that's what we want to see from Splyce here. What a great response. Just instant flash ult from Mickey on the Malzahar into a Caitlyn trap from Copy. So even with the Zillion ulti, it didn't matter. This
really?
is a 20-minute Baron. We've already looked at both junglers. They have Smite, but this is still risky.
Oh, it is. And in Kakao, we've seen what he was able to do before. The curtain call's been opened up. Splyce are backing away from this one. They tried to peel off and collapse, and Wonder's going to have to tank. Alphari isolated. The Void Spikes are there. He turns back around. Silence, double onto Kakao and Ignar, but bombs are being chucked, and now Wonder is thrown in the Camille cage. Let's see if they can take him down. He's going to have to taunt over the wall, or no, he's going to have to taunt back into Alphari. Ace in the hole, Kakao trying to intercept, can't do it. But nobody from Misfits goes down.
You have to wonder if Splyce couldn't have taken that mid lane turret instead of trying a very greedy 20-minute Baron. In the end, Misfits stopped their attempt, didn't even use anything really. 4 flashes still available, because Splyce knew as soon as they were contested, they had to just back away. Power Weaver here, getting caught. He actually tries to step in and put the ball behind the turret, and then Mickey just instant boom, flash into Caitlyn trap. Good setup from Splyce.
They tried for the chase again, but as you said, very greedy Baron call, and that's kind of been a hallmark of Splyce this series.
Yeah, why not just take that free mid lane turret instead?
They could have close to equalized the gold or gotten a lot closer to it anyways and opened up more of the mid. That would have made it easier to set up for Baron a few minutes later.
Because we have to remember the main wave clear on the side of Misfits is Orianna, and it was Power of Evil who just died at that turret. It would have been Hansama charging up his ulti as kind of the way to stop the turret from going down. Maybe could have stopped it, but Splyce at least could have gotten some damage on it.
Yeah.
And in the end, yes, Misfits, they lose a member, but everything else kind of stays the same.
Yes, indeed. So Misfits definitely looking good. Up a game, up in gold. Splyce making a few questionable decisions, but they have been able to get catches. They have been able to do exactly what they need to as Kakao
sends a Sonic Wave a little wide, and Suncook's immediately senses it. Whiz by his ear, he's going to walk back under tower. A lot of vision here for Misfits up in this top side. They want to make sure this Baron is lit up.
And this mid lane is just the most important thing in the game right now, because we're still waiting for Titanic Hydra.
Oh boy. Oh, Shockwave. They deterred him for a second. He's going to go down, but he had the Chrono Shift on himself. Kakao is covering. So Splyce, they're going to trade some ultimates. Ace in the hole. Not tanked by Kakao, but Ignar's fine.
And as I just said, this mid lane is being super important, and we see Splyce again fight for control in there, because we're waiting for 2 items on Camille for her to start really taking over the side lane. He's not there yet. Ryze obviously is not able to really destroy anyone in his side lane, so mid lane control is everything for Splyce, because that's what buys them time. If they can push in mid, put offensive traps from Cobby, they stop Misfits from being able to play aggressive themselves. Misfits have to constantly wait for their mid then, be afraid of losing the turret, and that buys time for Ryze to scale up as well. Problem is just Alfari gets the same amount of time, and that's where it can get really tricky for Splyce.
Trashy coming in, trying to make the tricky play himself. We'll see, the trap line is going to make it hard for Misfits to make anything happen up the middle. Still, you can see they're trying for a 1-3-1 if possible, but Camille on the bottom side, as you mentioned, good at split pushing, good at team fighting too. And he's sitting on the Tiamat on top of the Trinity Force, so he's got some more wave clear available to him as Hansam is clearing out in the top. Wonder is going to be taking the 1v1 for now. Attack sweep on Alfari. He's going to keep on moving forward. The wave clear's there, but he doesn't want to dive under turret just yet. Not with the threat of the Shen.
When we talk about Splyce, you know, playing that late game style we saw last year, and I mean, let's be real. This goal lead is almost nothing. We've seen way bigger comebacks. Just a week ago, we saw the Patriots have an insane comeback.
It all comes back to it.
And if you are a Falcons fan, you are still crying.
Well, we'll see if the Splyce fans at least can be happy here as Kakao gets caught for a second, is able to QSS out of it. And then they knock down the turret in the mid. So Misfits are going to win that war of attrition, trying to push the gold lead, but it's still a meager 2,000 and some change. I mean, we're 25 minutes into this game.
That's huge, though, getting mid lane tower. If you play Jhin against an AD carry without a turret behind her, your ulti covers the entire mid lane. That forces Cobby to really respect the range of Jhin when it comes to like fighting for that mid lane control. And he needs backup all the time. He has it right now. Everyone is actually around mid at the moment.
Still important, but look, Wonder in the bottom side. He's trying to push out himself. Nobody there to match him, but there's not a lot of minions just yet. It's starting to build up. So Wonder is looking to build that wave, but it's a 5v4 for the moment. He can always teleport in to change those odds. Voidling's trying to push back, but Misfits, they will not be deterred as they secure some vision, or clear the vision, I should say. Still very tense mid-game in the mid lane.
I'm really just waiting to see like how Splyce is going to try and really claw their way back. There's still this battle against time due to Camille and her ability to just take every single side lane turret. Seeing as for, I'm still not sure what reason we decided to give her a Q ability that can be activated twice that works on turrets. So she effectively gets 5 auto attacks when everyone else gets 3 auto attacks, and that's time span. And it just means the tower late game just dies in seconds. And that's the problem for Splyce is, yes, it might be even enough now, but it's only going to get worse in this side lane. And then it's all on Cobby and Sengoku to like win late game team fights.
Absolutely.
But I don't think Kate and Ryze have necessarily a big enough advantage over things like Jhin or Orianna that it's enough for Splyce to say, yeah, we can just play for late game and we're going to win.
Well, and the gold is just so vastly different if you look at some of those guys too. I mean, Power of Evil's got 15, 16,
I think Yamato can stop working right there.
Yeah, he's taking the blue steel shot. That's okay. You know what that's all about, huh, Martin?
I love me some blue steel.
Yes, indeed. Always looks good. Splyce, you know, they have some chances to look good themselves here. They can fire back, but as you said, it's going to be difficult. Ryze can get big late. Caitlyn can as well, but there's still a lot of power to contend with on the Misfits side. Dragons has not been a very important objective this game when you've got only Cloud and Ocean to contend with. So Misfits, they picked up one that was pretty free, but it has been much more contested around that Baron side of the map.
Very true. I agreed with myself yesterday when I was watching the show from home.
It's good you agree with yourself.
Yeah, I love to agree with myself, but I agree with myself. I do not want to talk about what some of these dragons can do when they're not relevant. So I agree with you, Pyro, right there. Alfari.
2v1, he's gonna knock Sengoku out of it, but he walks right back in, and Alfari trying to hook shot away, dodges away from the taunt, and Misfits are onto the Baron, but this is dangerous.
Yeah, Wonder can still TP. Senkox is trying to stop recalls from Alphari so he can't teleport.
Misfits got to back away from this one. Take the smart move. Too many traps to dance around, too many members of Splyce to deal with.
So Splyce got a flash from Alphari, stopped the Baron, pushing for mid lane turret here. I actually quite like that gank in the bottom lane
Power's
from
got an ult.
Senkox.
Not going to use it. Curtain call open. Oh, teleport around the backside. See if they can find a catch. Kakao kicking Kabi away instead of into the team, and Mickey X is going to get the Shen shield on, but they take him down first. Teleport now expended. He's coming in, but is it going to be just too late? We'll see. He comes around the side looking for Kakao. Gets interrupted. Wonder now isolated as the rest of the team is not quite there just yet. Bombs on. Not enough damage to finish the job, but they keep on chasing Flourish's dodge. But Wonder's gone down to Hansama. It's a 2-for-0.
Splyce finally thought they had the upper hand when they were pushing for that mid lane tower, but then the crazy Zilean flank with the Lee Sin, fair enough, but I like the Zilean flank more. Comes in here from Misfits, starts the team fight. And as we talked about in Champ Select, whichever target Mickey is trying to ulti, well, Ignite just pops his ulti, Trashy's
Speaking
dead.
of ultis, Trashy wanders right into it, and Senkox turns into a plethora of Misfits members. They take him down and back to business on Baron.
4 games in a row where I've been very impressed with Misfits' ability to secure Barons. They are not risking anything. They have vision behind the Baron. They catch out the enemy jungler. They stop the enemy team from actually trying to get some kills or maybe stealing the Baron, and then they secure it. Their shot calling around this key objective has really improved, and it's paying off because they are looking to go 4-0 now. If you look at the last 2 series they played. Look at his Zilean flank. Screw the Lee Sin, it's just a Zilean flank.
Teleport didn't hurt either. Kakao bought really a lot of time, and I mean, the impressive thing, they melted through the Shen shield, prompting the teleport after the fact, and he was just a little late.
Yeah, and it's really hard for Splyce to fight here because Wonder ends up coming in when the fight is technically already over. So he just joins and has to run away. Senkox hasn't been able to enter the fight properly on the side. And this 1-3-1 comp that has fallen behind, as we highlighted so often, Pyre, and we talked about so much in this game, it's just really hard then to do a whole lot. You can't really split push. You can't really win team fights easily either. And everything is just in Misfits' favor. 2 items now on Camille. Hydra is completed.
They can start knocking down these towers for sure. So that will be the bottom. It's their 4th of the game, doubling what Splyce have managed to get. Trap line, they're going to 2-step through it, but Wonder and Trashy are looking to collapse around. They have a lot of damage. Still, they've sighted him out. Party Portal is going to be taken around the backside. Mickey was delivered. He's on to Ignar. They try to take him down, but Power gets Mickey. Trashy comes just as goes too late. He's going to be locked up by the Shockwave. Alphari and Kakao around the side as Hansama blows through Trashy's health bar. And they should be able to take this turret.
We've seen Zilean flanks. We've now also seen Malzahar flanks. They just sent in Mickey on his own. We're like, you go, boy.
I don't think the Malzahar flank was that effective, if I'm honest.
Get in there. I do like the fact he targeted the Zilean so he couldn't ult himself. Problem is there's like a lot of fed carries around you. Because once again, Misfits have a composition where all 5 members can actually carry some of these fights.
Splyce just don't seem to have the same number of options. Their base is being broken open at 31 minutes. The game has gone topsy-turvy for them. They find themselves in a 10,000 gold deficit. Oh man, if they could mount a comeback, that would be a hell of a turnaround.
Would you say the Super Bowl turnaround?
It'd be pretty super. Let's go with that.
It would definitely
let's see this again. I don't know if this was so super.
Send in the Malzahar. Mickey's like, whoops! Does get the ulti down. Trade 1 for 1. However, there's nothing really left to do here for Splyce. They're sending in the support.
I mean, what do you expect? Power of Evil, like, sends a Q and an auto, and he's got a Death Cap, a Luden's Echo, and a Merlinomicon. I mean, that guy's got damage.
Yeah,
that's why he's 516.
650 AP, 30 minutes into the game for Power of Evil.
On the other hand, Senkox does have his Seraphs. He's starting to roll up, but it is just looking too little too late.
Give me the Orianna in a late game team fight. I'm just saying, just give me the Orianna here. Give me the Ryze if I want to split push and if I want to dive. But I'm not looking to do that. I'm looking to team fight here. And that's why the Orianna is doing great for Misfits.
This is the thing, too. It's not just generally a good team composition for them, but as you were mentioning in the last game, sometimes the pocket picks pay out. For Power, this is huge. This Orianna is such a comfortable choice for him. From Kakao, it's the Lee Sin. And they're really making some serious work. Not only that, Alphari has been able to get his hand on 2 carries this series. Honestly, Splyce have kind of handed the tools to Misfits. They needed to close this out.
I think Splyce's comp had the tools to win this game, and I understand what they were drafting against the Camille. They just simply misplayed it early to mid-game. And that's the thing. It's sad, you know, to see. A lot of the cool things we talked about, you know, with Misfits in Game 1, those were the exact same things we said about Splyce last year. New organization who came in, invested in infrastructure, very serious professional organization with their owner, that great passion, and we really liked what they were bringing to the table, and we were looking forward to watching them grow, and we did watch them grow. Now I'm just sad that we haven't watched them, you know, continue, because they have taken a step back, a big step back.
Definitely be a lot of thought, a lot of soul searching to do after the series for Splyce. Their base is in shambles at the moment. Senkux is not going to take the portal, but they're going to try for a desperate charge here to see if they can melt through Power of Evil, but he's got a chrono shift and he's not even taken down. Wonder is going to get locked up. Alfari with the cage is able to take out Senkux. The rest of Splyce are just getting melted. Alfari 1v3 in the front line. Wonder trying to take down Kakao, but it is not going to be enough. It is going to be too little. It is going to be too late. And with the Nexus almost bare, Misfits are barreling down the end of this one. 33 minutes in, they're looking clean. 17 kills to 5, and with the Nexus, all that stands between them and victory. They'll finish the job, taking down the rest of Splyce. Alfari without any fear, jumping forward. They turn it back around, and they take the 2-0 victory.
Misfits trying to show that Group A is as strong as Group B here. For now, we just have to say that G2 Esports and Misfits are representing that group really, really well. Because these guys on your screen right now, they look like one of the best teams in Europe.
That's why they can definitely breathe a sigh of relief. Smile, in fact, after all that, a big statement to take it 2-0 over a team that, honestly, we were saying a bit about this to them, or for them, last year, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Europe right now, I thought we would have 5 or 6 teams up there really fighting for it early on, but realistically, we have H2K, Unicorns of Love in Group B, and we have Misfits and G2 in Group A as the 4 top teams.
Hey man, that's a great semifinals if you ask me.
I mean, I agree. Like, those are some really awesome teams here. Hopefully more can join them. We're obviously looking at the Splyce guys there saying these guys should be able to join. We were critical in the game, and I just have to say, like, once more when it comes to Splyce, like, the fact that synergy and communication seems to be one of your biggest issues is just unacceptable.
When you have nobody changed out, when you have so much infrastructure.
Yeah. You're playing against a team who made a ton of different roster changes, who brought in another Korean who needs to learn English, and they have better synergy and communication than you have.
Yeah.
4 Danes on that team.
Oh, this is your disappointment.
They should always be able to communicate. I'm like, it's just, when you see stuff like Power of Evil walk from mid lane through a wall to top lane, and Wonder's just kind of standing lane being like, yeah, I'm sure I'm not getting ganked. And then, of course, he dies. You're just like, well, unacceptable.
All right, I know you're disappointed, Deficio, but I know someone who isn't. For more on Misfits win, Quick Shot, he's on stage with their mid laner.
I'm definitely not disappointed, Pyra. Power of Evil, what a game. I mean, that looked easy from the viewer's perspective. How was it for you?
Well, I think we got, in the first game, kind of lucky. We got both Barons, I think, and we credit to Kakao that he got the Infernal Dragon Steel, and then afterwards the Baron Steel. Besides that, we knew we have the scaling composition with Draven, and we got the kills on him. So Draven got insanely strong, and you could see that every time they started Baron, we just Draven ulted their carries, and they can't actually finish anymore because it was so incredible much damage.
Draven ult is GG from that game, it looked like. Power of Evil, the Baron plays from Misfits seemed significantly better than previous weeks. Is that something you guys have been working on?
Well, I think we all bought more ping wards than the last week, so I think we started selling our long swords and Doran's rings and stuff like this to buy more ping wards, and it just gives you so much more pressure onto the Baron. Like, they always need to face check, you can bait it way more easily, and it just helps a lot.
It definitely showed. It was a very good series. Now, Power of Evil, step back and look at both of the groups. Everybody out there at home is saying that Group B has stronger teams than Group A. Of course, you're in Group A. Do you think that's a true statement? And if not, why?
Well, I'm not sure. I think with Rocket and Giants maybe being a little bit more weaker in our group, we could actually say it. But I think both of these teams have still potential to grow. So right now, I would agree to it. But I think at the middle of the split, I think not anymore.
All right, we'll give it a few weeks. We'll take a look again. Congratulations again on the win. Looking forward to see the games. We can head over to the analyst desk to wrap up the series.
GG, dude.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And I'd like to open up that question not just about Group A and Group B, but if we look at Splyce and some of the things we've seen in this series, the fact that they were not able to capitalize early. Last year, they fell behind early oftentimes, but they still managed to come back, work on that, and eventually end up second in the split. Have all the teams just become better than them, Memento?
Well, yeah. Honestly, like, Misfits has just like grown a lot faster, and they're a lot better than Splyce now. I don't know what happened to Splyce in Summer Split. They were really good. They were like excellent, and them staying together. I was like, oh my god, these guys are gonna be so good. You know, they're gonna improve a lot faster than everyone else. But they seem to hit like a stop. They can't like. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I kind of echo the same sentiment. I'm increasingly disappointed with Splyce week on week now. I mean, that you see them take a game off Unicorns, who are sitting pretty at the top of their group, and then suddenly it just all falls apart against Misfits. Deficio talked a lot about some of the inexcusable mistakes in communication that were highlighted in this series, and thankfully they are fixable errors, but at the same time, every loss is a step back from a playoff berth or, you know, that potential semi-final bye that they would be expecting, considering how they played going into Worlds.
Definitely would be. You bring up some of those mistakes or errors. In the early game, we saw a similar thing this time around. In Game 1, it was a swap. This one, it was a priority issue because here, they know that there's pressure top, so what should they do?
This is the play that Deficio was talking about. You see Orianna walk to top lane, and as soon as she shows, surely you make a play bot side here.
Yeah, you have to react to it. Like, there's no other play. But unfortunately, they don't have the vision control or anything to actually set up this play, but so unfortunately, it didn't go that well.
Yeah,
and, they just, they have to ulti the Zillion, of course, because they don't ulti the Zillion just ultis the one they ulti, and then the whole play goes. You don't get anything.
Yeah, it just got delayed really heavily. Like, the Syncox gets caught on the way down to bot lane, and Power of Evil already is mid to push it back out. They delay for another 30 seconds, and suddenly Alphari can TP in. Doesn't matter that you put a play on top side. He just arrives.
But honestly, like, they should have made this play a lot earlier. They have the Shen level 6. Just make the play a lot earlier. And when Mazahar is level 6, they win any 2v2 matchup. Like, the jungler Kha'Zix plus Mazahar, that's brutal. I don't want to face that in my jungle. Just walk together and actually get the vision down and make the play with the Shen.
Absolutely brutal. We do sound a little bit like negative Nancy's, but it is because we have come to expect more from Splyce, which were our #2 team in summer and made it all the way to Worlds. And that is why it is all the much so impressive that the Misfits come in here and have such an incredible record and now also beat Splyce. One thing we have to highlight, the jungle matchup, what we talked about in the beginning, Trashy up versus Kakao, and Kakao absolutely murdered him in this one.
Jesus.
Complete domination from Kakao. Early game, mid game, late game, you name it. He was just walking up to Raptors. Memento, you were saying, like, that's just him saying, I can take anything here, smiting it in front of his face.
Kakao was out-pressuring Trashy. He was ganking more than Trashy. He was farming more than Trashy. He was doing everything more than Trashy. I don't want to sound negative, but Kakao did an excellent job, and this guy is something to look out for.
Very positive. Kakao killed it.
Yeah, Kakao looked great. Trashy, I am going to be negative again. I'm sorry, but where's the Trashy from summer where we had players on the desk in the very chair you're sitting in now where they were saying Trashy is one of the best junglers.
I'm going to challenge that, actually, because throughout the entire year we had stats proving that Splyce was not absolutely crushing it early, though they did work on that. And still in the beginning of the split now, Trashy was not ahead early, but still players said he was an amazing player. So does that, again, just mean that all of the competition has grown better?
Now, what it used to be was Trashy would look after his lanes very well, whether it was lane swaps or counter-ganking. Trashy was always around, but he was never really doing anything. And now we've got to a point where junglers have to be active on the map. You're talking about making plays on the bot side. It's not enough to just be around anymore. You've actually got to get into the lanes, set up the plays, and get the rest of your team ahead. And he just hasn't been able to do it now, and we're 4 weeks in.
Definitely to work on something as a team for Splyce. So are we going to see both Misfits and Splyce in the top 4 at the end of the split?
I mean, definitely Misfits. They look extremely clean. Like, they look really good right now. Whatever they're doing, keep doing it, honestly.
I think they lose out, unfortunately, for Splyce. Misfits, yes. Splyce, right now, I don't see it. I think H2K Unicorns, Misfits, and G2 look too strong. They'll unseat Splyce.
Super stacked. It'll be very interesting to see how that evolves. And we also have one more match coming up tonight as Fnatic takes on Group B's Vitality. That is after the break. Don't go anywhere.
And they bring Syncox and Kami. It's not over yet. Try to turn. Now a Kakao on a spree.
Kabi isolated, and the damage from command attack is just too much.
Bombs on. Not enough damage to finish the job, but they keep on chasing. Flourish's dodge, but Wonder's gone down to Hansama. It's a 2 for 0.
Look, my ulti code out too. On you. Look, come. Get 6. I got him. I get kicked in. He's in the pit.
And with the Nexus, all that stands between them and victory. They'll finish the job, taking down the rest of Splyce. Alfari without any fear, jumping forward. They turn it back around, and they take the 2-0 victory.
LCS for our second match of the evening. Vitality will be taking on Fnatic as we see the Misfits there victorious, so they get to meet the fans and take some pictures. And Simsalabim, who swaps in the Fishio for Stress.
Also with my fans. No?
Yeah, for sure.
Great.
We're all fans of each other here. Very good atmosphere.
Yes, except for this guy.
Except for this guy. Right. And we're definitely fans of the Misfits after that. But now we're going to move on to our next match, starting with Fnatic. Big news. The jungle, they have made a change. Amazing X is still on the roster, but they have decided to swap in Broxa from Challenger for this week at least, or as they have said, for 2 weeks. So how much will this do? And did you think it was necessary, Memento?
I definitely think it was necessary. I felt like that when they play with Amazing, they don't seem to be on the same page at all. Like Amazing goes face checking a brush without his support, and then he ends up getting caught, and they don't seem to be same page at all. And I think Broxa might be, maybe it's not better than Amazing, but they needed a change, and he can make plays, Broxa.
Yeah, and I think the need for change is probably the most important one. I don't think some of the mistakes that Fnatic made were just because of Amazing. Like, yes, when he was face checking, you can obviously blame him for being in the wrong place, but also Fnatic as a team had no idea how to set up 1-3-1 and so on. So someone will always get caught, and that's where I don't think if Broxa just steps in and fills that role, it will necessarily be an improvement. But I think he's a standard jungler. It's fair to say.
I think he deserves a chance because
100%.
They definitely need a change. They need something they need a change. They need to actually make plays around the map, and maybe Broxa is the answer, and maybe it's not. But who knows?
If anything, it could be a placebo effect. But it is quite interesting to me the fact that you never know if it's the player himself that's in the wrong position and gets caught, or if it's a team as a whole not communicating correctly. Something that is very targetable is the fact that he tunneled on that Elise, and then all of a sudden in the Roccat series, they went to Ivern for 3 games straight. Now, Reckless went on record in his vlog saying, we're not happy with the practice culture, and we had to change our picks in between and catch up on the meta. For an organization like Fnatic, who's been in the LCS for so long, who has an incredible record, that completely baffles me.
Yeah, that's the thing I found unacceptable about Fnatic in the first few weeks, is that you come into week 3 and you still don't understand that Ivern, Corki, Varus are super, super strong. When every other team in Europe is using them one way or the other, or at least respecting them and then banning some of them, you then have to lose another game to Misfits before you then pick it up against Roccat. You have coaches, you have people around this team, you have 5 smart players. You can't fall that far behind in terms of meta in the first few weeks of the LCS. That's why also they're losing some games, and that should be fixed by now, hopefully. But what happens when there's the next change in the meta?
I mean, we don't actually know what happens behind the scenes. Maybe they tried out the Ivern and the Corki, maybe they didn't work for them. They were like, nah, let's play Elise instead. It worked a lot better, and they ended up giving up on the Ivern. But definitely they should have played a lot more Ivern and actually stick to the meta.
Well, we can only guess what will happen here. I said, how will Broxa come in? Also, the fact that this is his first time that he's going to be playing an LCS game. How much of an influence is that?
I mean, for me, myself, I choked on my first LCS game, and I don't know how he's going to do on his first time on stage. I mean, I don't think we should judge, the first game, but definitely, I mean, he's looked decent. You know, he looked pretty good in Challenge Series. He had really good synergy with Niski, and they played really well together, but I don't know if he can do that with Caps as well, and in the LCS, he might actually get punished for the mistakes he makes.
Also, if you don't judge the first game and you lose it, you're halfway on your way to losing another series, so is that optimal?
No, it's not optimal. It's never optimal having to make roster changes, obviously, during this split. One thing Reckless also talked a lot about was how Fnatic Academy had spent a lot of time together. So obviously Brox has practiced a lot with those guys, but probably not with the main team because they haven't actually been swapping people in and out in scrims just yet. So this is just kind of a change coming just because they needed something new in the jungle. So he probably only had a few days to play with these guys. And now you're on stage playing for Fnatic, which means every fan in Europe is looking at you right now and they're going to judge you.
Yeah, we will see what happens. So if this doesn't work, what's the next thing the coach should do?
I mean, it's still pretty new, Broxa joining the team. He hasn't had that much time yet with them. So I think at least he deserves a chance, not just these games, look in the future as well. We might see some bright sides of Broxa, maybe he does some a lot of plays and actually is the right fit for Fnatic.
I think if he has a good game 1, he can definitely shine in this series. I don't think more roster changes is necessarily needed. You also need time. We're only a few weeks into the split after all. So Fnatic also needs to be a bit patient here.
All right, we will see what happens. It is time to send it over to the caster desk as the players ready up for picks and bans and quick shot. There have been whispers about the Vitality's roster as well. Can you tell us anything more?
Oh, my word. I really hope I can tell you more. What I can confirm is that Hachani has been moved to the reserve and GBM has been added to the active roster. We'll expand on that in a moment because Andrew Fedieste is with me. And let's take a closer look at those roster swaps. Who's playing where?
It looks like that Hachani has been moved from the starting position in the support role. We have then gotten in the bottom lane none other than the legendary Nukeduck playing as support. Now, when you think of supports, you think of Nukeduck, right? I mean, that's naturally the place to go. But coming into the mid lane, we've actually got the legendary GBM.
Now, this is what we're predicting, okay? Because Reddit detectives and solo queue stealths have been watching Nukeduck playing the support champions, the traditional OPs, Malzahar, Zyra, MF, and of course GBM has been playing a lot of mid lane champions. So that's what we're guessing this, but we don't know 100% for sure until we get to picks and bans and more importantly the game.
And it's interesting because when GBM was announced as a sub on this roster, he was originally considered a jungler for the team. He was supposed to be coming in and out with Joko, and now we get to see him back in his mid lane role where he was formerly playing for Energy.
We hope. We don't know yet.
Well, he's sitting in the middle, and that's to me, that's a big indicator.
Well, a big indicator for you. Let's take a look at the rest of this Vitality lineup. Of course, we're going to list the 5 players with Kabashard, then Joko, GBM, Steelback, Nukeduck, and their coach, Irian. Of course, we're confirming positions later. Facing Vitality tonight with that new man in the jungle that the analyst desk was talking so much about. It is, of course, Soaz in the top lane. Broxah, who will be replacing Amazing in the jungle. Caps the mid laner. Reckless ADC. Jez is the support with their coach, Nico the Pico. Now, Vidius, you actually got to shellcast Broxah last week. How did he play?
He played okay. I mean, the real start of that series was Kikis, but a lot of that was facilitated by early game presence from Broxah and his ability to provide that utility that you can do on Ivan. Unfortunately for junglers, it's difficult to be that standout playmaker when you are playing someone like an Ivan, but nevertheless, you cannot take anything away from the individual because as a player, he's still stuck to his style of being aggressive and looking to make plays.
And of course, this was the Fnatic Academy squad taking on Paris Saint-Germain, PSG in the European Challenger Series. Broxah, 1 week of games there, now being promoted to the main roster. Interesting to note that Amazing will not be playing for the Challenger squad. They've actually brought in Dan to play for Fnatic Academy. So I'll see how that impacts Fnatic Academy going forward, because Fnatic main from Group A is taking on Vitality from Group B. And let's talk about picks and bans.
Yeah, we have to, because already early on in the day, we've seen some shifts coming in from red side bans, leaving a couple of the power picks open, which for Splyce didn't necessarily go as well as they would have liked. But when we look at Fnatic and Vitality, are they going to change things up? Are they going to leave some of these more broken champions through to see how Fnatic can adapt?
So far, the answer seems to be no.
So far.
Rengar Camille left up.
But no Zyra Mal's ban from blue side, which is something that we have seen fairly commonly. So I wonder whether or not Fnatic are looking for a very early jungle rotation right now.
Okay, jungle rotation, possibility. I mean, Kha'Zix is still up. Multiple support champions, so you don't need to prioritize that as early. And no real deviation from the status quo here for Vitality LeBlanc. Instead, it's going to be the Varus first pick. Kha'Zix is an option here for Joko. Hasn't been his strongest performing champion, though.
As of yet, no. And I want to see, we heard from Joko a while back that he was struggling to adapt to the meta. I feel that we're at a point now where he should be feeling a little bit more confident. And when we look at Kabashard, picking up this early Shen is definitely something that we've seen a lot more recently in the meta. The Shen-Kha'Zix combo is incredibly potent. You're already setting yourself up for a powerful 1-4 or 1-3-1 composition. You have early jungle presence. Now the question is for Fnatic, do you want to match the jungle top? Maybe you want to get an early Rumble. Maybe you want to get something that's good into the Shen. Or perhaps you prioritize on some of the other power picks. Zyra is still left available. Interesting that we actually have been seeing a rise in Lee Sin, especially earlier on in the day where Kakao brought it out, and he actually made it work to incredible effect.
All right, what do you think of Broxah's Lee Sin? Amazing tried to play that earlier in the split. It didn't necessarily work out in the hands of the newly promoted Challenger player.
But Broxah is somewhat famous for it, because during the Challenger Series qualifiers, he only played Lee Sin. During the playoffs, he actually had it banned away in every single game. And coming into his first week of Challenger, it was still banned away from him. This man has earned the respect from a number of high elo players that it is worth banning away, but now he's got his hands on it.
And of course, it's a different setting, right? That is Challenger qualifiers. That's playing from a relatively comfortable position. Now Broxah has to do it from the stage, in front of a sold-out crowd here in Berlin against Vitality. All right, Misfortune locked in for Jesus. That's sort of the counter to the other two powerful picks already, making sure it's not getting banned out. What do you think of that?
I think it's questionable simply because it's mainly used as a counter pick rather than as a champion that you would blind pick, because Misfortune isn't necessarily the strongest support in that she doesn't provide the best utility. She can't really provide very much peel for a Varus. So Bit of a risky pick, I think, coming out from Jez's. Definitely enables you to be aggressive. You'll definitely have the push in the bottom lane, but it is a big indicator that they're saying, look, Vitality, you're going to have to find something else, and perhaps they're just trying to challenge Nukeduck. We're going to force you onto a difficult matchup.
That is an exceptionally good point. Nukeduck, of course, anticipated to play the support role in his first professional match in the LCS in support. Tom Kench is taken away. What will he play? The thing is, Nukeduck's solo queue has been Zyra, has been Malzahar. These are mages that he has played.
And the Tom Kench is being banned
well.
away. He is really being pinched right now. Fnatic are punishing the weakness for Vitality. And we have to wonder what he's going to go for. You could look to early rotate your support, but you know that Fnatic have already locked their support in, so you should have enough time. That means that looking at mid laners that are available, Corki could be an early priority for Vitality. You could also go for something safe like an Orianna.
Or maybe something super safe for GBM, like a Victor.
Something that he played a lot of over in the NALCS.
All right, well, Corki's been banned, so one of those safe options has been removed. This mid lane pool's really taking a beating.
I think this is a fantastic draft from Fnatic because you can see how very easily they've been able to shut down Nukeduck's champion pool. We've already talked about it. We just looked at his solo queue records, and so far he's now either going to be put into a losing matchup or he's going to be playing something that he's not necessarily comfortable on.
All right, well, let's be fair. Not comfortable support, we need to see. We don't know, right? We don't know Nukeduck's aptitude. We don't know how well he's going to take to the position. What we do know is that Gank by Mom, formerly now known GBM, has locked in that Cassiopeia. There is a counter pick potential here for Fnatic. So, I mean, last pick support, both solo laners revealed, and it's Gangplank for Soaz. Definitely an old school special, one where Soaz showed phenomenal.
Whoa. Is this a Varus mid? Definitely going old school. We have not seen a Varus mid in an incredibly long time, but when you think about the changes to lethality, it does make sense. Poke Varus is incredibly strong right now. Really works nicely come the mid game, and you can make it work. He provides wave clear. He synergizes nicely. That means that this Misfortune is going to be on the AD carry position. Really nice mind games from Fnatic, going for that effectively triple, double, lots of flexing.
Lots of flexing indeed, and that means GBM's going to have a bad time in this middle lane. Constantly at range. And Fnatic, well, there's no front line here at all, but they've got tons of damage to draw from. Looking at the two compositions side by side, who do you like, Vedius?
Well, I think the Fnatic have a good teamfight comp, and they have a very good siege comp, because the Gangplank makes his presence known. I'm looking at it right now, and I think the big problem that they have is that they have a good 1-4, but their 1-3-1 is very weak. And you can send Cassie off into a side lane, and when you put her against an AD carry, I think that the AD carry will struggle. So Vitality have room, they have options. It's very dependent on getting a good early game though, because to set up a successful 1-3-1, you cannot allow the enemy 4-man unit to be strong enough to just group up, push mid, and keep going without any resistance.
A good early game. That's not something that Vitality have been particularly proficient at. Luckily for them, Fnatic on the other hand have not either. That is Broxah, the man on your screen, replacing Amazing in his debut performance for the LCS main squad. GBM going to be playing Cassiopeia this time round. And of course, Nukeduck Malzahar. We can finally confirm officially he's playing support, Vedius.
Yes, we can, and he's going to be playing a mid laner in support.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Fnatic versus Vitality. This is a very important matchup for both of these squads, who are struggling in the middle and lower ends of the respective tables. All right, I want to take a look at these duo lanes, because it's Reckless that pulled a little bit of a fast one on us with that Varus MF switcheroo.
Now, there's been a lot of debate about Misfortune, how strong she currently is in the meta, and we have to realize that she's come back thanks to the changes to lethality. It's a talking point that's been going around the professional scene for quite a while, but her real strength comes from team fighting. Because of her ability to go for the Black Cleaver, to stack all that armor penetration, we might have to hold off for a second, because I'm just looking at Nukeduck and I'm like, how much does he know about bottom lane? Because there is a 4-man stack from Fnatic right now.
That's a question we're going to answer in the next 20 minutes. How well does Nukeduck and Steelback trade? Now, last week,
and the weeks leading up to, Steelback and Hachani did not have the best synergy. They didn't seem to be necessarily on the same page. It's only been, at max, like a week of scrimming. And there's a lot of nuance to this role and the power trading in the role.
The advantage to playing Malzahar is it's very all-in.
Yeah.
In terms of mechanics, you wonder how prevalent it's going to be, but looking at some of the Keystone Masteries, for those interested, the Misfortune is actually going for the Deathfire Grasp. The great thing about Deathfire Grasp is it scales very well with AD, which Misfortune will be building a lot of, and it also scales very nicely with your ultimate. Usually when you trade, you're going to be relying on your Q procs, so it's just great harassment, very similar into the style of Jhin. Right? Ultimate and Q are a large reason as to why you go for the death.
Oh, a lot of damage then to come down from everyone on Fnatic. We talked a lot about sort of every other lane, except Soaz and Cabochard. I mean, GP into Shen. GP was, I don't want to use the word counter, but was one of the picks picked into Shen that we saw quite a lot.
Often it's used because Gangplank has a fairly weak laning phase, but his big spike comes once he hits that Trinity Force mark. So around the 15-minute mark, he wants to just sit there and farm in the meantime, and Shen is not a champion that can punish the Gangplank. He is not really a champion that can do much to prevent him from farming, and that's why you often see him being picked into it. The oranges also help against this.
It's going to help against a lot of the single-target CC here for Vitality. Catching a glimpse of Cabo, at least in the early levels. Pushing Soaz in, no powder cakes available. A little bit of make it rain damage being dropped down. So Nukeduck playing some respect here to the damage potential of Reckless and Jezus. No real early advantages just yet, except Vitality's being pushed in on the bottom, while Fnatic's being pushed in on the top.
So far, this is very much what you'd expect. Fnatic's bottom lane is very good at pushing. The big problem is that when you compare the wave clear from Misfortune to Jhin, it is Misfortune that typically has the advantage. And when you have the consistent harassment coming out from Jezus, it forces both of the bottom laners of Vitality back underneath their turret. So they're always going to be playing on the back end.
Yeah, a lot of damage to come down. Jezus playing very aggressively forward. So is Nukeduck, actually. Malefic Visions, as well as that Swarm being summoned. But at the end of the day, it's Nukeduck that eats way more of that damage. Reckless on those plants, chewing through his HP bar.
And this is actually one of the things that I was curious about with regards to Nukeduck, because yes, you're a challenger player. He's going to have played support at some point, right? It's something that, as all top players do, they should be able to play in every role to a decent landed.
Autofill's a thing, man. Everyone's played support.
Yeah, exactly, right? But the experience is what enables these players to be professional. And I feel as though, how much does Nukeduck know about bottom lane training? How much does he know about wave control? And so far, we're seeing that he's getting very heavily punished for very, very small mistakes.
Yeah, and of course it is the matchup that's going to play into his favor. I want to expand on some of that experience discussion because Broxah and Joko now going toe-to-toe. Take a closer look at Broxah and his stats. He showed up last week in the 2-0 victory over PSG, but comparing his jungle proximity to the EULCS average, spent less time around his team last week, around the same gold at 15, around the same average at kills plus assists, and playing this early game jungler, I want to see what impact he can have. Ooh, a lot of damage. Nukeduck and Jezus, look at that swarm. Not going to be able to kill Jezus this time around, but they got the exhaust.
Bit of a pest control problem in the bottom lane for Fnatic. As Steelback actually incredibly low on mana. They need to be careful about trading.
Yeah, a lot of damage from Make It Rain. Root onto Nukeduck. Takes a couple of shots in the Thunderlords, but not in range of being killed just yet. But again, being pushed out of lane, plus 10 CS for Reckless, and the wave is going to crash against the tower for Vitality shortly.
So unfortunately, a pretty big CS deficit right now for Steelback. While it was expected that this matchup would be pretty difficult, not only is Misfortune naturally good into Malzahar as a support, but she can then effectively use her Make It Rain to pop the passive on Malzahar, and then Zyra is free to go and harass. And that's just making things even worse, because having Nukeduck go back at an improper time or an invaluable time is just making Steelback slightly harder.
I'm going to go back to that picks and ban strategy. You know, Nukeduck, new to the role, new to the experience. It's duo. It's not just one person's play, it's two people's. And with this very frustrating lane of Misfortune and Zyra, you're already putting Nukeduck in an uncomfortable position.
You certainly are. And what it sets up nicely for is Fnatic to look for an early dive in the bottom lane. One thing that I didn't mention earlier about the GP versus Shen is that GP's actually also very good at matching his global pressure. The ultimate is a great way to respond if Shen decides to TP to another lane, and his ultimate acts as effective wave clear if he wants to try and group up with his team. So if they want to set up a dive on the bottom, now that Soaz is level 6, and that the bottom lane is already taking a lot of harass, could be a great way for them to do that.
All right, Vitality seems to want to set something up first, though. Hey, Joko gets rooted down. He needs to flash. Actually, that was even a tad early. I didn't realize quite a fast steal back was outside of that lane.
Some praise for Broxer as well. Pathing bottom lane when his jungle camps weren't even up to try and get ahead of the curve, react to the play that Joko was likely going to make. And they're able to dissuade the gank and get the flash out of Joko.
Vedius, we're 6.5 minutes into the game, and you've not talked about mid lane. Are you all right, mate?
Because it's a farm lane, my friend. It is a farm lane. Varus is very similar to Corki in what he does in the sense that it's just push farm, push farm, push farm. He's not quite as safe, but because he's now got his ultimate available, and he also has the dual summoners of Ghost and Flash, he's a little difficult to gank.
Yeah, difficult to gank indeed. Who do you prefer as a mid laner as these two team comps continue to scale? Because it feels like the Varus and the Cassio are going to offer very, very different things to the respective teams.
What Varus offers is very much poke and siege. So when you're playing around these objectives, he's going to be doing similar things to that. Charging up his Q, landing the damage, and forcing people low enough so that when Soaz joins the fight, the enemy team will be so low that they're either forced to retreat or they're going to die. It's typically how you play with these siege-style plays of comp. Meanwhile, the Cassio has so much more value in team fights because you have a lot of zone control with the miasma. You have a lot of single target damage, which means that if one of these squishies gets hit by that miasma, they have a very long time before they're going to have the freedom to flash away.
Yeah, and a lot of damage in from the rest of Vitality's squad with Nukeduck's Nethergrasp, Joko on that Kha'Zix. All right, blue buffs have been donated to Caps and to GBM. There was a cull picked up by Soaz and his Gangplank. Generally, Signal's going to be fairly committed to this scaling, farming style of play. And if Fnatic want to go for the passive style, maybe then play for a mid to late game macro style. Again, Vitality have replaced effectively 2 people, even though Nukeduck is still on the roster. Clearing out Vision, Vitality going to spot out Caps, and the tower's under pressure.
This is the bot lane play that we were discussing earlier on, where Fnatic, they already have the pushing links, but Vitality want to respond.
All right, GBM's the first one to respond. Curtain call, tags Jezzes. GBM was ghosting all the way down. Caps already in lane. Because it was Caps that started the play. GBA was second to respond.
Important to note that Cabo already used his teleport to get back into lane earlier. Soaz did TP to join the fray, decided to cancel it once he realized that his teammates were out to safety. But overall, it's still a net game for Fnatic because Vitality aren't able to force the engage. The bottom lane of Fnatic still has push priority, so they're able to move up and take down that first tower gold.
Yeah, first tower gold. Reckless has got over 30 CS advantage. That's over 1,200 gold in the lead. Joko, you've been caught out, son. Really wanted to get the Raptor camp. No flash available. Gets interrupted with the kick. First blood to Caps.
Great start for Fnatic, punishing the overextension from Joko, and what a misplay. There is no need for you to be that aggressive when your bottom lane is so far pushed back. You do not have the Shen ultimate, and you are rightly punished for that overextension.
Yeah, gets taken down. Caps on this Varus, managing to secure the first blood. So that's a good start for Fnatic. They've got the first tower, they've got the first blood, and this all just stems from really good map play.
I don't understand why Joko's there. Like, what's even more confusing is the fact that he moves into the enemy jungle. Like, you're not getting out of that when you know that the Raptors are going to follow you. Oh. Really good kick from Broxer.
Chuck Norris would be proud.
He'd be pleased, he'd be pleased.
All right, I'll take the chuckles. I'll take the chuckles. Not everyone was in on it, but I'll take it.
But the important thing to bear in mind is that GBM had push priority mid, so it should have been really easy for Joko to just walk backwards.
Yeah.
Even if they collapsed onto him, the miasma goes down, GBM goes, no. And then he's free to walk away, but instead he goes into the enemy jungle, ends up dying.
Yeah, gives away a kill that really was not needed. Fnatic take away. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Vision is being pressed deeper into the Vitality's eastern quadrant, and Reckless and Jezzes were pushing up, but as they reach sort of edges of that vision, instantly back away. So pretty good, clever play, and with Mountain Drake being available and some vision, this looks like it'll be a safe objective.
Now, typically what you would see is when the bottom lane takes that first tower, they actually rotate to the top side of the map because it forces the enemy bot lane to respond, because there's no way that a Shen will be able to deal with the Misfortune Zyra knocking on that tower. It's just going to drop almost instantly. So you have to send your bottom lane to match it, which then puts them further behind. You end up in the same situation that you were in earlier on in the laning phase anyway. So it makes sense. The reason why Fnatic didn't do it and why they pushed another lane bottom is because they had already set up good vision in the bottom half of Vitality jungle, and they wanted to put priority on that Mountain Drake. So picking that one up early enables them now to rotate up to the top side and put pressure on that tower.
Thank you, observers, for highlighting the vision that enabled all of the plays Vedius just ran down. And Vedius, with Fnatic getting first tower and first dragon, and rotating, and knowing where Vitality are, now Fnatic just take another tower. I mean, Fnatic have got another tower, and Vitality are completely lost. They're pushing for outer bottom, while Fnatic are pushing for inner in the top lane.
The thing is, if you're Vitality, you should have read this play happening. Yes, you can trade tower for tower, but Fnatic, they had already started getting work done, and you have the Gangplank ultimate to completely dissuade it. They're not going to take any turret damage, and Cabo can do nothing to stop this play.
Okay, can Vitality get a kill in the middle lane? Nukeduck may have just walked over a ward. Stranglethorns comes down. Honestly, just for pressure here, that was a zoning ultimate. That's the term I'm going to use. Caps left the mid lane, and in the time it's taken Fnatic to just knock over 2, Steelback is still reloading that 4-shooter and doesn't even get the bottom tower.
Vitality are falling apart right now because Fnatic are just making them look like amateurs. The fact that these are very standard plays that should be expected. You have windows of opportunity to try and make plays back and don't take advantage of it, but maybe they'll try something different now.
Flash! Nethergrass! Miasma! Caps is going to get locked down as well, and very, very easy. There goes Soaz!
1-for-1 trade in the middle lane. Soaz there to clean things up. Fantastic turnaround from both teams to get themselves 1 kill each.
That just felt like a little bit of a desperation play. I'll expand on that in a moment or two. Broxa, where's the Sonic Wave? Looking for GBM. There's no petrifying gaze. GBM's gonna get kicked down. And now Joko may donate another. The curtain is called onto Soaz, and Broxa tanks up a few shots for his brothers in arms. And Fnatic sieging the mid tower.
Fnatic make the movement to mid. GBM had just used his summoner spells to get that kill onto Caps already. And Fnatic already in a prime position to punish, get themselves a kill onto GBM, and are now knocking on the door of this tier 1 in the mid.
Oh, this is the 4th tower in favor of Fnatic. Will fall in just a moment or two. Caboshot fancies his chances here. Eats a powder keg before he's zoned away, but with 2 Ghost Blades and a Trinity Force, the Fnatic team composition has its mid-game power spike enabled.
They certainly do. Trinity Force has been picked up. You also have the double Ghost Blade on both Caps and Reckless.
I know, I just said that, Vedius. Jump into the replay.
And it's a super important item spike that Vitality want to try and punish them for, but a really good ultimate from Caps is enough to enable a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. And as we had already talked about, you have the rotation towards mid. The priority is taking down that mid tier 1. And this enables them to get that 4th tower of the game.
Do you know, it's just really impressive performance from Fnatic. It's good shot calling, and it's straight up like win lane, win game. Because all of the snowballs and all of the decisions have come from Fnatic's 15-minute play around pushing bottom lane, roaming to take the tower, swapping top lane, and then punishing mistakes where Vitality have provided them. I mean, it's a 7,000 gold lead.
The thing is, this is standard League of Legends in professional play right now. This is what you would expect Fnatic to do, and Vitality should have answers for it. They do have answers for it. You have the Shen ultimate. We saw Joko try to go for an early gank just a little bit too late. Broxa got himself the counter gank, and Vitality just let it all happen. They didn't even try to punish. You have to praise Fnatic for their fantastic drafting, but you also have to look at Vitality and question, what were they even trying to do in the early game?
Yeah, what were they trying to do? Vedius, I have an inkling that Fnatic's gold lead here is probably the 2nd highest gold lead we've seen this split at 15 minutes. Yesterday, Unicorn set it against Giants. I reckon it's like 100 to 200 gold less. I'm going to wait for the stats. Yeah, stats team is confirmed. It is the 2nd highest. Only behind UOL yesterday, and it's just dominant, beautiful performance, and how different they can be.
Certainly is. Very beautiful performance from Fnatic. And it's really important for this team composition as a whole to get ahead, especially against this comp, because of how difficult it now becomes for Vitality to find leg rooms back into the game. Because every time you try to force an engagement, you're going to get poked out by the Misfortune, by the Zyra, by the Varus. And every time you try to force a fight, Soaz is just going to join the fray and absolutely decimate you. He's already got his Trinity Force done.
Just imagine if this were your game and you needed to get through bullet time. Yeah, okay, well, if everything misses, all right, GBM is going to get the stand united. He's taking Fnatic for a walk down the lane. GBM gets shut down. Now, finally some skill shots connect, but that's all Fnatic needed, because now they're on the inner turret in the bottom lane. It's 17 minutes into the game.
To be fair, GBM's dancing has certainly improved during his time off. His sidestepping ability was fantastic, but unfortunately he got zoned away from his turret, and Fnatic were able to get themselves a collapse.
And he's dancing without even any shoes. Yeah, that was lame. That was lame.
I'm like, I don't know where you want to go with that quick shot.
Well, Vedius, I tell you where Fnatic will go with the second Mountain Drake. Anywhere they want. They've got a siege composition that has got a monumental lead. Vitality don't have answers to the poke that Fnatic can put down, and I don't feel they can punish the engage. They can punish Fnatic with an engage because there's just so much disengage power. It's just tough for Vitality. First game on stage for GBM, first game support for NukeDuck, and neither of these guys have had a chance to demonstrate their ability because Fnatic have just played the map so much better.
I feel like they have, and we have to look back at the drafting. Really impressive from Fnatic, but it's also the limitations that you have as coming on as a brand new support. You don't have the wealth of experience to just dip into your pool of let's play whatever we want. And Fnatic just really intelligent with how they punish this, how they pigeonhole NukeDuck into a champion that they can very easily abuse, and they use their wealth of experience and knowledge in the bottom lane to take advantage of that.
Now let's actually step back a little and maybe stop praising Fnatic for this game and talk about Fnatic as an organization. You know, 2 wins, 2 losses so far within their group. This is the first matchup when Fnatic take on Group B. They made a decision to replace Amazing. You know, one of the most veteran players, one of the guys who's been around a long time. It's a fresh blood, fresh name, fresh player to the team because it was a squad that was struggling. They didn't really have a clear identity. They didn't really show up the way you expect the Fnatic squad to show up.
There was certainly a lot of expectations coming into the split with how hyped they were, how invigorated a lot of the players had been on social media, and how they had a lot of expectations for these teams, and how hyped Caps was. Mr. Baby Faker over here coming around thinking that he's some hot stuff, and then they kind of underperformed. They really did get caught unawares. A large part of that, I think, was due to Amazing, but we also have to look at the team as a whole. We heard it earlier on the analyst desk where scrim practice wasn't perfect, the environment within the team wasn't ideal, and this change so far perhaps isn't the best representation to see how big of a difference it has made, because they have definitely used their intelligence to outdraft their opponents.
NukeDuck gets nuked! Joko jumps onto Reckless, defensive flash away. Now 2 members of Vitality caught behind enemy lines. Reckless survives just long enough, but here comes GBM, the Ghost and Flash with the Twin Fangs. Broxah looking to kick down the Snake. He turns away from the petrifying gaze. Broxah is a monster. Soaz should get the kill with the parlay, and Vitality lose 3.
Fnatic get themselves a fantastic fight, and Broxah, we were just saying this may not be the game for you to show up, but my god, what an outplay. Beautiful Lee Sin mechanics, and Fnatic coming out with the win. So we can see they get themselves the mid tower. NukeDuck tries to get the collapse down, but he's the one that gets collapsed on. Then Vitality trying to utilize this Shen Kha'Zix combo to get in with a flank, but they're only 2 members versus 4, and you're now going to see the outplay coming out from Broxah. He expects the petrifying gaze to come in, turns around. We don't get to see the end of the play because Soaz did something.
Soaz was almost caught out in the jungle, but he ate an orange and it was K. He managed to escape.
That was a good one.
I sincerely hope we get a LoL Esports gif of that Broxah outplay, his debut performance, and look, no hesitation. Now, it helps when you're playing 10,000 gold ahead.
It helps, yeah.
Keep that in mind. But so much kudos, because he's hit every ability he's needed to.
He had to make a play on his debut, right? We were wondering, is he going to choke? Maybe he's going to be scared, maybe a little bit too reserved. No, he just came out the gate swinging. And so far, he's doing a great job.
Fnatic could make a t-shirt of that. Broxah is a monster. You know, spelled A-H at the end.
Broxah, he is a monster.
See, exactly. Be cool and hip and
What's
stuff.
that coming over the hill? Is it a Broxah? Is it a Broxah?
We're going to find out. Broxah setting up with the rest of Fnatic to siege. Fnatic did not fall into the Baron bait. Extremely happy team backstage. Oh. And Steelback is forced away. Cannon Barrage will buy some time. And look at this Fnatic. They don't need to risk a 50-50 Baron.
No, they do not. Certainly something that we saw earlier on in the day. But Fnatic can just knock on the doors of Vitality's base. 22 minutes into the game. And now they're going on to GBM.
Hourglass will save GBM's life for now. Root comes down. Soaz eats an orange, but he's going to survive for a few seconds longer. Rekkles gets tagged by the Nethergrass. There's no support and no damage from Vitality. So Rekkles just walks away.
Even after all of the harassment that Soaz has taken, Fnatic have said, nah, he's fine. They continue their siege. They're looking for an inhibitor, but they are yet to take one.
No, they are. Joko's trying to set up another flank. It has not worked at all this game for Vitality. Back to the drawing board. 12,000 gold down. 2 dragons, an open base. I mean, there's no metric left for Fnatic to be ahead in. And it's just a good performance. Double lethality itemization for Caps and Rekkles. I mean, even a Haunting Guys, almost Leandries for Jezus. So, like, this game should be over soon. And Fnatic have looked exceptional. Vitality need to figure out how to change. What, you know, where do they bounce back?
The only way in which Fnatic can lose this game is if something were to happen to their keyboards and all of them exploded simultaneously, because Fnatic have demonstrated such solid control throughout that it would be unthinkable for them to give things away. And as you rightly said, Vitality need to start thinking about moving forward, because this game, they were put on red side. If they get blue side, if they choose to select blue side in game 2, they'll have a little bit more freedom. But then, if you're Fnatic, you could even look into see how you can punish the drafting of Vitality again. But we do not have time for that, as we see an ultimate in the mid. So as just asserting his dominance, I guess.
It's about sending a message. There always needs to be one of those lines in a week, I feel.
Yep.
But yeah, Fnatic definitely asserting their dominance on the Rift. Only giving up the 2 kills for Caps and Rekkles, and I'm gonna push through.
If lane swaps still existed, they'd be fine, because they could just avoid the 2v2 entirely. But now you're being forced into this 2 versus 2. It's a great window for Fnatic to punish, and time and time again, we've just seen them abuse it.
So fun seeing Gangplank pick up an entire wave like that. Fnatic have yet to concede a tower. That is how dominant this victory has been. If Vitality didn't get 2 kills, do you know that would have been a perfect game, Betty?
It would have been nearly a perfect game, I would say.
It would have been. Nukeduck wants to go ham on Rekkles, brings in a lot of support.
That was for laning phase.
There we go. All right, so that was a flash from Nukeduck. And it's going to allow Fnatic to put pressure elsewhere on the map. The question is, what does it gain? Vitality have bought some time. They've got no towers to be under pressure, and Fnatic, there's nothing to take for them. They weren't pushed up in any of the lanes.
And now GBM may very well be overextended himself. He is level 14, so there's the possibility of the outplay. But it looks like the Fnatic don't want to try and commit to it right now, as I say that.
All right, Cannon Barrage comes up. Miasma's going to buy some time. Flash forward onto Caps. Caps is going to get a shield, and GBM uses the Hourglass. Spirit's Refuge blocks some time. Brox is taking a lot of damage, but the tower's helping out. Soaz comes in for the assist. Gets the kill, and now Vitality are running for their lives. Nukeduck wishes he had a flash available to him. Exhaust will buy a few seconds, dash away from Cabo, but he still eats some vines. The weeds lock him down. Still more support. Soaz didn't use TP. The Gangplank coming in from behind. Cannon Barrage is already used. Going to be farming up the minions with the powder kicks. Joker's looking for the bounce. Not going to get it yet. Steelback throws out a grenade, and it's messy. It's a double kill for Jezus. Curtain Call comes out, but there's enough HP bars, and Vitality lose 4.
Fnatic now can just meander on over to the Baron. They do have some fairly low health members, but with fairly long death timers on the side of Vitality, they could look to go for it. Looking at Nukeduck, though, he is making his way back towards this Baron, and I wonder how fast they'll be able to take it.
Very fast.
Very fast indeed.
Baron is being melted. Vitality can't get anywhere near. Whoop, no, smite it down. Ooh, Rockstar secures it. 1-0-8. His Lee Sin was not needed in the laning phase, but in team fights like this, putting on a pretty good performance.
I actually want to praise his patience here because he could kick before the Shen arrives, but he actually waits just till after, kicks GBM underneath the turret so that Shen will not be directly near, and they're able to shut down GBM initially. Then they just use their numbers advantage to slowly chase after the lineup of Vitality, and it's just the advantage that you have of being 10, 11,000 gold up this late into the game. Fnatic don't really have anything to worry about. Soaz gets the flanking TP to cut off the escaping members. Joko is actually able to get into the brush unseen. Fnatic don't realize that he's there. They just completely walk past him. This allows Joko to come in from behind and shut down Caps. But unfortunately for them, once they commit, they realize, oh no, we're 10,000 gold down.
Yep.
And then they die.
Around 15,000 now, and with Baron picked up by Fnatic, and a very good zone from Soaz. First inhibitor of the game drops. Fnatic now going to turn their attention to the bottom lane, it looks like, but the wave nowhere to be found. If you look at the minimap, it is crashing with the Fnatic tower shortly.
And even though there's a big minion wave in the bottom lane, as long as Fnatic can take this inhibitor, that's just going to push right on back out.
All right, here comes Joko once again with the attempt. Reckless locked down by the Nethergrass, taunted as well. Stranglethorns will buy some time. The Malefic Visions will kill Reckless. They've traded a mid laner for an ADC, but look at the damage from that piercing arrow. Nukeduck is forced away, and Fnatic take the inhibitor. Yes, it's a 1-for-1, but the base is in shambles, and Fnatic can just turn their attention to the top lane now.
Fun fact, yet to see Reckless use his ultimate in a team fight. To be fair, Fnatic haven't had that many team fights, but Reckless, they're punishing the fact that he is so low in mobility on this AD carry. And while we have an opportunity, this is one of the question marks as to why or whether or not Misfortune would become prevalent, because she is fairly low in mobility, she is easy to shut down, and you're seeing the potential strengths that Vitality did have. Because if they weren't at this such a deficit, an engagement like this could have very easily gone in their favor. Joko diving on in, Reckless getting locked up, insta-taunted and dead. GBN coming in from the flank, dealing an immense amount of damage, while you have Steelback dealing damage on the backline. All of this just falls apart because of how strong Fnatic is right now, and it enables them to get that inhibitor.
Yeah, just fighting the trade, and of course Vitality had to throw a lot of ultimates into that. So we're going to 30 minutes now. Infernal Drake in a minute and a half. Fnatic don't even need it, with supers in 2 lanes. A couple of control wards in that right-hand quadrant. As I say that, one of them gets placed in the tri-bush behind Fnatic, so extending the vision behind Baron. And Soaz, with teleport available right now, he's going to just usher the supers into the base, and he can teleport and he can ultimate if and when something happens.
If he wants to, he could also go solo the Dragon to give them a bit of additional damage. They might not need it, as right now Fnatic looking to put some pressure onto the top lane tower. Notice that Joker's sitting on the flank, maybe going for an engage.
And it's just so tough, like those Edge of Night shields, you see them coming up for both Caps and Reckless. They just step forward so aggressively. 10 seconds of we dare you, GBM. Like, pop this first, then get... Wow! Look at that damage onto Nukeduck. Bullet time. Hurts, Verius.
Yes, indeed.
Just as you were saying, we hadn't seen it. Oh, well, there we go. Nexus is now being sieged. Flash forward for Caps. Lands the piercing arrow. Stern, serious faces on the side of Fnatic. Nukeduck's trying to pull the minions as best as he can. There's nothing left standing for Vitality as the Nexus tower falls. Reckless gets one back for the kill in the top lane. Joko leaps in with the stand united, and GBM, his petrifying gaze felt a little short. Didn't really do a whole lot. Soaz is killed though, as Caps picks up a double kill. Broxah hammering away on the Nexus. Cabo shot is the target, and Reckless and Caps finally turn their attention. Fnatic 1-0 Vitality.
Clean game from Fnatic. From start to finish, throughout the draft, they had a very understandable team composition that they executed on perfectly. They punished the right lanes, they made the right map movements, and the only criticism is perhaps a bit of overextension, perhaps a few misplays in team fights, but other than that, you really can't fault this game for Fnatic.
No, it was just very clean, very coordinated, and it's a tough loss for Vitality because, you know, watching it from our perspective with full vision and everything, you can really see where Fnatic had Vitality's number. But how on earth do you change that, you know, performance from game 1 to game 2? Like, as Vitality, what do you do?
Well, that's something that we have to ask the AD for because we don't have time to think about it.
That's a good point, Vedius. That's what we'll do. So let's take a close look at Fnatic's win and figure out what Vitality have to do in game 2. Analyst S, take it away.
To shut down Broxa because broom, broom, here comes Broxa. What a start. We were wondering how he would do. Would he be affected by nerves, yes or no? Well, the biggest goal difference at 20 minutes that we've seen all split came from Fnatic, 10K. Absolutely dominating.
Are we putting it on the new jungler or the team?
Well, I'm asking you guys that. Thanks for the inspiration.
No, obviously it was Broxa 1v9. Like, he just got the whole goal, like, lead on.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about placebo and this and that, so.
I mean, yes. So I think when they had the, like, 7-8K goal lead, Broxa was 0-0-1. So, like, he didn't make a mistake, you know, but he wasn't obviously the reason they snowballed so hard. I think the pick and ban phase definitely surprised Vitality. Not that it requires too much to surprise Vitality in the pick and ban phase, but I really think the MF, AD carry, and Varus mid lane kind of came out of nowhere because we were watching it being like, okay, Varus first pick, normal, not a problem. And then MF came in the last part of the first pick phase, which was super weird because they hadn't shown a support yet, and then typically it means there's some fishy stuff going on.
Yeah, but on the Broxa pick, on Broxa, honestly, he didn't really get that pressured in game. The only time he got pressured was when Joker walked into the jungle and gave a free kill.
And he got his
so there was
as
not
well.
really, there was not really much pressure. But I'm looking forward to see Broxa versus another jungler who can actually pressure him.
That's early.
Well, first they have to win another game.
They have another game.
Yeah.
Is there a jungler in mind who might play for Giants or something?
I mean, there might be for the academy team.
Oh, no, that's yeah, it's another guy. It's some other guy.
All right, well, turning it back to the attention of this game, we do have to keep in mind, yes, there was this trump card in the fact that Broxa had their first game, but on the other side, Vitality is dealing with a lot of changes as well. And how much can you expect from a mid laner who has played support in the past, but all of a sudden gets swapped in, and we saw a huge CS differential early, so how much blame can we put there? At least they're also trying something?
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, it's like the whole team is just a bit of a mess. Like, you make changes because you feel like you have to make changes. Yeah, Hachani obviously didn't work at all. So they probably felt like Nukeduck was better than whatever other support options they had. Like, there are still people like Kissing and Hybrid out there who are free agents, so it is a little bit surprising in that sense. But there might be some team chemistry we're not looking at.
But maybe Hachani was the one who was like doing the macro for them and like giving the rotation.
Possibly.
Maybe he died a lot, but he actually might have made a lot of good map plays. Because this game they just straight up got out macroed and like they couldn't really do anything and they just choked out and got.
And we have one of the replays. There wasn't a whole lot of replays to pick here because it was so one-sided, but we do actually have like one of those rotations they do make with MF. I think we might have it. I'm just kind of.
I think it might have gotten cut.
Okay, so basically what happened, it was very simple. MF and Zyra destroyed the bottom lane. They took the turret. They were up like 30 CS. Recalls, they go top lane because you have GP. And what happens when you have GP ulti is you always want to swap and you want to then push in their turret. They try and push in your tower on the other side, and GP ultis and kills the wave. And that gave 2 extra towers to Fnatic and like a 4K goal lead at 10 minutes?
Yeah, basically.
Now that you mention MF, we talked about the lethality, of course, now 2 weeks running, but going back, getting that serrated Dirk, and then just, well, Zyra plus MF absolutely crushing it. Pretty strong.
Yeah, mind games and pretty dirty 2v2 lane as well.
Yeah, painful, I would say.
But I'm really glad
Not dirty.
I'm really glad that Fnatic actually utilized on their bot lane winning and they actually like got the turret and then they rotated the bot lane to actually use that. So really good point from Fnatic.
We see the notebook there, always a good sign. You got a plan written down going into game.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be your player. He's probably just reading the notes here, obviously. But I think, oh man, if you have Vitality, I feel like you guys on Giants are a little bit in the same situation where like, I'm sure you come into every week kind of like confident and maybe you had some good success in scrims and you have a plan in a pick and ban phase, but then you lose the first game. Like, how do you adapt when you already are down in the bottom of the standings?
I mean, most of the times when you lose the first game is like for one reason, at least for us. So like in the first game against UL, we just got caught and then we were like, okay, we just got to focus next game. But for Vitality, like plays. I don't actually know what they can do because this game they straight up got out macroed and like out-rotated all over the map.
Got out macroed and got out Broxa. Of course, we said already it wasn't all in the early game because of him, but he did have a particularly flashy move where he sidestepped the Casio ult, which is where we were very excited because if you can do that in your first game on stage, then that spells some good things.
Well, this one was funny, first of all.
Yeah, that's true.
Not sure what Joker was trying to do here, but...
Recall really, really fast.
Yeah, I don't know why he invaded him, but this one,
here we go.
look at the mechanics.
Oh my god, this is beautiful. Jesus, Broxa.
Good start. I mean, come on, the guy did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And he got his like Lee Sin, one of the comfort picks for him. So I think overall, very good first game. And what a great first game to have as a player as well, when your team is doing so well and you're just like out macroing this other team and have this huge advantage. You just feel like you can do everything.
Yeah.
Are we done here in 40 minutes? Is Fnatic gonna clean this up, Memento?
I think we're gonna expect Vitality to fight back this game actually, the next one.
Why?
And I don't, because I think they're actually gonna be a lot more proactive than the last game. But who knows, maybe Fnatic are just on another level than Vitality.
This is their true form.
They made the change. I think if Fnatic has a pick and ban phase like this one, where I felt like they got some good counter picks and they kind of surprised Vitality, I think they're gonna clean it out pretty easily. They won't get as big of a goal lead, obviously. Like that was the composition and really well played, the GP ulti on the lane swaps. But I don't believe in Vitality at all. I think this team has too many issues they need to fix, and like changing players is just gonna give you more problems you gotta fix now. And you don't have time between the game. Like they've been standing there for 10 minutes. That's not enough to make you a good team.
Not enough notebooks to fix this for now. Fnatic has come out on top in game one, and after the break, we'll see if Vitality can redeem themselves. The Fisher doesn't think so. See you then.
Really wanted to get the Raptor camp. No flash available. Gets interrupted with a kick. First blood to Caps. Joko jumps onto Reckless, defensive flash away. Now two members of Vitality caught behind enemy line. Reckless survives just long enough. But here comes GBM, the Ghost and Flash with the twin fangs. Broxa hammering away on the Nexus. Cabo shot is the target. Reckless and Caps finally turn their attention. Fnatic 1-0 Vitality. And welcome back to the European LCS Studios here in Berlin, Germany, where Game 2 between Vitality and Fnatic is about to get into picks and bans. Vitality had side choice, Young Vedius Day, and they picked blue side. Are you surprised by that?
Am I surprised? No. I think that they need to have the blue side simply because we saw in Game 1 how heavily they were outdrafted. They got pinched pretty hard in the bottom lane. They were forced into a losing matchup. They couldn't find any answers. So what they now need is more standard lanes. They need to have either favorable matchups or places where they can go even so they can at least get out of the laning phase.
It's tough, but it should be a little more easy on blue side, knowing that Fnatic theoretically should be banning those OP champions, as you so rightly pointed out in Game 1. What do you think Vitality could ban?
Could ban? I feel that Varus would be a strong ban simply because of how well-rounded he is right now. When you look at junglers, consider taking Broxah away from the Lee Sin simply because it is a comfort. Then you could look to early rotate an Ivern, and then you challenge what else has he got left in his pool.
Joko on Ivern with Vitality. Difficulties in that scenario. All right, we're into picks and bans. Cabo Shard was looking super comfy a few seconds ago. Zyra, Jace, Rengar, so far the bans. Fairly traditional, nothing I'm seeing that I'm surprised or shocked by just yet, except that.
Well, now Fnatic are challenging convention. This was something we saw earlier on in the day between Splyce and Misfits, where you don't necessarily have to ban the OPs, because if you leave multiple strong champions open, you effectively issue a challenge where you say, look, if you pick one, we're going to get another strong champion. We may even get multiple strong champions. And you're also questioning how good is your ability to execute on said champion. Because as Deficio said on the desk, just because a champion is S tier only matters if the player can make it an S tier.
All right, let's find out. I mean, LeBlanc is still on the table. I do not feel like you want to first pick that champion. Olaf was taken off, so Joko, you are being called out, son. Olaf, Rengar, and Lee Sin removed from the table. Kha'Zix is still available, has been first picked in the past, but then you're giving over LeBlanc and Camille.
Now, Vitality even lost on their last game that they actually brought out the Camille. They were not able to fully utilize it. And by prioritizing the mid lane pressure for GBM, yes, this is a great opportunity for Vitality to snowball that mid laner, but you're also giving Soaz the ability to pick up the Camille, and now Broxah can go straight onto Ivern.
Would you run Camille into LeBlanc? Caps ran Camille when Fnatic played it last week.
That is a big question mark, because this is not a matchup that I can honestly say I have ever seen, but there are many positive aspects to it. We can get more into it once we actually jump into game.
But it's important to note it could happen.
I mean, it could go jungle. No, it won't go jungle, but it could go support. Like, there's a lot of freedom. Remember, Nukeduck, or Jez, sorry, there's no reason as to why he couldn't bring it out. I'm thinking like, oh, maybe Nukeduck does play at bottom lane.
Just because Gates did it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
It won the game.
Touche, touche. I mean, who am I to say, right? So anyways, Camille and Ivern locked in for Fnatic. Broxah played that Ivern last week in EUCS, and it is a Malzahar for Nukeduck once again. So going to stick to that comfort pick. I mean, Zyra's off the table. Misfortune is still available if Jesus wanted to run that into it. Alternatively, there's a few other champions for him to fall back on.
I feel that the Shen pick is a good one for Vitality, typically considered strong into the Camille, or at the very least doable, because of how well his the shield that he gets blocks her empowered Q, so you can play around it. The laning phase is fine. And for Fnatic, rounding things out of the Misfortune, as you rightly said, something Jesus can just fall back onto.
But both Camille and Misfortune are potential flexes, and it's something Fnatic have played in multiple roles.
It is.
So now we see the shenanigans of the next phase. I mean, Graves is removed as well. Kha'Zix is nowhere to be seen yet. Joko is going to have such a tough time. I mean, he's played a lot of unorthodox junglers. Rumble is still up if he wants to run that in the jungle. Kha'Zix, I'm expecting to be banned. I mean, would you just let it through now?
Part of me wants Joko to go for an Elise. I feel as though that this is... The composition from Fnatic so far is not a composition that will snowball early. It takes time to ramp up, especially a champion like Ivern. And Elise is the type to snowball an early game, especially when you have a champion like LeBlanc. Because maybe you just put a bit of effort into snowballing the mid lane. Maybe you just put push priority onto GBM and you rotate around the map, set up a dive in the top or the bottom, shut down this Camille early on. I think right now, Vitality, they're already backed up against the wall. Why not just show the teeth that you do have?
Yeah, having teeth and biting with them are two different things, though.
Very true.
And all of the potential plans you've described, Vedius, in my opinion, requires some coordination that was sorely lacking in Game 1. Remember, Vitality have moved Nukeduck to support. GBM is coming off the bench.
Oh my word, 3 flex picks.
Gangplank locked in. I feel like that's Gangplank top into Shen, Camille into LeBlanc. And we don't know where that MF is going yet. That's my guess.
Oh,
now,
Fnatic.
Don't ever trust my guesses. It's not worth a lot. But we'll see how that works out.
I honestly think that you are correct, Mr. Henry. The Gangplank into the Shen makes sense. We saw it in Game 1, so it's had a good performance on it. Camille can work into LeBlanc, mainly because of her passive shield, which mitigates a lot of the damage. You also have a lot of mobility, and remember that on patch 7, which we have this year, LeBlanc actually has a duration on her W before she can jump back. So there's a window of opportunity for the Camille to punish.
All right, window of opportunity, and it will be Kha'Zix all the way down to the very last pick on blue side for Vitality after every other jungler was removed from the table. Fnatic have one last pick, support or ADC, and it will be ADC. This Jesus gives us a sly look at the camera.
Now, I really like the Sivir simply because it compensates for the lack of wave clear that Fnatic have. By running a Camille in the mid lane, it gives Vitality good siege potential, a lot of pick potential when grouping up around those towers. So by having the Sivir, it now makes that sieging so much more difficult for Vitality. So Fnatic have a good, well-rounded composition, but it very heavily relies on scaling. Mid to late game, team fighting is where you're going to see this team excel. 1-3-1 is another option available to them. But for the Vitality squad, they very heavily rely on getting this early snowball. You cannot afford to have Game 1 where Gangplank gets a free lane into the Shen. You cannot allow Ivern to outscale the Kha'Zix. You cannot allow the LeBlanc to just fall off come the mid and late game. You have to have a good start. And that's why this early laning phase is going to be very important for Joker.
So it's not the Elise that you were theorizing, but the Kha'Zix could have a similar impact, if not a stronger one. Coordination, ganking, and getting your laners ahead. I mean, that's what we're looking for out of Joker. That's what we're looking for out of Vitality. And they need to step up in a huge way from game number 1. Fnatic, on the other hand, they've got themselves a fun-looking team composition.
They really do, and I feel that they're in another advantageous position because look at the pushing lanes. Bottom lane is going to push. You have Sivir MF. Top lane early will struggle, but it's going to push. And Fnatic are in a great way to set up.
Well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, here in Berlin and on the internet all around the world. Will Fnatic win this series 2-0? Or will Vitality push it all the way to the deciding game 3? Is a first pick LeBlanc for GBM, who is subbed in this week, and I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on this veteran player.
Speaking of veteran players, we have to look at the top lane because for those that are unaware, this is in fact Soaz's 250th competitive game.
Woohoo! Yay!
Woo! Congratulations, Mr. Soaz. He has been around for quite a while. His first EULCS game was on the 9th of February back in 2013, so he has been around for quite a long time.
Oh yes, definitely. I feel like a grandfather having watched so many of his games.
A worm's eye view often turns into a bird's eye view.
Thanks for that, Ivan. A worm's eye view turns into a bird's eye view. That is a great depiction of Soaz's career. Started off as a little worm, grew into a bird that can oversee everybody on the map. No,
and with a Gangplank. Okay. No, I don't know how you transition from a word to a bird.
No, you can't. I mean, you get eaten and then you're screwed. But I mean, it's interesting to see, like, Yellow Star had 238 European LCS games. Bjergsen is approaching 300 games, but that includes both EU and NA. And then Double Lift actually stopped with 322 games in the North American LCS. That's a boatload when you think about it. And Soaz still relevant, still a monster. And thank goodness he's playing a carry, because I so much prefer him on these types of champions.
Well, when we last saw him on a carry, one of the issues that Fnatic highlighted was that they didn't know entirely how to play with him on a carry champion. But it looks like that they've rectified a lot of these issues, or at least from what we've seen against Vitality, which you always have to be a little bit hesitant about based on Vitality's performance so far. Nevertheless, the lineup for Fnatic is looking promising, at least from their game one. But now they're playing a very different style. They don't have the Lee Sin for Broxah. They are playing with the Ivan, very much utility-based, very much more towards scaling and playing towards the later stages of the game. Whereas Vitality, they have to look to punish this early window. We talked a lot about it during Champion Select. Now the question is, can they pull it off?
Oh, good damage. GBM onto Caps, but needs a lot more AP before that's going to be impactful. And this is an exciting matchup now. Caps into GBM. Caps still a young rookie playing against a mid laner who's competed in LCK, competed in NA. Was meant to be a jungler, but now is obviously starting mid lane because of the struggles that Vitality had with synergizing with Hachani. And I think it's important to note just like how much pressure this Vitality squad is under. As you can see, Joko potentially getting an opportunity down bottom.
Investing some time to get vision around River will enable GBM to push more aggressively, along with provide some support for the bottom lane that's taking a bit of a hammering right now. But I feel that this is a great opportunity for Joko. Maybe going aggressively, but he's not going to take that opportunity. Meanwhile, as the camera is panning back onto the mid lane.
Ooh, a lot of damage. Flash teleport for Caps' Camille, and that passive giving you the shield of your opponent's primary damage type did so much work there.
But it's also the fact that Caps has a really good understanding of punishing cooldown windows. Because at level 3, GBM will have taken points into all 3 of his skills, but they all have incredibly long cooldowns. And if you have a minion wave that is pushing against you, if you do not manage those abilities properly, that gives a big window of opportunity for Caps to go aggressive. He gets the bonus movement speed, he gets a bit of healing back, he has a lot of crowd control in his kit, he has a lot of gap closes, and he can just take advantage of that window on top of the big magic resistance shields that he gets from his passive.
And as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, current patch 7.2. This is not 7.3, where every single ability on Camille is nerfed. Still very powerful, very strong. And
soon.
Yeah, soon, TM. To be hit with a little bit by the nerf hammer, nerf bat. Forget which weapon it is. But regardless, Fnatic have already farmed themselves up a small lead. Advantages for Caps in the mid lane, advantages for Reckless and Jesus in the bottom lane. And it already feels like Fnatic are taking charge of the game.
I just want to be seeing more from Joko right now. He's hit level 4. As of yet, we haven't seen him try any ganks bottom lane. One thing that he could do as a jungler is you don't necessarily have to gank, but you come down, you help push out the bottom lane to enable them to go for an early back, get that quicker upgrade, at maybe even a second longsword to just reset the lane. But here's the early gank.
Well, there we go. Vedius, you asked for the gank, and it's going to happen. Jesus is rooted down. Exhaust onto Reckless. First blood will be gifted to steal back Vitality on the board.
Finally, we see the early jungle presence from Joko. He makes his way known down in the bottom lane. He gets himself a kill. And Vitality, this is the early start that they needed.
All right, they need to continue snowballing ahead because this will just claw back that deficit. Steelback was down a large amount of CS. And if I take a look, that was a teleport back in the top lane for Soaz. Caps, oh, hook shot. Respect flash coming out from GBM. Caps gets the shield, but the Ignite burns through. GBM wins a 1v1.
GBM gets the solo kill, punishes the all-in from Caps. And that is going to be so big for the LeBlanc because this is the snowball that Vitality needed. They've gotten themselves first blood in the bottom lane. GBM has now hit level 6 and has gotten himself a solo kill in the mid. Vitality, we wanted to see from them a better laning phase, a better early game, and they could not have asked for anything more. Looking at how this mid lane trade happened, so the commitment came in from Caps, using his E. Now, the thing about Camille is that once she commits, she actually has no gap closes to get out. And because GBM goes to that flash, Caps got rooted up into a massive pile of minion waves, which enabled GBM to throw down the Ignite, get the Q combo on top of that. The Thunderlord's procced with his E, and that was more than enough damage to get himself the solo kill. Really good punish from GBM, and honestly, really good respect from not getting stunned up too.
Vitality with a couple early kills, keeping themselves relevant in this game. So important that it's GBM and Steelback that secured them. Kills, that is. Now we have to take a look at how Vitality can bounce back. Still only even in gold, despite the kill advantage. Of course, Gangplank's going to be farming up some additional gold. Caps and Reckless have CS advantages. Correction, had CS advantages as Caps has been evened out. And for Vitality, it's up to them to keep this pressure up now, right? Because scaling is very strong. There's, of course, the ghost of GBM in the mid lane, bottom lane, giving some vision and at least taunting Reckless and Jezza.
So for those that may not be aware, LeBlanc's ultimate has 2 active abilities where you can proc it, and if you proc it again, you can actually create a clone of yourself, which you can send all across the map. And if you send it down to the bottom lane, you can make it look like that LeBlanc has come for a roam, and it looks identical to that mid lane LeBlanc. And even if you see the LeBlanc on the minimap, you never quite know.
No.
So it is super deceptive. It relieves a bit of the pressure from the bottom lane of Vitality. And it's just really good awareness from GBM to just help out his bottom laners and be like, yo guys, here, have this bit of extra pressure.
Especially because Steelback and Nukeduck, once again struggling. It's the same duo for Vitality with a Jhin and a Malzahar. But they're dealing with all the wave pressure and wave control that Sivir Misfortune has. It's difficult to counter-push that and get them away from their tower.
What I'd really like to see is another gank from Vitality, because the Serrated Dirt being picked up is actually a very big spike for Steelback. The all-in power of both the bottom lane and Joko onto a Misfortune who has no flash would result in a very swift kill and transition into a dragon.
Well, Vedius Joko was sniffing around in the bottom lane, but Broxah was aware of it and came to meet him. Trigger Seed will buy some time. Flash away from Distortion. Caps hook shots over the wall, and Broxah's able to escape. Ethereal Chains locks down Caps, and Tactical Sweep tags up nobody. Broxah gets away with just his flash used. Take a look at the bottom lane. Nukeduck has got the Nether Grasp, locks it down onto Jez's. Steelback's coming for the damage, exhaust traded back and forth, but the army of Voidlings kills Jez's.
This is the all-in potential that Steelback had picked up with his Serrated Dirk and having hit level 6. Nukeduck uses the Nether Grasp to tie it nicely in with the Deadly Flourish, and it looks like the Vitality may very well not be done yet, as we can see Joko hanging around the bottom lane.
Caps is trying to trade backwards. Broxah's going to come in to at least help Joko. Joko, taste the fear down. The shield's already shredded. There's no flash for Broxah. Cannon Barrage is buying some time. Vision denial from the Brushmaker. Tower helping out as a defensive flash from Cabo. Looking mid. Caps, tactical sweep. Ignite is burning. Kick him in the head.
It again.
Not going to be enough. GBM wins again.
GBM with the 1 versus 1 once more. Level 9 now to the level 8 of Caps. And while all that has been happening, Vitality get themselves another kill in the bottom lane. Early game going so well. This snowball composition that they've drafted is going to be working like a charm.
It really will. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Vitality, and an Infernal Drake is the focus for now. Soaz is pushing up that top tower, taking a quick look to see just how much damage it's on, down to about 30%. But a much, much better early game. And this really all started because Reckless and Jez is overextended bottom, and GBM just straight up won that 1v1 in mid lane. Here's a replay of the second kill.
Oh, so Caps actually misplayed a cool mechanic that you can do with the E on Caps, because just like the Flash Shen Taunt, you can do a very similar thing with Camille, where if you flash at the right moment, you can actually extend the stun that happens at the very end of your E. He misplays it, GBM is able to dash away, and because Caps has no flash and has no more gap closes, GBM can just play at the edge of his auto attack range, and he has more than enough damage to get himself the kill.
Exceptionally well played by GBM. If he can keep this level of performance up, a number of squishy targets could allow Vitality to start to win these team fights, especially with that get out of jail free button of Shen. There's a lot of outplay potential. All right, Broxah snuck his way into the bush down in the bottom lane. Let's take a look at what happens here. Trigger Seed, they need to pop Nukeduck's passive. Hasn't been done just yet, and the ward spots out Broxah. A little uninspiring as far as ganks go. But, you know, this is a scaling jungler. This is somebody you want to impact the later game.
So Joko right now doing a bit of cheeky invading because he does see a window of opportunity, given that Broxah is down in the bottom lane. But looking at Joko, he's so far had a pretty good early game in terms of his presence. This is more of what we wanted to see from him. And I'm always keeping my eye on that mid lane because in game 1 it was a little bit slow, but in game 2 it's just been so exciting, given that GBM has been able to get 2 solo kills.
Yeah, especially because this is GBM's second game on stage here for Vitality. Replaced Nukeduck in the mid lane, and, you know, Fnatic opted into this matchup. They could have put that Camille in the top lane, opted to go bottom. Taking a look at the mini-map, Joko is now coming to help up Caro Shard. It's a 2-on-1. There's not enough support from Fnatic. Soaz is getting chunked down. He flashes back into the minion wave. And you can see nearly a facepalm as Fnatic's duo lane is now making their way top. It's that delayed lane swap that we're seeing a little bit more frequently.
Super easy for Joko to just make his way up through the river and get himself the kill. And now Fnatic, they're feeling the pressure from Vitality. They're rotating their bottom lane up to the top. That tower is incredibly low, and they should be able to get it fairly easily. But they're still afraid of the potential that Vitality has as this two-man unit. More than enough wave clear. Vitality are quickly able to respond.
Yeah, that really is a little strange. Taking a look at game 1 stats here. Joko and Broxah. Really big difference. Like, Broxah had significantly lower team jungle proximity, but please keep in mind that the early game was dictated by the laners. You know, when Broxah got involved, he was able to pick up some kills and some assists, but it was where his team needed him between that 10 to 15 minute mark.
And that's the big difference, because while it definitely was around the laners from Fnatic in game 1, the difference we saw between Broxah and Joko was that Broxah was investing all of his resources into effective ganks, whereas Joko was just trying to make things happen, and it couldn't result in any net gain. When you compare that to his game 2 performance, all of his ganks have been successful.
Oh, that hurts.
And it's now enabling Vitality to play aggressively and come out ahead all over the map.
75% chunk down. Caps still has Hex Drinker available. Look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. Broxah can come in. He can pop the shield. The Trigger Seed onto GPM. Caps has caught him. The Hex Tech ultimatum. Stand United being channeled will not complete. Nukeduck needs to run away, cancelling his own Nether Grasp, and flashes away from the Daisy stun. Fnatic get themselves one back. Soaz is now challenging Cabo. Maybe it's the other way around. Cabo is challenging Soaz. Stand United taunt. Teleport coming in from Caps. Remember, he has it. Joko looking for the damage. Hook shot buys some time. Void Assault. Joko's going to back out. And wow, that got a bit messy and chaotic. Fnatic got first Tower Blood.
Good restraint from Joko not to commit hard underneath the turret. He gets the flash and he's happy with that. He can save it for later. But great response from Fnatic to get themselves the kill down onto GBM. They needed to try and shut down this snowball as quickly as they could, and they're able to get a kill down onto GBM.
Despite a 5-kill advantage, Vitality and Fnatic are even. The CS obviously balancing out. Caps' deficit is Reckless's bonus, and we're going to catch a replay of course, Broxah helping out his mid laner.
The thing you have to respect is the range from Broxah's seed root thing, because it can catch you completely unaware. It locks you up, it then brings him within range. He's then able to lock you down, synergized with the Gangplank ultimate. There's just too much lockdown onto GBM where his mobility can't help him.
Yeah, extremely difficult, especially when you're locked in that baby cage. Hextech ultimatum makes life difficult. See damage dealt to champions this game. Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds, and Vedius, the stats team informed me that the Infernal Drake that Vitality picked up was their 5th of the Spring Split. That's all. We're in week 4. The league average for Dragons secured is 20. So they are really far behind the average, but I'm also being a little fair here. This is a team that's only got 1 series victory, 3 series losses. So obviously, if you are losing many games, you are unable to pick up Dragons.
So what we're saying is that Nukeduck being moved to support and GBM in mid is all of a sudden by like 20% improve the team's performance.
I mean, you can say that.
Obviously, that's skewing stats. That's just a bit of banter. But yes, what we have to regard is the fact that Vitality, this game in particular, have looked very good.
But is it enough? Is it enough? The game still feels even. You know, Fnatic have got the tower. Yes, Fnatic have given up kills and been outplayed. Well, we're about to find out now. Joko, Stand United not available, but look at the burst onto Reckless. Reckless actually popped on the hunt, and instantly got bursted down from that warrior enchant.
Reckless's eyes at that moment just popped up and they were like, what? But he realized that, oh, I have a team around me, it's fine, I'm not going to get one shot. And they are able to disengage, but Joko alone is able to prevent a 4-man collapse from Fnatic onto the mid laner of GBM. And now they can make a map movement down to the bottom lane. Gangplank ultimate's going to be a bit of a pain. And this is a large part as to why Vitality can't quite secure these outer objectives.
You just said something that really got me thinking, Vedius. Joko was around the mid lane and stopped the collapse. Joko got the first kills of the game. Joko was setting up for counting. Like, this is a game where now Joko's setting up once again with Nukeduck in the wings. It feels like Vitality are now more on the same page than game one. The jitters seem to be gone, and they're punishing this, let's say, unorthodox team composition from Fnatic.
Funny that a mid laner is spending time talking to his jungler about keeping mid lane alive. Very convenient, but right now Vitality is setting up for this dragon. They have push priority in mid, they have top lane pushing, they have Jhin down bottom lane to clear out the wave. So this should be a relatively safe dragon clear. The only risk they have is Reckless and Jez coming in for a roam, but without On the Hunt, there's no real fear that Joko does have, so he will be able to pick up his second dragon of the game. But as you rightly said, Quickshot, this gold difference is something that we really need to keep our eyes on, because a lot of it comes from the bottom lane. The fact that Reckless has such a big CS discrepancy is what is keeping the gold even, and we're yet to see GBM make a roam. This was a large part of getting that LeBlanc snowballing. For the time being, he's just keeping Caps down, which is great.
Well, he's keeping him down by a hell of a margin. 50 CS, it's over 1,500 gold. The tower's under pressure as well.
But if you only shut down Caps, what about the Gangplank up in the top lane, who's still free farming? He is ahead of Cabo, largely because of the gold that they were able to get from the early tower, but also because of how well he has been farming. And so you have to wonder all these factors. Broxah is now in a 1v1.
Oh, a lot of damage. Joker's going to leap out to safety, and they get the teleport. I think it's from Caps. Caps will complete that one. He wants the blue buff. It looks like, was it Broxah that picked that up? Yes, was indeed.
But it's shared, so he should be able to get it too.
Yep.
Instead, he moves over to mid lane.
All right, yeah, so Caps didn't pick it up, teleport blown, and that's at least one more cooldown. Denied from Fnatic, even game as we get to 20 minutes. Right, what do Vitality need to do with this team composition?
Now, what I'd like to see is actually either a play in bot or a play towards the Gangplank, because what he's been doing, Soaz in particular, is using his ultimate to clear out any kind of siege that happens in the rest of the map. So if you see multi-members mid, if you see multiple members bot, then he just throws that ultimate down, no longer can Vitality siege. However, if you look to make a play on top side and you try and punish the Gangplank, well, it's going to be difficult for Caps to really punish that mid lane tower. The risk you have is Fnatic being able to take this bot tower. And I feel as though right now Vitality are just struggling to find a window, because what they would typically do by punishing and going for dives using the snowball is largely being prevented by Soaz.
So Fnatic have got the ability to relieve the pressure then. You know, wave clear denial, not at risk of being dove with the Shane combination, because they got wave clear in multiple places.
I think you just make the trade though. You accept the fact we're going to lose the tower bot, and we just force the tower bot top, right? At least you open up the map more, you give LeBlanc more freedom to clear out wards and go for picks. But right now, Vitality are just like, oh no, we have to try and keep our bot tower alive. Ah, no. And then they're not quite able to get anything off the back of it. But now we start to see a map movement from Vitality. Now they're going to try and force it.
All right, Brute force their way onto this bottom tower. The numbers advantage heavily in favor of Vitality. And in the mid lane, GBM actually fancies his chances. Gets the ethereal chains onto Caps. Caps puts down the Hextech ultimatum. Hook shots and gonna back away. Support from Cabo Shard comes out. Soaz only using the cannon barrage. No TP yet. The Caps forced to flash defensively.
Cabo did have to flash too, though. He tried to use the flash taunt to lock down Caps, which would have resulted in another kill for either GBM or Cabo. Regardless, he is able to get away. So now the wave clear of Fnatic has been forced to move to mid lane, because the bot lane has opened up, and this is where you'll start to see both top laners move down there, because they don't rely on the tower as much as someone like GBM necessarily would.
Okay, so game 2 of the series, it feels like Vitality have had more of a shot in the early game through some very good individual plays. Joko got a good gank punishing overextend, GBM got outplays, but Fnatic have got 2 towers because they played the map, right? They moved Reckless and Jezza to the respective lanes. Is this where Fnatic could just run away with the game if they play the map more effectively?
They could very well do. We talked a lot about the potential mid to late game that they have. Their team fighting is very potent because you have Sivir, Misfortune. You have the potential for the 1-3-1 as long as Caps is allowed to get his items spiked. And now that he has completed his Trinity Force, he's making good headway in that direction. And also their fantastic wave clear means that if Vitality ever make a misstep, you get very quickly punished, and it allows Fnatic to take these outer objectives.
Yeah, I mean, this ends up being a tower trade. It is top for middle, but as that's the last outer tower secured, Fnatic will have a little more access and freedom into Vitality's jungle. Cap's about to find Joker as he fires out that Void Missiles. And here comes Cap with a tactical sweep just to clear out the wave. You know, Daisy dropped down by Broxah, buying some time, and Joko still in the jungle. GBM's locked down, Hextech ultimatum. Hourglass will buy a little bit of time for the Stand United to finish, and Distortion away to safety. Bulletstorm rather, putting some damage down as a redemption, going to be helping out. Fnatic taking a lot of damage. Cabo Shot is left for dead. Looking to taunt over the wall. Gets shut down. Tactical sweep for the slow. Last kill will be secured. Hit rather by Soaz. That's only the second of the game, but that took a very, very long time.
It's still fine for Vitality because look at what they gained on the map. Mid-tier 1, a lot of damage onto tier 2 top.
Radius, I'm going to say the ultimate play-by-play line.
Go.
We've not touched yet. There's no magic damage from Fnatic. Quad AD Source and Sunfire Cape, Randian's Omen, and another Chain Vest. This is why Cabochard takes so long.
But what are you talking about? Look at the magic damage coming out from Broxah right now. It's absolutely incredible.
Kappa.
But the chase ends up happening from Vitality. Or, sorry, from Fnatic even, as Vitality are the ones escaping. But Cabo does a great job of buying time. Nukeduck wants to try and help him, because if he's able to get to the Blast Cone, then he would have been able to escape. But the Trigger Seed combined with the CC from Daisy is enough to lock down Cabo and allow Fnatic to get themselves the kill.
Yeah, Vitality had a marginal gold lead. Just over 2,000, which Fnatic has clawed back, thanks a lot in part to that Tower First Blood and some very good CSing for both Soaz and Reckless. But yeah, I'm going to go back to that damage point. You know, we're 25 minutes in. Ninja Tabai on both Cabo and Joko. A bunch of armor picked up. Hourglass, the effectiveness of that armor goes up. Because there really is no alternative damage source. So as the game continues to grow, yes, Fnatic will have more damage to play with and more options. But at some point, Cabo is going to be nigh unkillable.
It's very true. We've already seen it down in the bottom lane where the fact that Cabo could rush that early armor meant that he was actually out-trading Soaz in these extended fights.
Yeah.
But as the game progresses, you also have to respect that things like Last Whisper, transitioning into things like the Mortal Miner and Lord Dominic's Regard will help get through some of this armor.
Yeah.
But that's like 3-4 items later. So that's really later on into the game. And the big question mark is, what can Vitality do in that window? Where can they really abuse this big armor spike that they have?
In a perfect world, Jesus will get Black Cleaver and shred armor and make it even more effective for the rest of the team.
You can see he's already working towards it with the Caulfield's Warhammer. But the big one I want to pay attention to is actually Broxah, because he has now completed both Redemption and Locket. Something that often gets talked about with regards to this Ivan pick is how strong he gets at around the 25-minute mark. Once he's got all of these heals and shields stacked on top of each other, it makes champions like LeBlanc really difficult to play. As we see, every time you try to come in for a flank, there is so much utility that it makes just getting these picks, getting that burst opportunity really difficult.
Yeah, and that's, of course, one of the ways Vitality can win this game. GBM was setting up for that sort of flank behind Fnatic and still maintaining side lane control here. Caps has been left alone in that top lane for a very long time. Down over 2,300 gold and 70-odd CS. Flame Horizon getting very, very close here for GBM. And Soaz doing a good job. Much more focused faces backstage this time around. As Soaz, look, can simply do nothing against Cabo. Joker's going to come in for some additional damage. A flash away from Soaz. Cannon Barrage not available either. And yet another kill to Vitality. Lucky number 7.
certainly is. The question mark is now, what can Vitality do with that window of opportunity? You can see GBM up in the top lane, putting a bit of pressure. They'd already taken that tower down. And I feel that if you're Vitality, you need to start looking for that Baron play. Because while your side laners have already demonstrated how much stronger they are, you want to start using this pick power that you have to lure Fnatic into their own jungle, into a false sense of security where you can then get the pick. And the advantage for Fnatic is they are fully aware that the Baron taking speed of Vitality is not the greatest. LeBlanc, not that amazing. Jhin, not that amazing. Malzahar, though, and Kha'Zix, pretty strong. But it should be enough time for Fnatic to respond if they would decided to commit to it. So Vitality very reliant on setting up good vision and getting these picks.
Oh, Baron and Cannon Barrage. Is it enough? Is it enough? Baron auto? No. Not going to be enough this time around. Nukeduck almost killed by enlisting the help of Baron Nashor.
He's actually very lucky because Baron Nashor has a rotation of abilities that he does use, and if Baron were to choose any other one other than that long-winded one, he could very well have lost his life. But still, he is able to get away from that. So as now, with his ultimate on cooldown, another window of opportunity that Vitality could look to try and abuse, which so far, I feel like that's a question I keep repeating because there are so many windows that they're being given by Fnatic, yet they're not setting up properly. Look, it's Fnatic with the vision around Baron.
It all stems from the fact that GBM has had some great outplays on Caps. Look at that damage. Void Staff, Morellonomicon, and Hourglass. Not even getting a full combo. GBM's able to chunk down Caps. I know how hard it is to play against GBM. He Goomba stomped me in an April Fool's game. I was playing Malzahar, he was playing Karma. He was pretending to be Jat, he was smurfing. That's a bannable offense. It was April Fool's and I really got embarrassed. You know, I'm carrying that to this day. And now Caps knows how I feel. He got Goomba stomped in lane 2.
Do you want a hug, Trevor?
Yes, okay, let's hug it out, dude.
Sorry for anyone's mic. The man who heard that. That just confirmed the hug.
That did confirm the hug, the thud.
But he's feeling better now.
I am.
GBM's feeling pretty good about himself too, though, given that he is a level 16 LeBlanc, and here comes Shen.
All right, Stand United might just complete. Stand United, the Shadow Dash taunt. Reckless is able to escape, and despite a full channel on the bullet time, it's Broxah that's down. Cannon Barrage used as well, so Fnatic lose one, use all their ultimates, except Caps' ultimatum. 5-on-3, GBM looking for some more kills. The ultimatum comes down. How on earth did GBM get out?
I think he got knocked out of the ultimate that was targeting him. I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
Just missed it off the top of the screen. Vedius, we need to pick the energy up. Vitality are starting Baron. There's no smite available. Fnatic are not in the pit. Down to 2,000 HP. Powder kick too early. Vitality get Baron.
Vitality now have firm control over the game. 2,500 gold in the lead puts them in a very promising position.
And, I have to say, Vedius, coming into this game, Vitality had 4 dragons and 2 barons. They now have 6 dragons and 3 barons. Statistically, it's a phenomenal performance increase, and it is a good trend, but they need to carry it on for the rest of the series. This is how the fight started.
Oh, so we're actually seeing, I don't know how that happened. Normally what happens is you get locked in the ultimate rather than get knocked out of it. Could very well be an interaction between LeBlanc and Camille, nevertheless, as GBM goes in.
Yeah, GBM, instant Hourglass. Where's the damage? Daisy comes down, teleports, following in. 4 Cabo shot off the Baron. Vitality are looking to siege. Caps has joined in. As Daisy's able to escape for now. Fnatic now have to defend the siege from Vitality.
And it's going to be difficult because Vitality can set up for a 1-3-1. It's already been demonstrated that GBM can easily out-trade Caps, especially when the ultimate doesn't even work. So you can just look to punish that up in the top lane, send your Shen down into the bottom, have your 3-man unit mid, as Fnatic go on to Cabo.
All right, trying to put some damage down on him, but again, remember, so much armor. Thornmail picked up, and Fnatic cannot burn through that armor. Redemption dropped down as a small heal for Fnatic. They're 3,000 gold in the hole. Vitality got their 3rd dragon of the game, and now they're playing the Siege game. Stand United's available for Cabo, so if he wants to join either GBM or the rest of the Vitality squad, he can definitely pick up a team fight where they want to.
You have to be very careful if you're Vitality, though, because when you are setting up for a 1-3-1, you need to make sure that your 3-man unit is a strong disengage tool. But when you look at Fnatic's ability to engage with On the Hunt, they have to be very aware. They have to play fairly safe and rely on their side laners, who, to be fair, are doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal here from Vitality. I mean, look, you got to go all the way back to picks and bans. Fnatic opted into this matchup. You know, they went Camille into LeBlanc, went for that, I'm going to say skill matchup. I don't really know it well enough to say for sure. Picked the GP into the Shen, went all AD. And then, when they're in-game, Vitality simply outplayed Fnatic. GBM's had a great game. Joko on your screen right now has had much more of an impact. And with Cabo's simplified itemization choices, Vitality take their 6th tower and they're now sieging Fnatic's base.
You can see GBM in the bottom lane just wreaking havoc, working towards what I can only imagine will be a death cap. It's going to make the life of Fnatic even more difficult than it already is. Because look, mid lane, you have the pushing unit of Skillback and Nukeduck. In the bottom, you've just got GBM being utterly relentless, and Fnatic have no answers. They have no hard engage tools. And even if they do try to engage, I feel that they're just going to end up falling.
I don't have the ability to get through that front line. GBM's taking a fair amount of damage down bottom, and Fnatic inside a bush, waiting to set up a kill. Said that many times over Soaz's 250-game career. Hell, said it when he was on Origin. Just a style he likes to play. But Fnatic now really, really far behind. It feels like they're going to go back to the drawing board. Fnatic will have the option of side choice in game number 3, and maybe we'll pick a slightly less risky matchup. Maybe.
I wonder if it was risky or whether or not it was just the overstep from Fnatic in the bottom lane. Because yes, you definitely did lose the 1-versus-1, and that was just a misplay from Caps. He decided to commit when he didn't necessarily have to, and GBM outplayed him. That's not necessarily a comp thing, that is just you losing the 1-versus-1. And in the bottom, it was a misplay from Reckless and Jesus to overstep and allow Joko to get that first blood.
Yeah, so, okay, GBM, good game 2. You know, game 1, the game kind of fell apart around
it
him.
wasn't his fault.
Yes. Nukeduck, on the other hand, better in game 2, but Vitality as a team, we're still not seeing sort of map play that's really blowing our minds. You know, it's individual carry performances, but that's where you need to start picking up wins.
I think the Memento made a very valid point on the desk, which was that Hachani may very well have been the primary shot caller, the dude that was leading the charge, and now Vitality are still figuring out how they do lead as a team. Who is the vocal player? Who is the one that maybe makes that final decision? But as the series is progressing, it seems to be getting there. They seem to be finding more fluidity, and it's only game 2. It's difficult to say for sure what has clicked, but so far this game, they seem to be clicking more.
All right, it's important to note that Baron buff has now worn off, and Vitality are split across the lanes. They haven't opened the base. Despite securing that Baron, it's been enough to secure nearly a 6,000 gold lead, and Vitality's item breakpoints definitely terrifying. You can see damage dealt to champions, and GBM leading the way.
Just to backtrack to that point you made, Quickshot, where Vitality are yet to break the base. We have to remember that Reckless picked this Sivir to compensate for the lack of wave. But imagine if this was someone like an Ashe. They really would have struggled to deal with all of the pressure that Vitality is exerting right now.
Well, Ashe is not a champion we've seen picked too many times, and luckily for Fnatic, they have that wave clear. The option to stall is still there, right? Powder kegs, cannon barrage, bullet time if you need it. And it's up to Vitality to really set up like a backline dive or a punish. Use that LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, and Shen to combo down one of these squishies.
I feel as though that the next big play for Vitality is just move towards Baron or Elder Dragon. You should really prioritize the Baron simply because of how much more value it has in setting up sieges, which is what they're struggling to do right now because of Reckless on this Sivir. So look to get top jungle priority. Look to have all pushing lanes, send your Shen down bottom, have LeBlanc push up top, and then just kick off the Baron. Fnatic, on the other hand, they need the Baron too. And because they've now been able to get the setup in advance, they're going to go for a bit of cheese.
Will somebody walk into the bush? Shh. Let it breathe. If it were to be a player, it would be... Ah, Reckless steps out. needed the CS. Instead, Caps is going to go on to GBM. Stand United comes out. Caps is locked down. Nethergrass, not going to be enough to kill him yet. Caps still stays alive. Redemption heals him. Where is his HP coming from? Cabochon somehow's been dropped down. There's the Goomba, the Stomp, the Grom, the Jump. Joko's got the double, and Fnatic lose 4. Curtain call onto Soaz, looking for the shots. 2 go wide. The third and the 4th is not needed. Vitality ace Fnatic.
Clean team fight from Vitality. They get themselves the ace, and they are looking to break down the base of Fnatic. 13-3. This is not the team that we saw in game 1, but it is definitely the team that we wanted to see.
Yeah, well played by Vitality. Convincing victory in that team fight. They break open the base. It's 20 to 30 second death timers. May not be able to get the Nexus.
But Inhibitors is more than good enough, because with Baron live, with the Elder Dragon live, and with all of these super minions making their way into the Fnatic base, it'll be so difficult for Fnatic to contest, and we are looking at a game 3 right now.
All right, we really are. Vitality still need to finish the game. Here's a replay. It's Joko that cleans up on the back end.
So it's Reckless that baits out the fight initially. Caps is able to get the catch onto GBM. He is forced to use his Zhonya's early, and you can see the utility provided by Ivan. The redemption, the heal, the shield is enough to keep Caps alive for so long, but that's also enough time for Joko to come in from the flank and start cleaning up the fight. Jump after jump, isolated target after isolated target results in Vitality getting themselves a win. Now Fnatic, they're going to try and respond with a Baron rush.
Time for a rush, ladies and gentlemen. Baron is in the pit with Fnatic. Brushmaker's denying vision. Caps leaps over the wall, but it might be to his death. Cabochon's in the pit. That's 2 members of Fnatic down. Here comes Joko again, and despite GBM going down, Stand United buys time. Vitality get another ace. They get themselves the Baron. It's a quadra kill for Joko.
And with that, there is nothing left for Fnatic to stop the siege from Vitality, and it looks like the Vitality are taking us to a game 3.
Vitality pushing into the base. 39-minute slugfest. It was a last pick Kha'Zix. 5 junglers were banned this game. And eventually Joko gets the Kha'Zix. The Nexus goes down. Vitality ties Fnatic 1-1.
Great game from Vitality. They were able to do exactly what they needed to in the early game. The LeBlanc getting the 2 solo kills was so important for enabling that early snowball. And while Vitality were a little bit slow in their ability to close the game out, in their ability to fully utilize their lead, you can give them nothing but praise for their ability to get that snowball, which is so much different from the Vitality that we have been seeing all split.
And it's one of those really interesting things, you know, Camille and LeBlanc were left open. Vitality had to pick which one of those champions do they get their hands on. They opted for the LeBlanc, Fnatic opted for the Camille, put it mid lane, and GBM straight up won that.
Oh yes, he did.
Twice he won the 1v1 against Caps, and that was really sort of the pressure reliever, right? Last week, when Fnatic ran that Camille mid, it was Caps roaming and playing side lanes. That unlocked his champion, and Vitality, relief, happiness, touch of confusion, as the team is getting ready backstage to, you know, discuss what happened and what to do next.
And this is every mid laner's dream, right? For so long, we have seen mid laners that just farm and farm and farm, and finally, GBM in his first appearance in the EULCS says, hey, I'll give you 2 solo kills.
First series, second game, Fnatic and Vitality are tied at 1 game apiece. Let's send over the analyst desk to break down game 2.
Thank you so much, Quick Shot. And well, I didn't believe these guys when they said that Vitality would come back in the series, but that is why you guys are analysts,
Well,
and Memento claimed it.
Just me. Yeah, I said Fnatic would win.
What did it come down to in the end?
I think just Joko 1v9, basically.
And GBM.
Yeah, GBM as well. Joko had a great early game this time, and GBM as well, getting 2 solo kills on Caps. But there's still the problem where they got the kills, they did a good job, they snowballed early, but they didn't get any objectives.
It slowed down, but I do want to take a look at the kills first. Someone of these two said on the desk during the game, ha, you can give LeBlanc to GBM because he didn't do anything in NA, he's not that good. You can choose who said that. It was official, but then this happened.
Listen, what I said was, if you're Fnatic and you have Caps, you're okay giving a player like GBM LeBlanc because you trust that Caps can win it. And you are fine to trust, putting your trust in him, but god damn it, man, I know he's young and everything, He's just playing so greedy. When you play melee, physical damage dealer matchups against mages, Hexdrinker, like that's like your golden item. You don't have to fight before Hexdrinker, because it's such a huge spike for you in this matchup.
But it's so much fun.
And he went in twice without Hexdrinker and died twice. I'm just like, dude!
But I think Caps is just testing his limits.
He
but
is.
I don't think this is the time to be testing your limits.
Yeah, I guess if you have Caps, you can't trust in him against GPM.
Well, I mean, this is a
like
choice.
in this specific LeBlanc
In
thing,
this
yeah.
specific instance, yeah. But this is a choice that Fnatic has made consistently.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, we remember the Katarina being picked for him as well, then the Camille mid now twice, and they put those ballsy matchups in his hands, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So would you go away from it completely if you were Fnatic, or?
I mean, right now I would just pick something safer, and Caps should not test his limits anymore. Because this series is really important for them, actually.
Yeah,
they
that's
need
true.
this win.
And for Vitality.
And for Giants, it's really important for a lot of teams because they're all trying to chase Fnatic and Vitality's trying to make it into playoffs as well. So a lot of teams around them being impacted by this specific matchup, and that's super exciting. But if I was Fnatic's coach, I would still trust in Caps and some of these matchups against. That's why I said they can give LeBlanc
They can
over.
tilt it over, yeah.
Yeah, but give LeBlanc over to a GPM and then like use the mechanics of Caps, but he just needs like so much more experience because there really is no reason for him to try and all in. Even if he was so close and he will tell you, oh, if I just did this one little mini thing, I would have killed the guy twice.
Next time I would kill him.
Yeah, next time I would kill him. But you just don't have to fight before Hexdrinker right there, I personally feel, and GBM probably feels the same.
Yeah, he probably does. And then we look at the side of Vitality through all this. It worked out in this game specifically. Okay, you got LeBlanc, but you said the game slowed down, but they managed to win the game, which is a lot more than we can say for some of the previous weeks for Vitality. We're also going to take a look at the final fight. Fnatic, they sat in bushes for, I think, 60% of that game, and they tried here again.
So I pick Iron, by the way, as Fnatic. This fight specifically also shows one of the problems about Camille, is that she's purely single target. And when you have Hourglass and Shinhold, you're gonna survive.
But just pay attention to what Joker is doing. He's doing the right thing that he should be doing with Kha'Zix. Maybe his jumps aren't the best, but still, he did a really good job killing the back line. And he basically kind of carried that fight. Also, Nuke ulting immediately on Camille was really good.
Yeah. They had so many tools to like shut down Camille in fights. Like Malza ulti, Shen ulti, Hourglasses. And so much physical damage on the side of Fnatic as well. Made it harder when late game Shen was like full armor, so he was never gonna die in fights like these. And overall, Vitality's like composition just was really good in fights, and because Camille fell behind, even with Reckless actually getting like early top tower into an early bot tower, that was where we were kind of criticizing Vitality for not really snowballing with the 6-0 lead when they had so many kills, because they were losing tower still. But apart from that, you know, because Camille was so far down, she was a non-factor.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the game. And I want to ask you, Memento, how is it then? Then Joko, he gets the Kha'Zix back-to-back. One game, he's not very good on it. And then the second game, he completely takes over. What was the main difference?
Well, Broxah not only, but also that GBM solo kills mid lane twice. And mid lane pressure is so important in this meta. Like, if you don't have mid lane pressure, you can't do anything. And with the jungler, but I still don't think they utilize it on the mid lane pressure at all. But still, having GBM solo killing Caps twice helped Joko quite a lot. Letting him like go into the enemy jungle, find Broxah, kill him, and find picks, and actually getting ahead.
And I'm really happy to see GPM, who has had like a wacky last year basically, because his last split for energy was obviously terrible, not just because of him, but because the team also fell apart. And then he transitioned into a jungler. So obviously he's not been spending the off-season practicing mid lane. But he then joins Vitality and figures out apparently halfway through this split that he's like, I might have to play mid now. So
yeah, we don't know what happened.
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
right?
Like, we don't know for how long he's been back to playing mid now. Obviously, he has so much experience in the past, and he used to be a really good mid laner. So I'm actually kind of happy to see him return in a game like this. I think his Cassiopeia game, he couldn't do anything. Like, the team just fell apart around him as well. So it's cool to see him back, and Vitality needs him to do really well if they want to win anything. 2
solo kills, and then also the Drake lottery went in their favor as well. Pretty good. But hey, they still played well overall. So call it, guys. I trust in you guys. You were right before. Vitality or Fnatic?
He was right.
So
I
we looked
think
first.
actually Fnatic are gonna come back now. They're gonna stop messing around. They have to focus now.
Stop messing around.
I agree with this guy.
All right.
Then we both right or wrong.
Well, in any case, it is an incredibly important final game of the evening. It is the decider in this best of 3 between Vitality and Fnatic. See you in 3.5.
It's my choice for this.
Ask for the gank, and it's going to happen. Jesus is rooted down. Exhaust onto Reckless. First blood will be gifted to steal back. Vitality on the board. So as Caps, hook shot. Respect flash coming out from GBM. Caps gets the shield, but the ignite burns through. GBM wins a 1v1. It's a 2-on-1. There's not enough support from Fnatic. So is getting chunked down. He flashes back into the minion wave. And Fnatic lose 4. Curtain call onto Soaz, looking for the shots. 2 go wide. The 3rd and the 4th is not needed. Vitality ace Fnatic. European LCS 2017 Spring Split, Week 4, Day 2, Series 2, Game 3. We're about to get into the deciding game between Fnatic and Vitality. And Vedius, if you kept up with all that, I'm impressed. Did you know Fnatic picked blue side in Game 3?
I was aware that they have in fact decided upon the blue side.
But what does it mean?
It means that they have more control over the draft. In Game 1, we saw how pigeonholed they were in the bottom lane specifically. They gave up the bottom lane, they gave up the top lane, they gave up the entire map at 12 minutes into the game, and that is not what Vitality want.
What does Fnatic want, and what do they ban?
They could go back to what they were banning Game 1, take away the Jace, the Ivern, the Syndra. I mean, it worked for them in Game 1. maybe do a couple of crazy flex. Now, the problem is if you flex a little bit too much, maybe it comes back to bite you. I know sometimes Crepo around the office, he's flexing his muscles, and then all of a sudden, he walks into the mirror without realizing it. So you have to be wary that if you flex just a little bit too much, it can come back to bite you.
Oh, you're going to regret that. So, too much flexing and maybe too much bravado, or
perhaps.
Gusto on the side of Caps ends up costing him. Disappointed Deficio on the desk talking about Caps going too eager with that Camille into LeBlanc. So, obviously Fnatic opted to let the OP champions through, 2 of them, LeBlanc and Camille. That's what hurt them in game number 2. Will Vitality do the same thing, or is it just safer to ban those 3 away and just play sort of the expected, anticipated champions?
Well, I feel as though if you're Fnatic, you don't actually have to look at banning away any of the power champions. You can just rely on Vitality to do it, unless they want to gamble, unless they go full SKT and they ban none of the power picks, and they leave everything open. And so far, they're actually starting off their ban strategy with just that.
All right, 1 ban. I'll believe it if I see a second one. A second one, Vedia. So obviously, Varus was the first pick for Fnatic in game 1. And Fnatic pulled a switcheroo through that mid lane, and that really put a spanner in the works. So Fnatic now ban out the Rengar.
Wow, so Vitality are saying, look, we are considering not banning any of the top champions. And what this means is if you leave them all open, then Vitality are always going to win out on that trade because they will get 2 power picks for 1. So Fnatic are responding with, we are not going to allow you to do this. We are going to ban away the Rengar, and we're going to make it so that we can get ourselves someone like the LeBlanc, and this is more of where Caps could shine. So Vitality responding by saying, oh, okay, we see what you're trying to do, and we're not going to enable Caps to be on such a snowbally champ.
I really like this. A couple of weeks of the same patch and meta. You're starting to see evolution of the pick ban strategy, and also you're starting to see it tailored more towards the respective teams, right? You don't want to give certain champions to certain players. Kha'Zix is a question for me. Joko had a pretty good game on it, and it is now taken off the table. Fnatic looking at another option for first pick.
Ivern has to be the priority for Fnatic right now. If they don't pick it up, Joko will likely respond. But when we look at some of the other options available, Jhin is a power pick, something that Vitality could look to respond with. They could go for a Jhin Zyra so that Steelback and Nukeduck would finally get themselves a priority lane. But then we already know that Jesus can play the Misfortune. So far, a lot of things available, but both teams get a lot of freedom in their power picks.
In an isolated world where only these 2 games between Fnatic and Vitality exist, Reckless's Misfortune was better than Jesus' Misfortune. But obviously the game had a very large reason as to that. And Steelback will once again be playing Jhin. Nukeduck has played Malzahar 2 of this series 3 games. And remember, Graves was banned out in the previous match, so not going to go towards any other jungler, confirming that for Joko.
Now, this is actually a very good jungle pick into the Ivern because they both do a very similar thing in the early game, which is prioritize on early clearing, early farming, and working towards that 2-item power spike. For Graves, he values a lot from a lot of the lethality changes, and because of his natural tankiness, come the mid-game, what he lacks in utility, he certainly makes up as a semi-auto frontline, but also a big damage source.
All right, big damage source, and with that itemization can get a little tanky. Misfortune Malzahar for Fnatic. Nukeduck will need to play another support, and we will see him on Zyra. So Reckless is going to go to that pick that worked in game number 1. All right, ADCs, supports, and junglers locked in. We're waiting for now mid and top, and Vitality and Fnatic in ban phase 2 can look to target one of those 2 respective roles.
I feel that if you're Vitality, you ban away champions like Gangplank and Rumble, look to early prioritize the Shen. You're then forcing Fnatic to invest another ban into the top lane, and because Vitality have priority, they can get themselves a top laner and force Fnatic to experience the pinch.
All right, it's a Poppy ban, not the damage dealers of Rumble yet, or Gangplank. Soaz has played a large number of tanks throughout the course of the split. And of course, maybe a more traditional team comp, with the exception of this ADC, might push Soaz that direction. 4 games Maokai, 2 games Nautilus, 2 games Shen. Shen is still available. We'll find out for how much longer, as Gangplank is now the follow-up.
So you have to ban Shen now if you're Fnatic, because otherwise Vitality are going to first pick it. They could shift more towards a teamfight style, and they invest their second ban into something like an Orianna, so that when Vitality go for the Shen pick, Fnatic can respond with an early rise.
But what does the Fiora ban out mean? A tank option for Fnatic, maybe. Obviously, Shen locked in here for Vitality. He's denying one of those carries for Cabo, but he's locked in Shen.
I feel like Maokai has to be the priority now. The Fiora ban really confuses me because it should have been obvious that Shen was going to be the pick for Vitality. Nevertheless, Maokai makes the most sense. You've already started building up a pretty solid teamfight composition. When you pair that with a Rise as well, Fnatic have a good mid-game spike.
Vedius, it was GBM versus Caps that defined that previous game. What mid laners are we going to see?
Ooh, Rise makes the most sense to me. I think it's the safest. I think that with Syndra banned away, don't troll me now.
Wait, mid lane Kennen?
Or it's mid lane Mal's.
What would... Yeah, I don't know.
So mid lane Kennen is very new. It's something that I personally have played a lot of, but...
Well, that means nothing there, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of risks with it, which we can talk more about once we get into game. But this is definitely a Cap special, and we talked about teamfight power. Oh my word, we have an exciting mid lane matchup today.
Yes, we do. Whether it's Malzahar or Kennen, I care not a jot. It is Xerath locked in. Now, Reckless has run ADC Kennen 2 or 3 weeks ago.
There we go,
played
yeah.
split pushing power. Malzahar into Xerath.
Okay, so the reason as to why we saw the Malzahar plus the Misfortune pick was because Fnatic wanted to guarantee that they would have the stronger 2 versus 2. They wanted to net themselves the counter pick in the bottom lane to try and shut down Nuke Duck. But to do that, they had to lock in both the Mals and the Fiora, and they held on to the flexibility of it. So they allowed the Malzahar to go into the mid lane, and now Reckless is going to be playing the Kennen on AD carry.
All right, in terms of Xerath, the last player to play him professionally was Kami in the CBLOL League, right? That's 7.1. And before that, it was GBM last year on 6.14. This is the second time that we've seen this pick in the last few months. And GBM has played that a couple of times. He lost in the promotion tournament, I'm afraid, but GBM went 2-0 in Summer NALCS.
One of the great things about GBM, in his time during the NALCS, in the summer split alone, he played 16 different unique champions.
That's not a good thing in my opinion.
No, because he did only win on about 2 of them. But it's the fact that he's willing to try, and that's what we're excited to see.
Oh, you got a participation award at high school, didn't you? That's why you're a fan of that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Fnatic versus Vitality. Game 3 here in the cross-group play. Fnatic at 2 series wins, 2 series losses, at risk of losing a 3rd. And now we get to see Malzahar versus Xerath in the mid lane.
As exciting as this matchup should be, unfortunately, Quickshot, it's 2 mages that just kind of love to farm. They're both going to prioritize on going for the early push. Xerath is a champion that we have not seen for a while, but his playstyle is very much the same. Really good at poking, really good at sieging. We'll have to get to the mid lane later as Vitality group up in the bottom lane.
Oh, where's the CC? Nope, got the flash. That's big. That's
Certainly
big.
Is. The problem is, Joko is playing a Graves, which isn't great at setting up the early ganks. If there is a slight overstep from Jezis, you could have Nuke Duck punish him, followed by the Deadly Flourish from Steelback. But it's a big question mark. I feel that for now, Vitality are just going to use that as a pressure advantage to just play around Jezis and punish anything that he may do a few oversteps.
Okay, so punishing Jezis a few oversteps. Looking at CC, looking at some range. I mean, Cabo Shard with Stand United, GBM with that ultimate, the Right of the Arcane. He's going to be able to poke down from such a far distance. Keystone Masteries, no real surprises here.
Deathfire Touch for Xerath mains out there that may be interested in what Keystone Masteries run. Surprising that he actually did not go for the Thunderlords. The reason for that is actually very difficult to proc it on Xerath. Because of how difficult it is to land the 3-hit combo, and typically you actually don't want to be in auto-attack range, so it may be valuable for the lane, but it loses a lot of value later on into the game. Whereas Deathfire Touch you can make a lot of value out of with the amount of harass that you consistently do, because you're going to go for an early Morellonomicon, you're going to want to get a lot of cooldown reduction and mana in your pool, and the amount of poke and siege that you have is unrelenting. I'm sure you remember the days of Xerath, Ziggs, Quickshot.
Of course I do. They were my favorite times. And you know, so does Jezzes. He was a Xerath Ziggs player back when he was a mid laner for SK Gaming many, many years ago. Actually went to Worlds basically as a Ziggs one-trick. That was what Jez was very well known for. And we'll find out just how practiced Vitality are with this champion. You know, GBM has competitive experience with it. As far as I can tell, in terms of international play, only the second time this year. It was obviously played in CBLOL, as I mentioned. And unfortunately for us, it's a farm matchup. Now, let's touch a little bit on these top lane tanks. Cabochard and Soaz obviously want to look to impact team fights. But Fnatic with Ivan, with Malzahar, you know, with Malka, there's just so much CC here.
Fnatic have a fantastic teamfight composition when you look at the amount of sheer utility that they have in the form of the Maokai and the Ivern. I'm a little worried about their damage output simply because Kennen, it takes him a little while to get up there. Likely going to be going towards the Blade of the Ruin King into the rapid fire cannon, which means that against the beefy frontline in the form of Shen and Graves, you're going to need a little bit more under your belt before you really start packing that punch. So I'm looking at a 3-item spike for the cannon. But Fnatic have plenty of tools to stall out. They have good wave clear with the Malzahar. You combine that with the amount of poke you have from Misfortune. And the split push potential for Reckless too. There are a lot of options for Fnatic.
That we've actually seen demonstrated. Reckless has played a great side lane cannon. And you know, if cannon runs out of 80 damage, bring another AD. Reckless is caught, he's rooted, he's stunned, it's Nuke Duck. That drops to 200, Exhaust comes out. Jesus, remember, no flash available. Double up and strut damage aplenty. Steal back and Nuke Duck back away. No kill this time round.
Nuke Duck using his Exhaust a little bit preemptively, but it will allow them to push the lane underneath the turret and they can get themselves a good back timing. This will allow Steelback to get himself the early serrated Dirk, which means that trading in the laning phase will be heavily in his favor. And meanwhile, the rest of the map just continues to fall.
Yeah, I mean, flash teleport here for Caps in the mid lane. The TP Nethergrass plays. They could be game-changing. If Caps can find a target or an opportunity. Because as you mentioned, Verius, it's going to take time, right? For Reckless to scale up, for Jezzes to also work towards a Black Cleaver, but eventually there will be damage coming out.
But I think we have to look at this mid lane matchup more, because when we think back to throughout this series, the expectation would be that Caps would come out ahead, right? We haven't seen GBM competitively for a while. The last time he was really making his presence known was in the North American LCS. But then in Game 2, he comes out swinging with the LeBlanc, getting 2 solo kills onto Mr. Baby Faker. And when you look at his damage output, the average Camille damage is 569. In Game 2, Caps only did 205.
Yeah, and you know, you said that GBM was making a name for himself. I think he was actually burying his name a little bit. Really tough year. Really, really tough year. 4-13 in terms of win-loss. We'll expand on that in a moment because Steelback and Nuke Duck, they're in trouble. Oh, the Trigger Seed misses! Roxa anticipating Nuke Duck to step forwards, but not the case.
Good sidestep from Nuke Duck too. His awareness that I think that all 3 members are in this bush, and he doesn't face check. So that's good. Great to see.
No, very, very true. Just to highlight the props, Roxa a little bit toe-to-toe here. Fighting for farm. Only going to get the passive to clear out the Raptor camp.
I think it's also worth talking about the junglers a little bit, because Joker was a large part of the success of Vitality in Game 2. We saw his Kha'Zix go off just a little bit towards the end, getting those multi-kills. And now with Graves and Ivan, he's definitely playing more of a scaling rather than a snowballing. So his laners are left on their own a little bit more, but at least this time we can see that things are more even across the board. Largely because of burning Jezzes' flash early, having 2 mid laners just being that farm mid lane mage style, and in the top lane you have 2 tanks. So the fact that Joko is playing more scaling is better for the team.
Caps' passive just gets proc. Nethergrasp is available for Caps. He's going to try to turn this around. It's a 2-on-1. The Void Swarm not going to get the kill. Stands United just enough to save GBM. Broxer now coming to help out. Caps flashes away, dodges the 3rd shot of Right of the Arcane. Arcano pulls for first blood.
Nice smite from GBM to get the first blood onto Caps. He's going to walk away with another first blood kill. and Vitality off to another early game lead.
Very good start, but so much was used. Steelback and Nukeduck, they even wanted to join the party as they were roaming up. I have to expect that Cabo's Stand United was interrupted, maybe? Because I don't believe he joined that fight, as far as I can tell.
Definitely was. So we can see how the fight initiates. Joko is able to just walk around from behind. Caps decides to go for the all-in because he knows that Joko cannot interrupt. The Shen ultimate does get interrupted by the Maokai. It's fortunate that Broxah was there to almost turn it around, but GBM is able to reposition and use his ultimate to force Caps back. Now, very unfortunate for Caps, because if he just kept walking in the same direction, he would have been able to get out of it, but he ended up juking himself, and he ends up giving away first blood.
Yeah, first blood to GBM. He's got himself that Dark Seal, as well as the Aether Wisp. Tried to stay a little bit out of range of Caps, in conjunction with that Ghost and the Flash, you know. A lot of range and wave pushing power. Vitality off to a decent start. Nukeduck is going to have some support from Joko as Jesus is locked down. The curtain call is firing. And Steelback's waiting for the remaining shots. Number 3, number 4 hits. That will get the summoner heal. Joko's coming down. Collateral damage is available. Joko's going to sidestep. End of the line comes out. Reckless is pinned. Nukeduck gets the kill. Now Joko dashes away. Brushmaker's denying some vision as Broxah's fighting for his life. It's a double to Nukeduck.
2 kills go on to the support, but it's fine because it's Zyra, and Vitality get themselves another great early game lead.
Question to Fnatic, is this what Tilt is made of? They're down 1,500 gold before 10 minutes.
You would expect that with such a seasoned organization, with such seasoned players, that something like Tilt should not be a factor. And to be honest, I can only give praise to Vitality because they are playing this early game beautifully, not only with a good early roam and gank from Joko, but then transitioning that down into the bottom lane. You can see Joko already in the bottom half of the map, stealing away the red buff. GBM clears out mid and is already making his rotation to the bottom half of the map. Steelback and Nukeduck are just buying time to allow this dive to happen. They have no Shen support, but they also know Maokai can't join the fray, and because GBM is able to join the fight earlier, there is no way they can lose this fight. Just really good teamwork and coordination. The fact that all 4 members are able to get out alive just demonstrates how much Vitality alone have grown in this single series.
You would not know it was the same team. Looking at the level of coordination. And now, a little bit of kudos here to Fnatic. They have champions that need to scale. They need time to get some items. But Vitality are not giving them that chance. We've looked for 10 minutes at everywhere on the map except top lane. Let's quickly take a look at Soaz, who's shoving Caboshot under the tower. It's even CS. And Soaz is very, very slowly chipping away. And this is where we're going to start to see some impact as Maokai scaling in levels, scaling in armor and tankiness, and needs to teleport into team fights to have an impact.
I wouldn't be surprised if soon we actually saw the bottom lane of Fnatic look to rotate top, simply because their bottom lane tower is already likely going to go down soon, especially if we see more runes from GBM and the potential ultimate from Caboshot, which means that the best move for Fnatic would actually just be trading towers, especially given that the Cloud Drake is on the board, meaning that Fnatic would likely lose that too, but they wouldn't lose too much given the value of Cloud Drake.
Not the most effective. Taking a look at, there's the roam you're talking about. Vedius, GBM, hanging out with Joko inside the Fnatic jungle. It's a 3 on potentially 4, as Fnatic are not yet backing away. Teleport is available for Soaz. Stand United is available for Caboshot, and Vitality don't reckon they want that fight just yet. Instead, they're going to peel away. They're going to play this one safe.
Looks like that they don't want to commit a little bit too hard. They were aware of Soaz not being on the map. There was the possibility of a flank TP from Soaz.
Talking about Soaz, you can actually see on the minimap, Caboshot went in. I don't know if he got that blue buff steal, or at least vision, control ward being placed down. Soaz gave up 4 isolated deaths in the previous game. Oof. So that means he died without any of his teammates within 1,500 range. I don't expect that to be true this time around because he's playing a tank that is a team fighter. And previously he was playing like a split pushing G.
I mean, it's still possible if he goes into full split push mode, but it's definitely harder.
Yes. And in theory, less likely, right?
Yes, incredibly so. If he is dying by himself, it will take so long to kill him that you would assume that another objective is gained somewhere else on the map.
Oh, Reckless might get soloed out here by Nukeduck. Forced to flash. That double kill on the support, as well as a complete unload of abilities, as Reckless is...
For Nukeduck right now, it's basically back to mid lane, except he puts wards on the map. He just puts a couple more than he already did. So, just another day in the office for Nukeduck. He has someone else in his lane taking his farm, which I understand may very well be a little bit annoying, but for the time being, Nukeduck is having a very good early game. And I feel like this is actually his first best early game that he's had throughout the series.
Yeah, definitely improving as the series went on. Joko as well, a big part of that. First item spike for GBM. Got himself the Luden's Echo, so increase some of the upfront burst against what is still very squishy champions. Broxah, no redemption just yet. Slowly working towards it. Got those Lucy boots for now, and Soaz just being chunked down. Going to use that passive to tank up as much as he can.
So, this is something that you'll see often between two tanks of the top lane, where they will regularly battle to the death in order for superiority over the lane. But for the time being, Cabo has the advantage because he's already completed his Spirit's Visage, which means that, given that Soaz is purely magic damage, it becomes very difficult for him to actually win out on those exchanges.
Yeah, of course, first items completed for most of Vitality. If you look at your minimap, Spirit's Visage, Luden's Echo, Ghostblade, Eye of the Watcher, and most of the carries on Fnatic and even the tank up top still looking to upgrade.
To give some context on this Luden's Echo, something that we don't often see on a lot of mid laners, it's actually very useful, not only for poke damage, but also to give your mid laner a bit of added mobility. Because Xerath doesn't actually move around the map very often, it's really good as Jesus gets caught out.
All right, finish that story in a moment. Root comes down from the Deadly Flourish. Jesus has a flash available in Reckless, can body block 3 and 4. No summoner spells needed.
Jesus wasn't making his life easy though, because he kept running backwards and Reckless was like, stand still! But still, they're able to force back the bottom lane of Fnatic. So Vitality can now look to siege onto this tower. I am surprised that Fnatic have not tried to make the map movement top, to go for a trade of towers. This tower was inevitably going to fall, especially with the priority that GBM has in the mid, as Soaz now taking a lot of damage.
He really is. Cabo connects with the taunt, and that means Soaz is forced back. Soaz was sitting on a fair amount of gold, going to be enough to complete that Spirit Visage, maybe pick up another cheap tier 1 item. There we go, cloth armor. And Reckless and Jesus, they'd actually roamed middle before they were pushed away. GBM came to clear the wave. It's going to be close. Still no Blade of the Ruined King here for Reckless. Really, really feels like he's behind the tempos. We crossing 15 minutes. It's, you know, a 2,500 gold lead for Vitality. And just a very good early game for what is a struggling team in Group B.
One of the criticisms we had, though, for Vitality of this series was how they use their gold lead. And when we look across the map, yes, there is a lot of vision around the bottom half of Fnatic's jungle. Taking this dragon should be relatively easy for them, but where do they go to next? I'd like to see them take the dragon, make a map movement top, and force another 2 versus 2 between Steelback, Nukeduck, Reckless, Jesus, where they can then start getting chip damage down onto this tier 1 in the top lane. Send Cabo down to the bottom and start making the map movements that we saw from the very clean Fnatic game in the first match of the series.
And that's one of those things we'll have to talk to the teams about later, you know, especially Vitality. Who's making the shot calls now? We know Hachani was a leader, was praised for his calls, despite his positional errors that popped up, and maybe somebody else is not picking up that slack just yet. Vitality still committing to this win lane, then transition to win game strategy. And Fnatic seem content for now to try to farm up, because they're not falling behind in CS, right? Yes, they are behind in gold. And it's Jesus and Broxah gonna come up to try tower dive, Cabo?
He doesn't care at all.
Yeah.
He has full vision on where Caps is. He has full vision on where Reckless is. Cabo knows that he's not going to get dived on, but he could very well lose the tower because he doesn't have the wave clear. So Vitality responding in kind by putting pressure on the tier 2 in the bottom.
All right, so tower will be secured here by Fnatic. Teleport from Soaz. We're going to follow that one to complete in a moment as he jumped down bottom. We've got a little bit of a tower race on. Soaz is going to help clear out the wave. The rest of Fnatic, Jesus and Broxah, going to back away from top, and Vitality should just wait for this next wave.
Keep your eye on the minimap because GBM is always pushing in the wave, and getting past priority. So he's moving into the enemy jungle to force Caps to take the long way round, because he knows that if they were to engage in a 1 versus 1, Vitality would be the quicker to react. Unfortunately for Vitality, they don't actually commit to the play. If GBM had rotated down bottom, I wouldn't be surprised if they could take that tier 2, but a quick response from Fnatic with the teleport from Soaz has enabled them to just get themselves that 1 tower on the top and not lose anything overall.
Yeah, so not too bad from Fnatic. Still trailing in gold. Damage to champions, you can see. Cabo shot obviously with an assist on the board, and the fact that he's been winning that matchup against Soaz for a little while. Vedius, what is your professional opinion on a Magi Soul Stealer on a champion like Xerath? I mean, technically you should never be in range, right, to be killed.
I think it's reasonable on the champion that he's playing on. If he was still on the LeBlanc in game 1, or game 2, sorry, I'd have a few more question marks. But given that he is playing the Xerath, given that you usually want to be at maximum range, just dealing poke damage and siege damage, it is an acceptable purchase, assuming he can get enough stacks to make it worth it.
I mean, Vedius, looking at Caps right now, he's behind in CS, right? He has teleports. He's down like 1,200 gold, and he's currently sitting on 2,400 gold. This mid lane Malzahar, not to the level of farming or mechanical expertise that we're used to seeing. So not only does Vitality have a gold lead, and Caps is behind, but he hasn't spent the gold that he's earned, so his combat effectiveness is even lower.
Problem is, he doesn't get an opportunity to do so, because if he backs, that gives GBM so much freedom to move around the map. And with a Shen, that is a very dangerous possibility for Fnatic, given the strength of GBM's ability to siege. Look at the positioning of Soaz on your minimap. He is hanging around the Raptors. He wanted to go for a flanking opportunity onto GBM, but given where the position of Joko is, they don't know where the bottom lane is of Vitality. Fnatic have to disengage and they return to farm. My biggest issue right now for Vitality is they are sticking to standard lanes. They need to move more around the map. Send your bottom lane up top. Put some pressure on that tower, because you're not going to gain anything just continuing to farm.
Yeah, in actual fact, Fnatic are clawing back this advantage, you know? 2,000 gold in 10 minutes is way more sizable. Blade of the Ruined King has been picked up by Reckless. One day, Caps will be allowed to spend that gold. Getting close to 3,000 unspent, and Jesus is also going to back away from the mid lane.
You should be able to clear this and go back.
Okay, should be able to. Blue buff going to be donated here to GBM. And Joko, with a very good performance. All right, finally, Caps recalls from lane, and Soaz continues to put pressure up top. It's 1 tower to 1. It's Vitality not necessarily playing super proactive on the map, but they've got advantages. They've got champions that are ahead, itemization-wise. And when it comes to team fights now, do you think Fnatic's composition has the edge?
If it was a full 5-on-5 team fight, I would give the slight edge to Fnatic. Let's see if they can make it happen.
All right, if it were a full 5-on-5, GBM's flash will bring Soaz to the front line. The vengeful Maelstrom buys so much time. It's Broxah that has slain GBM, and Reckless is on the board, cutting down Nukeduck.
I'm glad I said Fnatic just before that happened, because they were able to cleanly win that fight with 5 members to the 3 left of Vitality. There is still a jungler up for Joko, but Fnatic want to try and rush this Baron.
Cabo shots teleporting into the pit, and Joko's got Smite available. Sapling Toss will provide vision. Curtain Call will put damage down. This could be a 50-50. Follow Joko's HP. Baron down to 3,000. Jesus is already dead. Cabo's forced out of the pit, and Fnatic, they're slowing down. They're stopping. Malefic Visions burning down onto Baron. Joko's locked. Joko's killed. Fnatic should have this one secured. It is taken by Broxah, and Fnatic cement their lead.
They certainly do, quick shot, and what a way to do it. Winning a team fight that isn't quite over yet. Now it's over. Fnatic walk away with the kills, GBM.
2 for 3. He'll take that one.
But Fnatic getting themselves the Baron, making such a decisive decision to go for that objective, will now give them the gold lead and will work perfectly for making up for the early deficit that they were forced into.
Oh, such a fantastic play. So how does this get set up? Soaz just walks down.
The thing is, Vitality are forced into this choke point where Reckless can come from one end and Jezz is free to stand on the back. When all 3 members, or 4 members even, of Vitality are forced into a choke point like that, it just allows Fnatic's immense crowd control and immense stacking damage to just wreak havoc on Vitality's team composition. When they go for the Baron, Soaz's positioning and play was incredible. Watch how he just positions himself at the edge of the Baron pit to just stir away Joker. He has full vision, he knows he can get the collapse, and he's even able to get the outplay simply because, remember, the Baron debuff reduces magic resistance for each stack, which means that Maokai gets additional damage, enabling him to get the 1v1.
Really good play from Fnatic, and you know, it all stems from Vitality not playing the map. Steelback was down alone in the bottom lane while the rest of his team was grouped up in the mid. Maybe overextended, maybe they didn't need to be that far. Maybe I shouldn't be the one making those calls, but Vitality did, and Fnatic collapsed on them. All of a sudden, Fnatic claw back the goal deficit. They've got Baron on 4. Hurricanes picked up for Reckless, and they're now sieging in a turret bottom. They can peel backwards to the middle lane, and GBM has to be very, very careful here.
The problem for Vitality is their composition is purely built around poking, sieging, not going for these full-on 5v5 engagements. But Fnatic have themselves a composition that make it so easy to force the 5 versus 5 fight. And this is where Vitality is struggling because they don't entirely know how to respond. They don't have good disengage tools other than the Zyra ultimate. And even though Fnatic suffered an early deficit, the fact that they were able to find that big mid-game fight is what's now enabling them to just steam through Vitality.
Oh, I love seeing the team blast cone. 4 members of Fnatic hop over the wall, skip towards the turret, and Daisy leads the way to drop the 4th of the game. It's only 25 minutes in, and Fnatic cementing their lead. Steelback again. He was pushing the bottom lane. Joker's locked down with a nether grasp. GBM's trying to fire from the back line. Stranglethorns knocks up a lot of Fnatic. Reckless is down before he can do anything. 1, 2, and 3 with Steelback. That's a lot of damage onto Fnatic. They lose Caps and Reckless.
You have to be careful if you're Fnatic because while you are certainly ahead of Vitality, they are not weak. They did not have a bad early game. They have still picked up a lot of their core items and their damage cannot afford to be underestimated. So when Fnatic tried to commit onto that tier 3 turret, they ended up paying for it.
Yeah, paid for it with 2 lives. Good knockup from Nukeduck's Zyra. Here's a replay of that setup.
So you can see how they go for the dive onto Joko. Yes, he ends up losing his life, but both GBM and Steelback are in prime positions to get all this free damage off on the backline. Cabochard doesn't end up losing his life, and Fnatic just stick around a little bit too long, and they're not respecting the poke damage from Vitality. This is the strength of Vitality's composition, though. The amount of wave clear that they have, and the sheer amount of poke is the strength. And if utilized properly, will make it very difficult for Fnatic to force these fights.
I think it's crucial to note Vitality did not lose that turret. Their base still remains turret full. They have a base.
Turret full.
There we go, turret full. That's what I'm gonna go with. And Fnatic need to be a little more careful because as much as Vitality's got this like poking, somewhat sieging comp, albeit not the greatest at killing towers, for Fnatic it's also very difficult. Short range ADCs in Cannon and MF, they have to step so far forward to get those towers down. And that's very, very risky.
Certainly is. But now the game slows down. Notice the difference, though, between Fnatic and Vitality, where when Vitality had a leading game too, we had a lot more downtime. We had a lot of thinking as to what was going to happen, whereas Fnatic are always moving around the map. You can see top lane going to be pushing towards Vitality's base. Mid lane is being dealt with by Caps. Bottom lane rotation from Fnatic back into mids. They are just making so many more moves to put more pressure on Vitality.
Yeah, watching, you know, Fnatic and Vitality this series, there we go, GBM's caught out, Soaz came in from behind, flashed over the wall, GBM's down, all the Maelstroms together, crush Vitality, they've lost 3, Joko forced to flash defensively, and Broxah, the only victim of the Fnatic squad.
Clean team fight force from Fnatic. They lock down GBM. He doesn't have the mobility to avoid that engagement. He does not have the Zhonya's Hourglass, which I feel would have made a big difference at this point in the game. And instead, Fnatic come out with not only a teamfight win, but their first inhibitor at 27 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, Fnatic, they've just showed they can play the map at a higher level. They've punished Vitality when Vitality was slow or maybe over eagerly trying to defend. Flash over the wall from Soaz, set up that previous fight. And remember, Jez's, he can run at a mile a minute, strut in those heels. It's hard to hit that with the Jez's ultimates.
It certainly is. Props to Jez's for being able to avoid that and come back from what was a very early deficit. But you can see Soaz, even though the vision is denied, he knows exactly where GBM is. They go for the hard commit combination with Broxah and Soaz. It doesn't matter if Broxah loses his life because you have the follow-up utility from Reckless combined with the utility from Caps makes it so difficult for Vitality to disengage from an already engaged team fight.
All right, we're approaching 30 minutes into the game, and if you'd asked me at 15 minutes who would win, it felt like Vitality.
It did.
They had a 3,000 gold lead, and Stats team has buzzed me and informed that if Fnatic win this game, it will be the largest comeback of the Spring Splits 2017. And largely in part because, Bedius, as we talked about, Vitality, how do they use that gold lead? Not as effectively as potentially they could have.
The thing that we do have to say, though, is that Vitality have looked better. When you look back at their game 2, yes, they have struggled to capitalize on these objectives, but players aren't getting caught out now. They're not making silly mistakes. Game 1 was definitely rough for them. They got punished hard for drafting limitations.
Oh, okay. Right of the arcane. There's 4 shots available. 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th? Not going to be enough. Jesus survives with a strut and a flash.
He ran real quick. Not only a combination of his passive, but also all of the utility that he has from the rest of his team was enough for him to get away. GBM not quite on the money with his prediction skills.
I feel it's difficult, though.
Oh, it is. It really is.
It's like trying to snipe Sonic the Hedgehog. GBM gonna get Stand United. There's a bit of a zoning Stranglethorns from Nukeduck. Vitality able to send Soaz packing. Baron is alive. And we have a potential 5-on-5 vision superiority here in favor of Fnatic. Caps hanging around in the back line with an ultimate available.
Note the difference in ultimates available because Fnatic have 4 ultimates up. Soaz is about to come offline. Joko doesn't, Cabo doesn't. Joker's getting caught.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage. He's going to use the QSS, but will get run down by the Swarm. Soaz is able to teleport in behind Vitality, but it's Soaz taking the damage. Re-engage with the Twisted Advance, and it's going to be a decent slow and silence, rather, onto Vitality. It ends up being a 1-for-1. Joko dies in the back end while Soaz's teleport cost his life.
Fnatic can still use Daisy to tank up the Baron. Vitality, they have no smite available. And look at the positioning of Steelback. I don't know if Vitality can respond in time.
No, it's going to be another potential big fight. GBM's coming in. No ultimate available to him. Reckless still has got that slicing Maelstrom. Baron is being dropped down. 1900 hit points. Where's the smite? We're looking for the burst. Secured by Fnatic. Now the fight breaks out. Reckless is running away with the slicing Maelstrom. It's just timed out. Broxah targeted and rooted and taunted by Cabo Shot. Reckless with red buff, looking to kill Nukeduck. Nuke forced to flash away. Here comes another TP. It's Caps in from behind. Cabo shut down, and GBM, that orb was shocking but not stunning. And Caps' passive saves his life. Run, Reckless, run! Gets the kill onto Nukeduck.
Nukeduck trying to pretend that he's a plant, but Reckless walks onto him and thinks, oh, a plant I can use to help catch up to the support. Ends up killing him anyway. Fnatic get themselves the Baron. They're working their way into the base of Vitality, and with 2 members dead, I don't know what they'll be able to get.
No, it feels like the final push here. Joko caught out by Caps, and it was a slow start for Caps' Malzahar. A lot of questions to answer. For Fnatic and Vitality, Joko uses a QSS once more, but the army cuts him down. Those Voidlings hurt, man. And GBM's right of the arcane once again, unable to pick up a kill. Soaz is able to join the rest of the Fnatic squad with the super minions, but Fnatic unable to close out. It looks like the inhibitor about to troll Fnatic and send them away.
Good awareness from Fnatic to move back once the inhibitor was respawning. Caps, ooh, really good positioning from him to just be on the flank so that when Vitality come to check the Baron pit, they end up getting collapsed on. Joko goes down. We mentioned it earlier on, when you lose your smite, it becomes very difficult to try and contest that Baron. And this is where a lot of the ultimates were used earlier on for both GBM and Steelback. Yes, they ended up losing Soaz, but fortunately you have Daisy to act as that 5th man, so you can then make your way towards the Baron. Now this is where Vitality, a part of me feels that they didn't think that this would happen because Steelback goes back. If he'd been closer to the fight, maybe they could have done more, but it is very difficult to say, especially when you have no real room to steal away that Baron, especially with no vision.
Yeah, especially with no vision. Broxo, another good smite at the end. Obviously, no smite to contest. But that's the second time there's been a fairly chaotic Baron fight. And some kudos to Broxo. The teleport to the back end here from Caps threw me for a loop. Forgot that he had that summer spell. I was like, but so is TP'd. I don't understand. And obviously, Reckless is just going to run down Nuke Duck.
If I stand still, does he think that I could just be another part of the jungle? No.
No.
No, he does not. Nevertheless, looking at how Fnatic close out this game. They have the Baron buff. You can send your Maokai up top. His TP's about to come back. You can even send Reckless up top if you want. He is pretty strong right now, has completed the core of his build, and should be able to force anyone on the side of Vitality out of lane. You can then have the rest of Fnatic group up bottom while the mid lane slowly works their way in.
Yeah, but you got to look back. You know, Fnatic, they came into the series with the substitute, as did Vitality. Questions around the performance. A near flawless game 1 for Fnatic. But then I think now more questions around the drafting, right? ADC Kennen, Malzahar mid Camille into LeBlanc. I think it's going to spark a lot of debate and a lot of discussion around, is this what Fnatic should be doing?
A part of me feels that Fnatic's draft is very much about, let's deny. Ooh, Broxer.
A lot of damage onto Broxer. He might actually go down from this one. Used everything. Curtain Call tags him as well. GBM gets a kill credit, but it's a supporty jungler for a tank. Caps, dodges and ducks and dives and gets out to the right of Arcane. Arcano pulses so much range and poke. This is what Vitality's comp wanted to do.
They have so much wave clear, they have so much harassment. Nuke Duck gets caught.
Yeah, he does. Reckless is looking for the kill, but he's forced to run away. Takes a lot of damage from GBM. Remember, the inhibitor spawned in the mid lane, so Fnatic, again, over-eager, you know, pushing too far forward.
Also, though, you have to respect the way in which Vitality played that. They have a lot of single target CC that if one person oversteps, they quickly catch them out. Broxer gets caught, he gets nuked down. They do trade it for Cabo Shard, but the play here from Broxer isn't necessarily the wrong one. He's trying to get vision. He ends up getting caught out. They are able to return it down onto Nuke Duck, who's sitting on the, or Cabo Shard, sorry, who's on the front line. But then the harassment coming out from GBM just forces Fnatic back. And this is a window for Vitality to actually stall, because Fnatic, so far, they've been able to get that fight mid lane. They've been able to draw Vitality out towards the Baron to fight. But now, Fnatic don't have a Baron buff. Fnatic don't have an objective to force Vitality to fight for. So Vitality can sit back, they can farm, and they can just wait. Because if you get a 6-item Xerath, I do not want to be the guy that's playing up against that, because it becomes near impossible to siege and deal with the amount of poke that this guy can throw.
Well, that just increases the value of Baron buff, doesn't it? You know, mitigate some of that magic damage. That can be going down. Fnatic have got themselves a Guardian Angel for Soaz. Gone over 35 minutes more about Mortius, now completed for Reckless. Fnatic continuing to sort of scale up into this game, but it's a 6,000 gold difference. Elder will be up in a few minutes' time, but it doesn't feel like Elder's the objective Fnatic need. It really feels like that Baron is what will help them break open that base once more.
All Fnatic really need is an objective to force Vitality to come to, right? So even if Fnatic don't get the Elder Dragon, as long as Vitality come out of their base and are in a position where Soaz can maybe get a TP flank, Caps can get a flank, where they can actually just get the collapse down onto Vitality, that is the situation that Fnatic want, because they don't want to sit around and allow both Caps and GBM and Steelback to get all this poke down.
I mean, look at the vision, right? Fnatic have got a lot of wards on the minimap, but Caps was stood right on top of ward inside that Grom pit, just walked past another, so Vitality fully aware of Caps' ability to nether grasp somebody down. Baron is up in 40 seconds and Fnatic peeling away. Gonna try set up around that particular objective, and Vitality can afford no mistakes. I'm looking at blue trinkets. One of them is available for GBM, and he's just dropped that down. And we need to keep an eye. Where is the vision? Vitality can't afford to face check. If you toggle the vision, observers can take a look at that. You'll see how little information Vitality have to work with, and they've got to be so careful around these objectives.
But also look at where Reckless is moving. He's now in the top lane. Remember that he's now in a position where he could actually 1v1 anyone, especially someone like Cabochard, who has focused more on magic resistance than AD. They have been pushed up mid. They know Vitality have no vision. They're just going to rush this down.
Vitality have no idea. They are too late to the party, backing away. Seeing Vitality pings on Elder Drake. This could cost him the game. Fnatic, where are they going? All right, peeling away from Fnatic. They're making their way up to top lane.
Now, if Vitality can get the Elder Dragon, this is actually very good for them. Remember, they have a lot of poke, they have a lot of wave clear. That is damage that Fnatic cannot afford to ignore.
Yeah, but at what cost? Their base is at risk of being lost here. Recalls coming up from Vitality. The rest of Fnatic gonna knock on the inhibitor turret in the top lane. Cabo, the only man up top for now. Banshee's Veil is popped. Curtain Call is gonna tag onto Broxah. Where is GBM? I'm looking for the right of the Arcane. He's tagged 3 for 3. The fourth shot is flashed away from, but the tower has gone down. Soaz is engaged. He teleported in, stunned up by the shocking orb. The inhibitor is the target. Vitality are running away. They can't find the fight because they need to poke. They need to be at distance. They don't want to 5v5.
They're terrified of the all-in engage from Soaz, and he is making his presence known. Look at his positioning right now, just waiting for Steelback or GBM to be in that position to get locked down.
Cabo's got a flash available to him. Where is the taunt? Can he find a target? Unfortunately, GBM, Steelback, Joko, they've used their ultimates. They blew their load too early, and there's no damage to win any fights.
Vitality, though, right now are doing everything they can to defend their base.
Yeah, Bullet Storm comes down. Bullet Time, rather. And 2 inhibitors fall. Fnatic they're just running circles around Vitality.
The biggest problem for Vitality was that the Elder Dragon hadn't even spawned yet. If they could have just rushed it down, went back to base, that might have just been enough damage to trade back against this Baron-empowered Fnatic lineup. They couldn't get the objective, they couldn't stop the siege, and now Fnatic are in prime position to get the Elder for themselves.
Yeah, look at the minimap. Vitality, they can't contest. They can't win a team fight. This is composition that there was no room for error in terms of playing the map when you need to siege, when you need to poke. You need to be that really tall guy in a boxing match that holds the short guy's forehead.
Yeah.
And never lets him punch you, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a great example. Something that hits the home a little bit too personally. But moving forward, no, I'm kidding. I'm a pretty tall guy.
You are. And unfortunately for Vitality, they couldn't keep Fnatic at arm's reach.
But I think you make a right point in the sense that Vitality, they had a good early lead. They got a little bit too overconfident, and Fnatic fought back. And now they're looking to fight for this final tier 3 turret.
All right, Soaz puts the ultimate down just to reduce some damage. Cabochard is melted under the focused fire of Fnatic. Reckless and the rest of Fnatic chase all the way through. Nukeduck is rooted and locked down. Steelback on the fountain at risk of dying as well. Reckless really going ham. Gets the triple kill. Looking for the quadra. Gets it on the end. The Nexus is being destroyed. And Fnatic send their regards from Group A, defeating Vitality 2-1.
It was looking a little shaky for Fnatic.
A little.
Game 2, they dropped pretty hard, and then in Game 3, the early game was looking very rough, but they drafted a composition which was effectively just group and fight, and they made it work.
Vedius, that was very shaky. Gigantic smiles on the faces of Caps and Broxah. It was a hard-fought series, and while there was praise for both teams, there was also criticism for the performances. Fnatic shaking hands of Vitality, and look, there's some hope here for Vitality.
There certainly is. I am very impressed with how quickly they improved throughout the series. we have to respect the fact that as a team, they haven't had much time to practice with this new lineup. But from what we have seen so far, things definitely look pretty promising.
It is, and like, you know, you have to step back. I threw in the Group A and Group B stuff at the end of that game. Fnatic are ranked 3rd in Group B. They came, Group A, they came into the series 2 wins, 2 losses. It was a 4th placed Vitality at 1 and 3, and this was a competitive series from 2 teams who are still struggling in the spring split. Numbers 1 and 2 in both respective groups, this being G2, Misfits, UOL, H2K, really are looking like the 4 of them are in a class of their own right now.
They certainly are. And we have to wonder how much of that comes down to the team's environment, their scrim schedules, their practice, the ways in which they're investing into preparing for the LCS, because so far the top 4 teams seem to have it figured out, right? They seem to know exactly what they're doing coming into each week, how they want to play these games, and it's just question marks a lot of the time for teams like Fnatic. We had big question marks in Game 2 in particular with what are they drafting? Why are they going for something like this? And they
what are they doing in game? Why they're overextending so much against the Kha'Zix?
And it's one thing to say time will fix issues, right? But a part of me also feels that maybe teams get a little bit too reliant on time. And unless you put the effort into the time that you are given, you don't necessarily get results.
I think that's very important to note because this is now week 4, right? There are only 10 weeks of regular play. There are only 13 best of 3s. And Vitality are currently sat at 1 win, 4 losses. You know, they are running out of games to claw back possibilities. And when you're sitting in that 4th space spot, yes, you are safe. You know, 5th in the group goes to promotion tournament, 1, 2, and 3 go to playoffs. Those are the sweet spots that you have to be aiming for.
And these are the games that are actually even more important than the regular group games too, because this is the only time that you'll play your team, these teams once. So if you can get the points here, then you definitely should.
You have to be getting those wins, and that is something that Fnatic did. Take a close look at how they did it. Let's talk to their mid laner on stage with Pyra.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm joined by Caps, and you guys had, you know, kind of a big comeback. What really clicked for you in that Game 3?
I mean, I think it was Soas moving from top lane, and then he had because he had the pressure top, and he was like, I can flash on GBM, and he did, and then we saw the Baron, and we just went for it.
One big play, and you guys kind of took a little while to close it out, but you held your nerve. And honestly, how do you do that when you can lose one fight and can lose the game, and you're on this long series? How do you hold on and not overpush?
I think we realized in the middle of the game that it was, in the later parts of the game, that it was really tough to siege the Seraph Jhin without Nash. So we just had to wait for Nash to come up, and then we took it, and then we went for either a fight or just a turret.
Alrighty, so you guys have made a change coming into this week. Brox has come in. How's the adjustment to him been working out for you guys?
I think everyone on the team is really happy for Broxer because he's a rookie, so he listens a lot, and it's more like we can shape him, I guess. So we can make him for what we need and on the team. Like if I need a vision at some point in the game in mid lane, it's not like he will have other thoughts about previous experiences. He will just do it because he hasn't been shaped yet.
Can mold him how you want it. That's cool. So looking ahead, you guys are going to have Splyce, you're going to have Origin. How well do you feel prepared for these teams?
I mean, we have played a few days of scrims now with Broxer, and we have improved a lot, I would say. Especially yesterday, we had really good scrims, and even the days before, it was fine. And it was actually kind of insane because you could just see the improve rate go from 0 to hero.
Wow, all right. Hopefully I can quote you on that one again in the future. Congrats on the victory. I'm looking forward to see how you guys do next week.
Thanks.
All righty, for now, we're going to send it off to the post-game lobby. Shox & Co., take it away.
Thank you so much, Pyra and Caps, and welcome to the post-game lobby. Indeed, still joined here by Memento and the Fish Show to look back on the games today, of course, starting with the series that just ended. Fnatic, they pulled it out in the end. They take the win over Vital. What are you giggling about?
No, I just, like, this series was... Watching it was actually super fun because there were so many different picks. We were screaming about GBM Xerath. Obviously, he actually promised me a triple Luden's Echo build. That sadly didn't happen, which is why they lost, obviously.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. All right. Well, all in all, I thought it was quite interesting to hear Caps also saying about Broxa. Oh, yeah, you know, the rookie that we're going to mold, and he's a rookie himself.
You're a rookie yourself. You're 17 years old.
Yeah, but it's still, I think it's cool. It's a cool sentiment. He's obviously very happy that they managed to pull out the win, and I want to talk a bit later about Vitality as well, because I don't think they should be too unhappy with this result either after a double swap. But let's focus on this third game, especially the fact that Vitality actually was in a pretty good position to win it.
It looked awesome if you're Vitality. Like, bot lane, took tower, GBM got early kills on the Xerath, who would scale into a late game monster. We were like, 3K goal lead, I believe it was. Like, this game, you know, it looks over. Like, Kennen is not going to do anything in late game team fights. Fnatic, they have to pull some miracle.
Yeah.
And mid-game team fight happened, sadly, for Vitality.
Yeah.
But it's the same problem that Vitality have been having this series. They just don't know how to actually pressure the opponent when they get a lead. They don't get any objectives. They don't get the towers that they need. They just like keep laning and they just don't actually do anything. They don't deny even Broxa his camps.
Yeah, as we saw there, gold lead non-existent, and then we see a spike all of a sudden because it's a team fight that turns everything around and says, Fnatic, the game is yours.
Yeah, and this is such a shame because, first of all, GBM, if he actually saves his flash instead of flashing where swords can follow him, he can then either flash over the wall and be safe, or maybe even have a better positioning with the Shen ult when he joins. But also, if you look at the minimap, super quick, still back, we're still sitting and farming in the bottom lane. Yeah. So it's a good engage from Fnatic, but it's one of those situations where, like, how do you have zero vision on that side as Vitality so you don't see the engage happening and you just get so surprised because this actually turned the entire game around?
Yeah, the game was basically over after this. But Fnatic could have actually... But to be honest,
still back, we were actually talking about if he could maybe have done a little bit more here, but...
I mean, yeah, he could actually flash in there or go for a hero play, like... Because at this point, if they get the Nash, they're probably going to snowball the game and actually win it. So I don't see any... I mean, you got to actually have some courage and actually do something.
Yeah, I think so too as well. Like, they were clearly trying to stop the Baron, but no one was actually like fully committing other than Carbonshot, who taunted in. Stillback was full HP. Yeah. Caps was outside with very low HP on the Malzahar. I think maybe you could have been a bit more aggressive, but you shouldn't have been there in the first place because you got caught in the mid lane, which obviously was what cost him. And we heard Caps just say this, and we talked about it as well, like, against Xerath, you're never going to get a turret. You're never going to siege a turret against him. So if you don't get a huge advantage early, or you start getting like Barons or Elder Drakes, I don't know how you're going to like start getting a big goal advantage through turrets.
You can also rely on your opponents doing interesting build paths. And Memento, you were quite frustrated about Joko and his Graves and his build specifically, knowing that lethality is pretty strong. What would you like to have seen?
I mean, I kind of like the QSS. It makes sense. It's against Malzahar. You don't want to get caught. But the Sturrock Edge did not make any sense. I mean, I saw it in SK. They bought Sturrock Edge, but that was because they faced Rengar and has a lot of burst, and you can't like actually survive the burst. But if you don't have any like burst champion on the other team, you don't need that Sturrock Edge. Go for the more damage. Hope that you get that damage off with GBM. Get that ulti off. Maybe you kill someone. Maybe you get a catch. Maybe you can snowball that lead.
Yeah, you personally go for both Duskblade and Edge of the Night?
I would go for Ghostblade, Edge of the Night, and Duskblade. I just go ham. And actually, Executioner calling as well would be great because it reduce the healing of them.
They're definitely gonna die. Yeah.
They will die. I mean, there was so much damage on Vitality side. There were great wave clear, no siege potential on Fnatic side. So when you up 3K gold at like, what, 18 minutes it was? You're like in prime position to just stop the enemy from ever really getting anything unless you get surprised in fights, and then you start messing up around Baron. And that's just where it went wrong for Vitality and where Fnatic honestly outplayed them, which is full credit to Fnatic there. But you look at that Xerath and you're just like, it could have done so much more. You want to see GBM win on Xerath.
I
want to see
the Magi's in the end. I mean, of course, it was relatively early. But
yeah, do not buy super early Magi's because you already had Dark Seal. You can wait for that to stack up before you actually buy your Soul Stealer. He bought it and died instantly and had like almost no stacks on it. So it was useless for like 15, 16 minutes. And then he finally got a few stacks in the end.
Yeah, well, we needed to crown a player of the series. It's always difficult when it goes 3 games because one of the games, of course, not everyone will have shown up. But Soaz, you guys said, really had a really big hand in winning that third game.
Yeah, because obviously the third game was all about Xerath. And Soaz, he caught him, like, first in mid lane, they got Nash because of that. And then the second time, he catched him off over the wall, I think, in the mid lane. And they get the mid lane in from that. And, like, Soaz just carried that game, honestly.
The hard counter to Xerath is, like, hard engage. Yeah. And especially point-on-click stuff, because then it's super easy to flash, click the Xerath. He's stuck right there. He's not getting out. Soaz did his job perfectly in this game here. Had a fine game 1 as well, so I think giving him player of the series was well deserved.
I bet if you ask him, he'd be like, haha, I played Maokai, big deal.
Hey, I mean...
Hey, someone's got to do it.
He did a great job.
Yeah,
so.
He did, definitely. Let's take a look at some of the other players. Of course, Vitality bringing in the change, Nukeduck in the bottom lane, GBM then in the mid lane. How do we think they did? Nukeduck actually had a pretty good performance in Game 3 and beg to differ also in Games 1 and 2. Not really Game 1.
Game 1 was definitely shaky. I think Nukeduck, I feel like we've seen this before from like mid laners who become supports. They play super aggro because they're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna look for trades. He was hiding in brushes and like finding Jesse's and then Reckless as well. So game 3, I actually think his Zyra performance was really good. But it's like very inconsistent because he's still learning the role, obviously.
I mean, to be fair, playing that aggressive is what got them that lead, actually, in the first place. So I really liked it. But, I mean, playing aggressive in lane isn't everything. You also have to, like, coordinate with your jungler and get the vision and everything.
What kind of non-solo queue thing is that to say? I mean, laning is everything.
Yeah, well, not all the time.
He probably still has a lot to learn, especially outside of lane. But I think for a guy who just roll-swapped into support and probably hasn't played it since Season 2, basically, I don't think Vitality can be unhappy with that performance. GBM is one we have to look more at. I think
lane is not everything.
Lane is definitely not everything.
Here.
That's true. I mean, Vitality needs GBM to be really good if they want to start winning games, especially against better teams. But GBM needs to show like over multiple games if he can actually perform at a high enough level before we can say that he's a good mid laner just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he picks Zera, do you think maybe naturally there are some champion pool issues here? I mean,
to be honest, he was playing jungle before. Like, he's been playing jungle for, like, the whole off-season. And now he just plays mid lane. And to be honest, I kind of want to see more Xerath. Xerath is a nice champion.
They can stall out games very long.
It can. I mean, we also got to see a weird mid lane matchup of Malzahar mid against Xerath, like kind of old school. And it's a good pick into Malzahar, so it made sense for him to go for. He's been spamming it in solo queue, you said as well. And it's an old comfort for him. Like, he used to be known as like the Xerath god, basically. So I'm not surprised he picked it. I think the guy also can show all the champions. We just have to give him more time.
Yeah, that's plain as all. I thought it was interesting that beforehand we asked, like, well, if you were the coach of Caps, would you keep putting him on these aggressive champions? He'd go,
Malzahar! Don't do anything for 30 minutes.
But still died, actually. But then with the team, I mean, this must have been a good exercise, because then with the team, they did manage to win. And the Kennen, you guys weren't happy about it, but it worked.
It didn't really make much sense.
No?
Honestly, I would rather see a Caitlyn or an Ashe. Actually, with Ashe, you can actually pull the trigger against Xerath.
Agree. I don't think Kennen had any impact in the game specifically. We know Reckless likes to play the split push Kennen style, and I can definitely see it against uncoordinated teams. It can be super annoying to deal with, but there were other AD carry choices available that probably would have been better in this case here. But because the team fighting with the Maokai into Xerath was just so effective, it actually didn't really matter.
All right. Last words about this series. Where do you see Vitality going? Where do you see Fnatic going if this is the lineups that they keep Memento?
That's actually quite hard to say, because Vitality obviously need more time. We didn't really see that much from them today. But I mean, there are some good points, obviously, like some positive things, how they actually got advantage. They just need to learn how to actually use them properly. But Fnatic overall, they looked really good in macro-wise, at least the first game. So I think they might actually maybe third place. Nah, just kidding. We're going to be third place, of course. No, but we'll see. We'll see.
I think Fnatic is in a sweet spot in Group A where they're not really going to catch Misfits and G2 yet, but they also have at least some breathing room because the two teams underneath need to start winning games, obviously. Like,
I mean, we're trying.
You're trying, but Giants next week play H2K, so they're probably not going to pick up a win there either, and that gives Fnatic even more time to sit in that middle spot. And if you're Fnatic right now,
there's no one coming. There's no one.
Should we go down there and take a picture with them? No, there's one.
Okay.
We found one.
Just giving the cell phone to take a picture. It's actually a big group too.
Okay. Yeah, there you go, guys. We just play-by-played the fan meets downstairs.
And the handshake, he nails it.
Oh my god.
Anyway, Fnatic, they're gonna make playoffs, but not because Fnatic are gonna be as good as Misfits and G2, but because Giants and Rocket are not gonna catch them.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
I'm just saying that's why they're gonna make playoffs.
Insane now.
Well, let's talk about some other teams. You mentioned the Misfits, and they went up versus Splyce today, which we anticipated to be a really good matchup, but it was a clean 2-0 for the Misfits. And this guy, he went absolutely off. Memento, still impressed by what he pulled off today.
Cacao PogChamp.
Yep.
He played extremely well today, actually.
Yeah, he did.
2 games leads in, didn't care about your Kha'Zix, or well, Splyce's Kha'Zix, because Trashy didn't really offer anything in this series. And man, Splyce, I had my rant, I was mad.
You're disappointed.
I was like, come on, you stuck together, the same team, how do you have synergy issues? It just doesn't make any sense.
So So, I actually asked this question to Memento earlier when you guys were casting, the fact that they actually are slowing some of the same problems that they did throughout the entirety of last year, which is the not so good early game, and then they had the ability to fight back. Trashy's not completely dominating the early game, so...
But they lost the ability to fight back.
That's it.
Like, they're playing worse macro late game than like other teams, especially Misfits in this series. So once we got to late game, we were trying to build up this like hype level thing, being like, all right, this is the comeback time for Splyce. This is like 2016 Splyce. This is now the kick it in gear. They out-rotate Misfits. They out-team fight them late game. It's gonna happen. And then they lost every single team fight and got caught a few times and lost the game instantly. It was like, okay, well, you're not even better late game now. And that's where we just see this team struggle against the top teams.
Memento was also saying in the beginning that you were very impressed specifically in terms of vision, and what Ignar is bringing to the Misfits team has been huge.
Well, I think Ignar's been doing a really good job lately. Like, he's actually... It's really hard to actually carry a support, but this guy, he proves everyone wrong. Because everyone sits there and crying in solo queue, like, support is such a useless role.
They said about
Ignar,
not anymore,
like,
man.
He's like, baby, I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you. Yeah, Ignar did really good, and just in general, Splyce not in a good place, but Misfits, the amount of improvement they've gone through in even 2 weeks. Because I remember in weeks 1 and 2, we were like, Misfits, that's actually not going to be that good. They are lacking a lot of things in sense of macro. And all of a sudden, they are out-rotating Splyce, even though they made a couple of mistakes. They go for the right objectives. And at the core of that, they have some really, really good individual players. We mentioned Kakao, Alfari is in there. Power of Evil crushed it again today. And, you know, they have a lot to work off, basically.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think we had like a little checklist coming into the split where we were like, okay, players, yes, coaching, staff, yes. And then like early game, great, you know, 3 checks. But there were some blanks right there. Miami Heat check. And then there were some blanks being like, oh, the late game, not too sure, the team fighting, the vision, the Baron setups. But now I feel like all those boxes, we can kind of check them as well, because the Baron setups are fantastic. They're super, super coordinated. They instantly just like take down the jungler, finish off the Baron. They make very few like big mistakes around that objective, and that is typically the problem for European teams, is actually executing around Baron in the late game.
What for you guys is a box that you really want to check that you need to improve on for Giants?
For Giants? I mean, overall, like early game mostly.
Jungler.
Hey, the jungle is great.
Yeah, you're doing really well.
No, it's mostly just early game, and then actually working more as a team. And I can't really say more.
How do you improve that fast enough?
Fast enough?
Working together as a team.
Spam games, goddammit.
Just scrim,
Play scrims, and play solo queue, and then try to watch LCK, like everything.
Yeah.
Yes, if you really want to improve, you have to work hard. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, of course, and play scrims with the right mindset, I think, is that something we have heard a couple of times from Europe in the past, that maybe scrim culture, if you just start losing and you quit and you give up, that's not good. You got to try and fight back from every situation.
I mean, there are some games where you get like 5-6K behind, like after 10 minutes, then they're not really worth playing. Or if you get like cheese level 1 in scrim, and then you like get behind like 3K or 2K, you know, or 1-2K, like that early.
Oh, it's everything now. It's 1K behind, 2K
if you get behind,
10 goals. Gets behind. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right. Well, after today's matches, let's take a look at the standings. First up, Group A, still the leaders, G2, 5-0, and Misfits now very steadily with 4-1. The Unicorns of Love and H2K are 1-2, and then Splyce is still number 3. Giants in 4th place. So, Group A and Group B. From anything that we've seen today, can we say that one group is slightly stronger than the other, or that one group's 1 and 2 are slightly stronger than the other? Wait, I made that difficult for no reason. Is Group A stronger than Group B, or the other way around?
See, I thought coming into this week, Group B would be stronger. Now, I actually think the groups are super, super even. And it's kind of the same setup where the top 2 teams in each group are a step ahead of the other teams. And they're very close, all 4, like H2K, Misfits, G2, Unicorns. Fnatic, Splyce both have like a few positives, or some positives, but also like a lot of question marks. So I wouldn't rank like Splyce above Fnatic specifically. I think they're probably very even.
Yeah.
And then the same, like if you go further down, like I think you guys will probably beat Vitality right now, but not by like a landslide. It's not going to be a 2-0 stomp or anything. So actually, I feel like the groups are pretty even at the moment. So whoever drafted here did a fantastic job splitting up the teams.
Yeah, the teams did.
The teams did. So they did a great job.
All right.
Do you agree? Do you agree?
I do agree.
Great.
We do agree that the teams did a great job. Yay! All right. So for us, we will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Time. Be our final 2 matchups of the week: H2K versus Roccat and G2 versus OG. And if you're still hungry for more League, our friends across the ocean at the NALCS will begin their week at midnight local time. Cloud9 versus Team Liquid, followed by Immortals versus Team Dignitas. Quick predictions, guys.
Yeah.
H2K Roccat and G2 OG. Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward.
We're saving the close games here for last, I feel.
As I asked the question, I thought it was a bit obsolete.
I'm going to go Roccat and Origin, just for the opposites.
I mean, I hope Roccat loses. So.
Yeah, for
I
you,
think
it
they probably will. Yeah, so technically you're probably cheering actually for both H2K and G2.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
That's a good spot to be in. Thank you.
You're probably going to be happy tomorrow as well. So.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us, Memento. Thank you as well, the Fish
Thank you for having me.
Time for us to log off for the night. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. as we conclude the first week of cross-group play. Have a good night.
Oh no, Ignar. He's the one who catches Trashy on. Kakao sends the easiest Q of his life. The Baron fights on. Kakao gets the spike down. He safeguards out. They're following through. Shockwave. Everything is going nuts. It's 2 for 2 on the fight. A double kill of Senko's. Hansama is wreaking havoc. Death. Kakao is coming around the backside. They just want to hold out. They have to know this is happening. It's going in low. It's going to get started. Stolen away from Kakao. And he gives his life, but Misfits are oh so happy they're going to clean up on this one.
Not enough damage to finish the job, but they keep on chasing Flourish's dodge. But Wonder's gone down to Hansama.
Look, my ulti code out too. Look, come. Six. I got him. I get kicked in. He's in the pit.
Taking down the rest of Splyce. Alfari without any fear, jumping forward. They turn it back around, and they take the 2-0 victory.
Really wanted to get the Raptor camp. No flash available. Gets interrupted with the kick. First blood to Caps. Reckless survives just long enough. But here comes GBM. The Ghost and Flash with the Twin Fangs. Cabo shot is the target. Reckless and Caps finally turn their attention. Fnatic 1-0 Vitality.
Oh, it's my choice, not his.
Exhaust onto Reckless. First blood will be gifted to steal back Vitality on the board. So as Caps, hook shot. Respect flash coming out from GBM. Caps gets the shield, but the ignite burns through. GBM wins a 1v1. And Fnatic lose 4. Curtain call onto Soaz, looking for the shot. 2 go wide. The 3rd and the 4th is not needed. Vitality ace Fnatic, and Fnatic cement their leads.
They certainly do quick shot, and what a way to do it. Winning a team fight that isn't quite over yet.
We go, GBM's caught out, Soaz came in from behind, flashed over the wall, GBM's down, all the Maelstroms together. Reckless really going ham, gets the triple kill, looking for the Quadra, gets it on the end. The Nexus is being destroyed, and Fnatic send their regards from Group A, defeating Vitality 2-1.